Good afternoon, coming to you from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. This is the Professor, and I'm joined by Stein.
Hi.
And we're going to be playing, as we commonly do, a little $1,000 cap, no limit hold'em. We have got 6 players to start. We've got a couple more on the way, so we should have a full game before too much longer. Stein and I are taking the microphone from Mixon today. Mixon is out there at Biloxi trying to win all the money, and we wish him the best luck and also thank him for giving us the opportunity to step into the booth today. Let's take a look at the players that we have. We've got Lee Orts, regular on Austin Streams in Seat 1. In Seat 2, we've got Artur. In Seat 3, we have Philly Murph. In Seat 4, we have Lateralus. Seat 5, BP. And in Seat 8, we have stream regular Garrett.
Strike that. It's actually the inverse, but it's all good. You guys should know most of these players. They've been on the streams quite a bit. Good, solid group of people, not afraid to fully gamble at every opportunity.
Yeah, you'd think someone who's played as much poker as I have would know how the table is numbered, but, go figure.
We've all been there.
And I completely ignored the dealer seat. In the box today, we have Selena.
Now, Mixon, if you're in chat, if you need bus money, just text us. We can probably scrounge together a few bucks to send you back home if you need
money.
it.
He's coming back on a G5. What are you talking about?
If he flies private, that's his own. I hope he does.
It looks like they're waiting to start the game for the arrival of Henry. And here he is, landing in what I formerly thought was the 7 seat, but which is actually is that the 3 seat?
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah.
good. It's a good thing you're here.
Oh, boy. Yeah, get ready to strap in. We should have about 6 to 7 hours of crazy 1-3-10 action. I don't think they can top what happened last stream where we had 80 something hands and 47 all-ins in those hands.
Is that the actual number?
It's pretty close. We lost a few hands with card read error, and even those there was usually an all-in. But man, it was a sight unseen. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. It's 5 hours of just nonstop action the entire time. I think we had somebody build up to almost a 10K stack, and then like the last hand of stream, somebody that just takes their chips and dumps them out of the racks and gets it all in. Just crazy action all night long.
It was. And, we advertise this as a 1-3 game, but honestly, it's really a 1-3-10 game because the group of us who play this game most frequently, we've kind of just decided it's mandatory 10. So it's 1-3-10, sometimes 1-3-10-20.
Yep, and the stacks will definitely be getting deeper. The strategy for quite a few of the players early on is to buy in for $400 to $500, especially when you have the first net game. That way you can just get it in, get rid of your net button, and then you can top up to 1,000 or double to 1,000. But usually once they bust the 400 the first or second time, with the progressive net game going on, you just buy in back to full and just have at it.
Yeah, we have a few players starting with 1,000. Lateralus is starting with 400. I think Garrett's starting with 500. I think everyone else is coming in for 1,000, if I remember correctly. And we have what looks to be our first hand with Henry and the $10 straddle.
Is it going to be a walk in the first hand? That would be...
be pretty funny like all ins every
all right,
hand.
Garrett. All right. Thank you, Garrett. Oh, boy.
Well, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
Henry's going to play the first hand.
Yeah, Henry does not fold first hand. I don't blame him. If he gets there against kings, he's getting all of it.
7.
Oh boy.
And he's got the diamond. All right, this pot is not going to stop at $81. There's definitely going to be a bigger pot than that.
Garrett's spidey senses are tingling, but he's got an overpair, and
yeah, I think Garrett check raises all in here.
Yeah, I think
particularly versus this very lively opponent.
Yeah, I don't. You can't really. I mean, you could call. I wouldn't hate a call, but I think you just you at least raise, and we do see the raise to 250. Honestly, just stick it in here.
I think Henry will ship it. I think, and Garrett will call, and then we'll see who wins.
Yep. We do see the all-in from Henry. Oh, maybe it's just a call. I take it back. I am getting ahead of myself again.
Interesting.
Okay, even more outs. Garrett still has 61%, but yeah, I don't think Henry's ever going to fold his hand. I think he just wants him to put it in.
I think his price is too good. Yeah, I mean,
he just wants to put it in with a no pair diamond hand that I don't think is going anywhere. And they're going to be happy. He's going to be happy to see what he has.
Now, how many times are they going to run it is the question. Because last time, I don't think we ran it twice the entire stream last time.
It was every single time.
So maybe that's going to become the new normal. Let's see.
Yeah, I believe they're running it once. Yep.
Yes.
Once.
Yes.
And, you know, for Garrett's $400 or $500 stack, you just run it once. Run pure or run bad. Get it out of the way. And the kings hold. They're making 2 pair, kings and 9s with the 9 river. And Garrett, look at Garrett. Garrett's like, Garrett ran quite bad last stream. He did make some moves and just happened to make moves into aces and kings a couple times. So I'm sure getting the monkey off the back to get the first one down has got to be a good feeling for him.
Yeah, he got mashed. He just basically every big pot he played, he lost except for one. And that's just how it goes sometimes.
I think you got king 10 into kings and ace 9 offsuit into aces. And that's pretty hard to do. You have blockers, man. Like you can't do that if you want to most of the time.
Blockers.
So
Garrett, from an initial investment of 500, now has a stack of 1,001 if the graphics were correct.
We're at hand 2, and we've seen a 50% all-in ratio already. Will it be 100%? Who knows? Already starting off with fireworks. Yeah, this is
7 deuce. Game is on. They're playing for $20 a man, so Murph is not going to be able to resist opening the 7 deuce. Opens it a little larger than a standard raise, which is a valid tactic. It potentially gives a little information away. What are your thoughts on that?
You need to do this with this hand and then also do it with your bigger hands.
Yeah.
Especially with the straddles and other things going on. I've found that in this lineup specifically, people just don't fold if you men open a lot, or open to 3x. So opening larger is not a bad thing. And we see it going through is the flop. 10's currently in the lead, and they stay in the lead. But this is a great spot for Murph to get 10s off the hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to end up winning this pot.
Yeah. Henry might call 1 street, so it's probably going to have to be a double barrel. But Garrett's really not happy with the ace high flop. And it does look like Murph has an ace.
Yep.
But Henry doesn't give up very easily.
Yeah, Henry's going to peel one, I think. You're right.
Oh, wow. He gets it through and gets an extra $20 from everybody. Love it.
It's
coming out shooting.
It's so much more comfortable to get the 7 deuce early in the stream than late in the stream. It's one thing to be, potentially risking $1,000. It's another thing when you maybe have 3, 4, 5,000 in front of you and you peel the 7 deuce and it's like, uh-oh, do I want to do this or not?
He just picks up an extra $120 just like that.
So during that hand, I saw Art take an interest in Lateralus's triple shot coffee that...
the Nitro Cold Brew.
Yeah, Lateralus is like the most dedicated consumer of the high caffeine content
When he shoots up and plays on Hustler, he should definitely contact them and try to get a patch.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or, he could even go as extreme as maybe a face tattoo for a few $100,000. You never know. Some of these companies, they like the shock and awe aspect of advertising.
Murph coming in for a limp under the gun with the ace-5 suited.
We see Liort's limp, and then Garrett pumps it up with the king-10 off. Pretty standard pump up with this hand, I think.
Henry just cold call from the small blind with ace-6 offsuit. So we are already on hand. I think this is 3, seeing some trashy hands get involved. And by trashy, I mean ace-6 and 5-4. 5-4 going in the muck.
And we see the pre-flop aggressor flopping top pair, and it should just check to him. He's going to bet probably $100, and everybody's going to fold. 125. Big old whiff from everybody else, and easy little $300 pot for him. No resistance, just flop of the nuts and take it down. Easy life. So, Professor, we've had a few talks about you on stream when I've been in the booth with Mixon. You were a professor of what? Where?
Where? Well, yeah. I've been a professor at University of Illinois, University of Wisconsin, University of Denver, and Augustana College in Rock Island, Illinois.
Wow, quite the resume. And and you're a professor of
psychology.
Psychology, okay. And how do you feel about that?
How do I feel about
being a professor of psychology?
I'm not sure what you're asking me exactly. I'm interested in answering your question once I know what it is. I'm gonna step out for this for a moment and note that Art is raising the suited ace to 40 under the gun.
Yes, I believe so.
And it gets called from the small blind by BP with the ace-4 offsuit, and Philly Murph with the queen-jack offsuit.
And I believe they're going to wait a little while for another player or two to start the knit game. A couple players are on the way. So there's no...
Philly Murph flops best with top pair.
Mm-hmm. And this is a really nothing burger for Art's actual hand. He's going to have to be aggressive here to take it down. It's definitely going to take multiple street bets. And as we see, BP also has one of his outs that he needs.
So this is an opportunity to point out that Artur is the only out-of-towner in this lineup. Everyone else in this lineup are people that have been on the stream a couple times or we're familiar with. Artur came in for the last little bit of Wednesday night stream. Mm-hmm. He's a friend of mine from out of town. He comes from North Carolina.
Oh, really?
I rate his game very highly, so I'm very interested to see how things go for him today.
It's not a good card for Artur on the turn.
Agreed.
And this is probably just going to go check. Murph may bet small here to try to...
Real small. $40
induce,
in 240. I don't know if you want to induce with that hand. I mean, I think I'm not saying you're not right, but also maybe just trying to get the thinnest value from.
I think it's honestly a blocker bet.
Yeah, you're right.
Because he doesn't want to face a $200 bet on this river.
You're right.
Hand.
I agree with that.
Although with Artur checking back turn, I don't think he has a whole lot of flushes that aren't the nut flush.
So when you were asking me how I feel about my career, in what way were you asking me?
If you're laying down on a couch and, you were...
Oh, I see. You're making a psychology joke. Yeah.
Of course.
I didn't even understand. Because I have such mixed feelings about my career. I thought I was taking the question seriously.
Yes, I was.
I got it now. Okay.
Unfortunately, as my wife knows all too well, my jokes are very dad humor and dry.
I can work with that.
But I am all about the eye roll and the sarcasm. Those are my favorite jokes. Unfortunately for her, it's kind of ramped up a little bit to the point of rage bait a lot. because I think she's cute when she's angry, but then she's angry and it's not so cute. But you poke the bear, you gotta deal with it. So I'll take it when I can.
How long have you been married?
1 year and almost a month.
Okay.
So yeah,
Not
we got married right before Christmas of last year.
Did
and
we just see a walk?
Wow.
Is that allowed on the
On
Red
your
Star
bingo
stream?
card in the wild spot.
I don't think we had a single walk on Wednesday.
Oh, absolutely not. I cannot believe we saw a walk here. I haven't seen a walk on this stream in like 3 weeks,
Yeah,
maybe 4.
I honestly think that's right.
And that was, I'm sure the walk was when like 4 people were away from the table smoking or using the bathroom.
Now, what are they doing here? Are they going to play a bomb pot?
I believe it's just Oh, I don't know. Are they doing the small blind ante game?
Oh, could be. I
I
enjoyed that. We did it a few hands at the end of Wednesday night. It was
I think they put this on when the net game isn't on to spice up action until the net game comes on. But honestly, you could still keep it on in the net game. It's just a lot of moving pieces you got to remember, which is kind of rough, especially if you have players that aren't new.
okay. Still not perfectly clear what just.
I don't know.
I don't know what we just saw. Maybe someone just made change or something. I don't know what that was.
I thought we were getting the $40 straddle on early. I mean, we had the 160 on the other night. It's yeah, you only get that kind of action in Texas. It doesn't really happen anywhere else where the restraddles just.
You're not even allowed to do it some places.
Of
that,
course,
you know,
yeah.
It's just
It's
like, oh
dead.
no, one straddle can only be 2x. No fun.
Yeah, they don't want to mess with the gaming commission.
Yeah.
Let me see Henry opening in the King 6 suited.
I came to Texas for a visit, for a 4-month visit. That was 14 months ago.
Yeah, I did the same thing in 2021. Came and met with some friends at another local card room that had moved here to work there, and kind of just fell in love with the place. And then when I moved here in January of 2022, I met my wife the first day and been with her ever since. So actually 4 years as of yesterday.
If you like poker, it's hard to beat.
Oh, and
oh my God, Henry! So we're
Henry
talking
just
over a
stuffs it.
3-bet pot, and Philly Murph cold calls at the 8s, or maybe it wasn't cold call, but is in there with the 8s, and then Henry just says gamble. Suited king, he's gonna have a piece of equity. I mean,
I'm not sure Philly Murph can really fold here, given how they're not super deep. The biggest stack is, I believe, $400, and you've already put 80 in there.
I think he can fold. It's not fun to fold. You'd like doing it even less on stream. I think facing this action, you can fold 8s, but it's a question of do we want to fold 8s?
Lateralus is going to have enough non-pair hands here, and Henry's can be just as wide as he wants to be here. You have a pair. This isn't the worst spot to kind of gamble with it.
I don't disagree. Don't disagree.
I mean, we saw what you did with deuces the other night. Kind of same spot.
Well, just because I did it doesn't mean you're supposed to do it.
Yep, and we see the call. He's going to like what he sees for the most part. I mean, he's not going to like the queens, but he's going to like that his 8s are live. I think he's going to win this hand personally. But
I like the king 6. I think we see a king here takes it.
what about 3 6s?
No, I think he does it with a king.
Okay, so 4 kings. And Selena is such a professional dealer. She's making sure all the side pots are right before she does anything. She does such a great job with that.
She's terrific.
She really is.
We got a nice pile of chips in the middle, just a few hands into the stream, and now we're going to see which way they go. Also going to see if the players have decided whether they want to run this once or twice. You already know I'm voting for once, hoping they go once, but we'll see. Once, yes.
A king in the window and a queen.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Lateralus way in the lead now. Way in the lead.
Oh, my God.
Henry's got a path to a win. He needs a 6, a 9, or a king.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
And
just quads.
of course, Lateralus hits quads.
King's full, no good.
Wow. Just, Henry does win the side pot. That is crazy.
Just quads. So Lateralus from a buy-in of, I believe, $400 is now sitting on nearly $1,200. That's a fun start. All right, here's a question for you, Stein. Are we going to see a pot in excess of $5,500 today?
Yes.
I think we will too.
I would, yeah, I do not doubt it happens.
All right, we're starting up a Nick game. If tradition is our guide, this Nick game is going to be for a $100 splash pot. On top of that, we pay a $20 tip to the dealer. So it's a $120 penalty to lose the Nick game that they're beginning. And then that'll go up $20 each iteration.
And it's never really a penalty because the money's still in the middle. You can win it.
That's true.
And we've seen people win it.
You can also lose your whole stack trying to win it, in which case it is indefinitely a penalty.
Of course. We saw, I think it was Tico or Rico, I can't remember which. They lost the Nick game for $200. They had $209 in their stack, put the $9 in, and won the $200. Sometimes you just have to go with it. But it does create quite a bit of action.
The Nick game is one of the best inventions ever. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that big to distort how people play. It just has such a psychological effect on the way people approach spots and the anxiety they have about getting out of it.
It creates such a breath of fresh air because no limit can be very tedious and monotonous. Just the same actions over and over. And if you throw in a wrench, like a Nick game where you're going to have to pay a bounty or a penalty, if you lose it, it creates action.
Well, here we go. I mean, here's a perfect example.
Exactly.
We've got 8-6 offsuit from the big blind coming
Just got to
in
get
for
through two people.
$60. And Henry, if anyone's hard to get through, Henry is probably the hardest. He wants to see flops and calls with the 10-5 suited.
I am rooting for Henry to have a 10K stack this week.
Lee Orts flops a gutter, and his opponent misses entirely, so he's got a reasonable chance of winning this hand with a C-bet.
And it goes check, check, I believe.
Yeah, I don't like checking the 8-6 offsuit there. I like continuation betting for many reasons, but he likes to check. Now you've got to bet.
Yes.
And he goes big, and
that's full pot.
This line is, what are you repping with this line?
7, a flush draw.
Are you just checking a 7 when you flop a 7 with the betting lead? I don't know.
Maybe
flush
pocket,
draw,
maybe
yes.
4s or queens. Queens can definitely check on queen 7-4. But it gets it done with the 8 high and gets a 10 high to fold. Like the move a lot.
And probably all of you watching know this, but just in case someone doesn't, in addition to winning the hand to get rid of the nit button, you also have to show your cards. If you forget to show your cards, you do not get to give up your nit button, and you must find another opportunity to get rid of it. Leo Orts remembers to show his cards and so gets rid of the nit button, and he is now safe. He can now sit back and try to catch a punt from someone who is aiming to get rid of their nit button.
I was watching a 100-200 stream, or a 50-100 stream the other day, and one of the guys with $100,000 in him forgot to turn his hand over twice in one game. And he didn't even end up paying the nit tax. But he unintentionally just didn't turn his hand over. One of the hands, he showed his hand, but didn't table it. The other guy mucked his cards, and then he mucked his cards. So it was never physically tabled.
Nice.
Just extra needle. We see Murph opening to 45 with the jacks.
And, going back to what he said earlier, he's using the same raise size here as
Right.
he did for the 7 deuce, which is great. Henry calling with the 10 deuce O. And Henry flops a piece, but Murph is still in the lead with his jacks. He's also got the jack of diamonds for a backdoor flush draw, or a regular flush draw, pardon.
I just have a feeling that Lateralus and Murph's stacks are going to merge into one massive stack at some point. Because they're so close to each other. At least from our angle. That's a interesting card. It may go check here sometimes, but if I'm Murph, I really like betting here because you put a king in a really rough spot.
I like betting here too, just because I think I have the best hand, and if I don't,
Yeah.
I've got paths to the best hand probably.
Let me see a check from Henry, and Murph's going to bet a little large, about
200 into
200
5.
into 495. Yeah, it's not that large, but it's hard to get called by anything other than a flush. So maybe that is the correct size, and just try to hope that he has two pair in here.
I mean, I think it's a good size. You can get called by the 9 of diamonds, the 8 of diamonds, and he's got an opponent who's thinking about calling just with a pair of 10s. So it can't be that bad if he's got his opponent
right.
thinking about it.
I would love to see a raise.
A
here.
raise would be amazing, but I don't think Henry's thinking about a raise.
No. And a raise for Henry here should just be a shove. But he does his call, and he's going to get the bad news.
Murph's sizing turns out to be really good.
Maximum value. Yeah, those poker players from Philly, they don't mess around too much. They're pretty...
You know who's a poker player from Philly?
Who?
Me.
Oh, well, that explains a lot, actually. I'm from the Virginia, Maryland area, and I've been up to Parks and a few of the other Philadelphia card rooms quite a bit.
I've played a whole bunch at Parks before coming here.
Parks was a great spot for quite a while.
It's a good place to play.
Tuesday games. Oof.
Tuesdays at Parks are bananas.
We used to run a 5-10 in Baltimore, and if I couldn't get a seat there, a lot of times players would just all hop in a car and go to Parks because it was only about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from us.
If you wonder why we're talking about Tuesdays for reasons that I can't entirely explain, Tuesdays is the high stakes day at Parks. A lot of mid and high stakes games go off that day.
Yeah, it was the 10-10 no limit games, and usually it was not 10-10. It would get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, they're 10,
and it
10,
would
20.
run for a day or two if the games are really good. And that was the best game along the East Coast for quite a bit. But Philly players have a certain style to them where
Indeed.
it's all about FU, but it's completely different in Philly when you say FU to somebody. It's not.
I can confirm what you're saying. You are exactly right.
It's not truly an FU. It's more like a I love you kind of a thing.
It could be that, or it could be, are you gonna send it back to me, or are you gonna back down? Right? It's like, you know, are you gonna be intimidated by me being an East Coast,
Yeah.
jerk?
It's more like a dog barking at somebody else to figure out what's going on.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
And we see an ace of diamonds on the turn here. Nobody has any diamonds. Lateralus still has the best hand somehow with 9 deuce.
Yeah, everyone's got
Against
one
two
pair.
other pairs. And we see Henry get there with a 3 on the river. I'm very, very acquainted with him hitting a 3 on a river.
Now, Henry, I like the idea of going real big here. Henry goes pot, which is, well, less than pot. He goes 120 into 180, which is fine. I like just going big there.
I think Henry still gets called by both people here.
You might be right. I mean, BP just auto calls. Just I got a 5. Henry's an animal. I call.
And
but
it's
now,
not the worst river for Lateralus' hand
You're right.
because now he has the ace high kicker, and it checked through on the turn. So if Henry doesn't have a flush, there's really not a lot of hands he has to worry about. But he's going to see that he made the correct laydown. And
Queen 3 of spades. That's the hand I got to see on Tuesday night when I took that horrendous beat, which wasn't on stream, but I took the worst beat of my poker career this week, and it was against Queen 3 of spades.
so I got it in against Henry, my queens versus King 3 on a 3-4-9 board, and he rivered a 3 on me.
Nice.
So he knows about hitting the 3s on the river.
River 3s, man.
More power to him. He went with his read, and it wasn't right, but still got there, and that's totally fine. Sometimes you get zig when you zag, and sometimes the deck bails you out. Scott, it is Stein and the professor are commentating. We're covering for Mixon because Mixon had put a hold on a ring in Biloxi, and he's waiting to go pick it up. He just has to beat about 1,400 people to get there.
All right, we've got Artur opening the 6-3 offsuit. Garrett calling on the button with King Jack offsuit. Henry calling from the small blind with 9-8 offsuit over to Lateralus in the $10 straddle with Queen 5, and he lets that go. Not sure what motivated Artur to open this hand, but let's
I know
see
exactly what motivated him. That little yellow button in front of him.
Yeah, that and boredom, sure.
And also, I don't hate opening the opposite of a range you should be opening in spots like early position.
Right.
Because when the board comes out 7 high, they're never going to think you have connectivity to that board for the most part.
That is true.
And you can really sneak up on people. And then you get a flop like this, and you can just check and like let the people with the hands that connect with this bet, and it's easy. You know exactly where you are in the hand.
That is true.
Very, very easy fold.
Yeah, Art is brewing something up here that
Oh,
is
boy.
not going to work, unfortunately. I mean, the one thing he is going for him is Garrett doesn't really know Art. So Garrett, Garrett flopped so well here, this isn't going to work. But if it wasn't for that, it might work because Art's more of an unknown than the other players in the lineup here.
Very true. Very true. I've seen Garrett do all three things here. I've seen him fold, I've seen him call, and I've seen him shove. I don't hate calling. I don't think a shove from him is the worst, especially with your net button. You will be getting called by Jack 10 sometimes, or Ace Jack, Ace Queen with backdoor flush draws.
I mean, fold here unless you're up against a really tight opponent. Fold, you guys got to
course.
rule it out. You've got top pair, you've got a straight draw, you're blocking the scariest combo, Queen Jack. I mean,
I do like this raise sizing as well. It's a 3.5 in this spot, puts a lot of pressure on him.
Oh my God.
And he gets
Oh
the
my God,
fold,
I never thought
and
that was
Garrett's
gonna
gonna
work.
see it. Oh boy, Garrett's gonna be on one. I believe there's only 2 or 3 nip buttons. There's only
Artur,
2
nice
nip
hand,
buttons
sir.
left as well. What a play.
When that hand started developing, I thought we were seeing a misplay from my friend and colleague Artur, but he brings it home. Well done.
Shows us what we know. That's what makes poker so great. Sometimes you see the hands, you're like, there's no way this works. And then it works, and you're like just dumbfounded.
I wonder what hands specifically Garrett was thinking are playing that line there. I wonder, because he's got such a nice hand. I wonder what his exact thought was for folding.
Probably a set or possibly Queen Jack. I actually think Garrett put him on Queen Jack, and that's why he didn't stick around. Because even against a set, Garrett would still peel and see a turn card to see if he makes a straight.
See, I don't even think like that. I'm just like, I got top pair, I got a straight draw, I'm blocking the nuts. It's all in. If you got it, you got it.
Sir, I have bottom pair, and the flush came in. Put my chips in the middle. We see King Jack off from Lateralus. This is a pretty standard 3-bet from him in this spot.
So the raise is coming from the small blind and Lateralis is in the big blind. You can certainly raise here, but I actually like call too.
Yes, without the net game on. I think calling.
Fair.
You get folds from so much. Your hand looks so strong. And the small blind's going to be getting out of line a lot with him also having a net button.
I'm going to learn a lot doing commentary with you. That's all true.
Oh boy, this is not good. Help. I've already been told I gave away too much in the last stream of some of my thoughts on certain spots.
Really? Someone told you that?
Yes, my wife gave me like a 45-minute lecture when I got home. Like, you can't tell them about this. And I'm like, I'm not giving up any information they don't already know, I hope.
I mean, that's interesting because I had a little bit of the same feeling doing a little bit of commentary, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm really revealing how I think about these things, but that's just the risk that goes with trying new things, I guess.
Of course, but I also expect for people to listen to what I'm saying and then try to use it against
Try to
me.
do the opposite,
And I'm too
yeah.
stupid to like remember what I say half the time. So good luck with that.
We've
And
got a
see-
limped pot to the button. BP is putting in a chunky raise with a pair
I
of
like
sevens.
it, and I think Garrett's going to call out of it. They are heads up in the knit game. I don't think Garrett is folding here.
Oh, BP went all in for
Yes,
214.
he only had
Okay.
$200. That's a great squeeze size. I mean, that's exactly what you do with a pair here, with the knit game on. And Garrett's 100% going to call because he has to pay a $120 tax if he folds. So you might as well just call and get it in 60-30. And be totally fine with it.
Get it in 60-30, heads up. Where's the 10%? Just gone?
I was reading the numbers when Henry still had a hand. 70-30.
I mean, I counted the table backwards, so I can't really, be too hard on you.
To be fair, the camera does have some weird angles
One
for us.
time. I love this new trend of going one time.
Ooh, all right. So there's no backdoor diamonds. 8 of diamonds is a fun card.
7.
Okay, so he goes from 3 outs to 3
Garrett
outs.
needs an 8.
And that's not it. And
BP will escape the knit game with a turn
double
set.
up.
And double up. Which means this next hand is the splash pot. There is...
Garrett can afford it. He already doubled up his
That's
stack.
true,
with
that's
kings
true.
early on.
Garrett's a high roller. I mean, look, he's, he plays in sunglasses.
Garrett's one of the greatest guys. If you ever get to play with him, I recommend it 100%.
I agree. He's one of my favorite people to play
Class
with.
act.
Not because he's bad at poker, which he's not, but because he's a great guy to play with.
He also thinks pretty deeply about his spots. I know him and some of the other players will have late night conversations about thoughts on angles that they took and situational thinking, and it's interesting to hear them strategize for future games.
We've got a juicy pot developing here. We've got $100 in the middle, which is the splash pot from the knit game that just concluded. And we've got a double straddle to 20, and it looks like Henry has triple straddled to 50. So we've already got a pot developing before anyone's even looked at their cards.
I mean, honestly, if I'm BP here, this might just go in.
Yeah, this is...
You get to realize your equity
Right. Exactly.
if you get called.
That's the reason that's the reason you do it.
You got 40% to a royal flush. What's there not to love?
It's so hard to get that last 60% though of the royal. The first 40% is the easy part.
And you can see he's thinking about it. He's like, what do I do here? I have under 10 big blinds with the straddle being a 50. I don't know his reload schedule or anything, but if I was in his shoes with that stack, it would probably be going in. But it's also kind of scary because you got to get through every single person at the table.
Or just get there.
Of course.
Folds to Art, who has got Jack 5.
The Motown is no Mo.
Lee Orts reaches for calling chips. Jack 3 offsuit, and Garrett, has got a real one, Ace Queen suited.
If this hand is strong enough that he can shove, but he could also make it 200. And then imply that he has some fold equity on boards. But
Elects to shove it.
just stuff it. Yeah, there's $200 in the middle already with the 50 straddles and the $100 splash. And Garrett is just so stoic. I honestly thought he was European when I first played with him because he likes to wear like that hemp hoodie, but he likes to wear the sunglasses with it as well. And there's just really no emotion in his face you can see for the most part. And he's pretty good. He has a very good poker face.
We don't know what Henry's hand is, but he doesn't want to let it go, and he's thinking about how good it's going to feel to drag this pot if he finds a way to win.
Honestly,
So,
I would expect it to be most suited hands. Yep.
King 7 of diamonds. All right. Well predicted there.
If he folds this, I don't blame him, but yep.
And
I
it's
would
going
would
in.
expect him to stick it
And
in
he's going to have a
sometimes.
nice piece of equity.
Of
His
course.
cards are not overlapping any of the opponents.
If Leortz folds, I think it's like a 60-40.
And he does. We're
And
playing
he's gonna love to see that.
Playing a $1,200 pot.
All right, we just need to 4x this, and we'll be up to the 5K amount that we've set out today. We have 20 live viewers in the chat.
Nice.
That's great. We're trying to get that number up to 100 by the end of this week.
Ace in the window.
No sweat.
All
Just
clubs.
immediately. Oh, we
Two
could
more
see
clubs for a chop.
Henry's going to need more than a lot of help. He has a straight draw now as well, so 2 6s will give him a straight, and that's not going to help him. And Garrett's going to scoop a $1,200, $1,300 pot. Selena's so fast with those chips too. Being in poker for over a decade now, you really I try to give dealers as much leeway as possible. The really good ones are very good, and the very bad ones really just make you regret going to some places. And I'll be honest, in this part of Texas, there's very, very, very few bad dealers.
I agree. I agree. In fact, anytime I encounter a player who, what am I trying to say? The worst. What I'm trying to say is the worst dealers here would be the best dealers a lot of other places.
Oh, of course.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, you always get some of the traveling dealers that come through, and they either don't have their heart in it, which I mean, it's a job. I get it, or they're just not good. They haven't been doing it a long time. But honestly, the local dealers we have here are some of the best ones around. They make you feel like a person. They come, they talk to you. They want to, check in on how your family's doing, how your pets are doing, what interests you're doing. And it really feels like you're at a home game with a bunch of friends.
And they're running the game efficiently as they're doing that.
And there are even a few that will curse at you in the most friendly way possible. And it really makes me feel good coming in to play poker at a lot of these places.
We had a double straddleus hand from Henry, and so he gets to see a free flop with 5 deuce offsuit, and we see ace ace 4.
I actually love this stab because you do not have any showdown value, and you know that. So why not just bet once and see what happens?
And it works.
Ace ace 4 is also just a board that a lot of people in a limp pot are not really going to have a whole lot of strong hands with. They're going to have one spade, maybe a gutter like we saw with the 5 deuce, but they really shouldn't have too many aces, and definitely no strong aces in a limp pot like that. So we have 20 viewers in the live chat. I'm going to do this a couple times a day, but if anybody in the chat wouldn't mind telling us where you're from. I always love to see when we somehow get people from like Sweden or Australia in the chat. It's like, wow, you guys are just all over the place. It's kind of crazy. But I also love seeing, we have the hometown crowd, the people from Austin or Killeen or Waco or Dallas or Houston.
Yeah, sound off and tell us where you're viewing from. We've got
at least one from Mississippi.
Yeah. And that's like another country. Mm-hmm. We've got 2 limps, and Art Peel's Big Slick gets called by Leortz with the deuces. And Henry is going to ship it with 8-4 offsuit. This is going to close Leortz out because Artur is definitely going to raise again to try to get it heads up with ace-king, with his ace-king. Now, I wonder what his sizing will be here, because he thinks about these spots more than your average player. He's going to think about whether he wants to close Leortz out in one move or whether he wants to raise enough to put him in a decision spot. Looks like he's just jammed it
Yeah, I think you just need to isolate this. I had a similar spot to this yesterday where I was a straddle, somebody opened under the gun, and somebody ripped like 200 big blinds, and I looked down at aces. And I had the guy on my left covered, but it was a lot more than the initial shove.
Yours lets go of the deuces.
And you just need to isolate the all-in with, I think, your entire range.
Yeah.
It looks a lot stronger if you just call.
Yes.
So just to stay balanced, you just need to rip it here. And then just hope Leortz isn't trapping.
And we're going one time.
Henry has a live hand.
He sure does.
Okay. So he's going to need a little bit of help. Running hearts is good for him. A 10 or 7, that works for him as well. And now he needs a 4, 10, or 8. And he does not get there. Very close, though.
Artur takes a nearly $600 pot.
The ace high is good. And just to go over the chip denominations, those red chips are $5. The blue chips are $1. The green chips are $25. The black chips are $100. And the nerd colored chips, the purple nerd chips, are $500. Usually, we try not to have a single purple chip on the table, but other times the game gets deep enough that you need to have them. They look good. They're not oversized or anything, so they can get lost in people's stacks. So you just try to ship them out when you can. But they are a very nice looking chip. And we see Henry's moving from Garrett's left to Garrett's right. With seats being open, I don't think it's going to be an issue. What's your opinion on moving seats at the table? Do you have a preferred seat?
Well, hold on a second. Did we just have someone change seats?
Yes, Henry switched from the 3 to the 1.
Well, it's interesting you asked me that because, in my opinion, you simply cannot change seats on a stream game. It's just not a thing you can do. So I'm a little surprised to see it happen.
It's Henry, though. Concessions will be made for him.
I don't. Well, I mean, I don't think anyone can change seats on a stream game. In fact, if I was in there, I would say nope, can't do that. But I'm not in there, so it's not my problem. So were you asking me specifically about stream games,
or just cash games in general?
I mean, on a cash game, you can do it. I mean, I do it a lot less than when I was starting out as a player, and when I think I've gotten to a point in my poker development where I, for the most part, don't worry about it and just I choose my seat more for the comfort of my neck than I do for strategic reasons. Like, oh, I want to be on this guy's left. I don't think about that too much anymore. Looks like we have a new player coming in. Do we know who this is?
This is Jim. I've played with Jim a few times.
Yeah, I think I recognize him. I'm so bad with names, but yeah, I know this fella.
If I remember right, the times I've played with him, he's been fairly straightforward, kind of tight. So we'll see how he does underneath the bright lights. If he decides to use his previous image to his advantage.
I'm interested in the way a guy comes in and you just straight out tell us how you think he plays.
Well, I'm saying that because it's known he's played in the game off stream of this group a few times and has been known to be a tighter player.
Okay.
So he may come in and just start blasting away because he knows that other people have that image of him already.
Interesting. Okay.
That's why I kind of pretense that.
I think we have a pause here because they're trying to figure out the blind situation with Henry having moved, and they want to make sure they get it right in the program that tracks the results of the game. So we've got a short delay here while we figure out the blinds and the straddles, which looks like we are getting that sorted out. Henry kind of moved into the big blind. I think that's the issue.
Personally, I prefer the 2, the 3, the 7, 8, and 9 seats. I'm somewhat of a bigger guy, and sitting in the middle, I don't mind it, but I always seem to be bumping legs or knees with the people on my left or right because I sit kind of in an awkward angle. And I I don't mind the 9 seat because I can talk to the dealers that I see almost every day.
Yeah.
The 1 seat I do have a problem because I can't see the 9 seat, so I'm always
Right.
like not paying attention to action and can't see what's going on. But I like sitting around the edges. I like to spread out a little bit. Sitting in these chairs for extended periods of time can be very stressful on your back, and just changing your posture while you're playing can really help out. Although I have found that when I sit in the 5 seat, I sit up very straight and I'm a little bit more focused on the game because I can't like slouch and just relax.
You've got to be extra careful peeling your cards in that.
Yes,
seat, too.
you really do, and especially when we play in games where there's bomb pots where you're getting 4 cards.
Yeah.
It can be very hard to not give your neighbor information accidentally.
Yeah. So we've got a limped pot here, and Henry flops best with the middle pair. He's got the attractive 10-7 suited for his whole cards.
That's D-negs, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Those are the kind of hands I like to play really aggressively.
I believe the ace of spades is going to slow down the action quite a bit.
No doubt.
Not only is it an overcard to all 3 cards on the board, but it brings in a flush.
It's the wettest card that could have come.
It really is. I guess maybe
King
like
and queen spades.
yeah, king and queen of spades. And it's probably going to go bet and
Now,
fold here.
The decision to bet here is pretty interesting. Is this a value bet? Is this a bluff? It's going to get called, so it turns out it's working as a value bet. He gets called by the 8.
He gets called by the one hand that he pips. What a sicko. Thank you for watching us on this playoff Sunday afternoon. I know most of Texas is, well, I wouldn't say most of Texas, as the Cowboys somehow missed the first round of the playoffs this year. Usually they play the first round and lose, but they completely missed the playoffs this year, so they don't even have that problem. So thanks for watching us during playoff football season. It's basically a religion in this state, just football in general. I was talking to the professor earlier, and he said, I have nothing to do with football at all. And I was like, wow, that's like blasphemy here.
I mean, it's just not my thing.
If a mob came up and with pitchforks
know,
after
it's
you,
just not
it
my
wouldn't
thing.
surprise me.
So you're trying to get me killed, is what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, Friday nights are for Friday night high school football. Saturdays are for college football, UT, Texas A&M. And then Sundays are for the Cowboys, the Texans, and any other team that happens to be playing that people root for. It really is a religion in this state. But we see Henry call the $20 straddle, and Lateralus raises the King-9 suited. A new Nick game has started, so there's always a reason to raise his hand, and he just simply takes it down right there and is the first person to relinquish his button. Now, I will say, you made a comment about Lateralus's hair and beard the other week, about how he needed to be combed and a little trim.
We didn't say it needed to be combed. First off,
it looked like it hadn't been combed.
First off, Mixon started it. That's the first thing I want to get out there.
You're not wrong.
And then secondly, Mixon said something about, the man undoubtedly spends more on coffee than on combs or something close to that. And I mean, come on, that's just undeniably true. But no, I wasn't. We didn't put him down in any way.
Well, the next stream, he came in a nice shirt. He had trimmed up his beard a little bit and had combed his hair. So maybe he heard it and was, or maybe he just happened to be the day he took a shower. I don't know, but he looked a little bit better. He is such a character, though. His mind works in such an incredible way. It's always nice having a conversation with him. And we see Arthur flopping top pair. I believe he raised pre-flop and got called by both Leorts and Henry. He decides to play a little stop and go here.
I was so busy thinking about the comb dialogue that I didn't even follow this particular hand. So this one's all you.
It checks through, and we see Leorts pick up a combo draw on the turn. I think Artur's going to bet. Yep, he's just going to full pot turn. Pretty, yeah. It's a little stop and go. Pretty sure you have the best hand here with top pair when it goes check through on the flop. The 4 is a little concerning because there are some straights and 2 pairs that get there. And we just see Leorts stuff his combo draw here, and that's going to be really hard for Artur to call. The nit game is on, so it shouldn't be only the nuts here, but even given the hands, the king 6 suited versus the jack 10, you're really not in love with this spot with jack 10 at all. And I believe Henry has folded his pair in a straight draw.
Artur is a very thinking player. He's not the type who's ever going to just be like, oh, this is a fold and muck it. He's going to think about, is this a fold? Why is it a fold? Am I ever good? And that's what we're seeing happen right now. Are we still waiting on Henry to make a decision?
Henry has folded.
Okay.
Henry folded, I think, immediately.
So if there's any player who can suss out that his hand is a call here, maybe it's this gentleman.
Looks like fold formation.
I think he's going to fold, yeah, but he's going to...
This is a rough call.
He's going to think about it.
And he hasn't.
I'll tell you another thing I know about him. The gesture he just did that made you say, "Oh, he's going to fold." He, in part, I bet, is doing that to see if he notices anything in his opponent.
Yeah, we did see a little ushka look over there after he did mess with the chips. Try to read, and these are spots where you should probably take your time and just live in the moment and try to pick up on what's going on. You can never take you can take too much time, but take an extra 30 seconds to a minute is totally fine. Just trying to assess the situation. And this is not a small shove. This is, I believe there's $200 in there. This is a 4x pot shove, so it really doesn't feel entirely like a made hand. It does feel like he's trying to be pushed around a little bit, but at the same time.
This will be a remarkable call if
Yeah.
he finds it. And
This is not an easy one.
It looks like he might find it. I can't tell which way it's going to go.
He's already cut out the calling chips. I think right now he's just flipping a coin in his hand.
Most players, when they cut that out, they're calling. But this gentleman, it could go either way.
I think he's also just trying to see.
There it is. He finds a great call.
Wow.
Great call. He's still got to fade a lot of outs.
And he's first to turn his hand over, so he's already resigned to his fate. And Leorts is going to be okay with how it stands. He definitely could be getting it in a lot worse than this. He does have an over. He has a straight draw and flush draw. Although a lot of his flush cards are gone.
That is a great call, whichever way this turns out. They're going twice. Understandable.
Leorts does like going twice quite a bit, if I remember correctly. And he does lose the first board.
First one to Art.
It's always nice to win the first one.
Especially in the Nick game.
It's just such a good feeling. You get it in, you run it twice, and you just pull your chips back after you win the first one.
And the
And
king.
he does spike the king on the second one. So chop, chop. Great call.
Amazing call. Really an amazing call.
But what heart from Leorts just to say, I don't think you got it. I don't think you can call if I shove. And then just stuffed it on him. Artur does get rid of his knit button there. And we go on to the next hand. So they chop up the $100 that was in the middle. So they each make about $25, $30. I love these overshot views. They really show how great these chips look. And they are great weighted, good for shuffling, good for calling. Some places you get the chips, they get kind of sticky, or they're too light and they fall over on the table. Really a nice chip set here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. And we see Henry opening pocket tens in the hijack to 3.5. Garrett 3-betting the king queen off. Don't hate it. I think this is a fine candidate to have a 3-bet, especially given the positions. And I believe they both still have knit buttons, so ranges should be wider. Folds around to Henry, and Henry is at least going to call here, if not stuff or raise. They're deep enough he could raise to about 400 here. But if he does raise to 400, he's not folding. He's trying to induce. And he does raise to 400, and he is not folding if Garrett does go all in here. And I don't think Garrett is always going to fold here. He's going to call sometimes. He's also going to go all in sometimes. He's going to read into the 4-bet. Yep, and we do see Garrett stick it in, and Henry is definitely not going to fold after putting in so much of his stack. And they're going to be both happy with what they see from the other person. It's basically a coin flip from both. And we see a queen on the flop for Garrett. Henry's going to need some help. That is not help. He needs a 10 and a 10 only, and I believe both 10s are gone. So Garrett is going to stack Henry here, if the numbers are right. And he's also going to get rid of his knit button.
And if I'm not mistaken, Garrett has already more than 4x'd his initial buy-in.
I believe he was in for 500, and now he's up to a little bit over 2. So yes, if the graphics are right. Now we see more of those. I really like those purple chips now. They just look really good. If they didn't blend in with the blue and the red so much, they'd be great. But I also have partial color blindness, so it can be annoying.
It's important to know they're out there.
Yes. But I used to play at a place where the green and the purple chips were the same on the sides. And this was a brand new casino that opened up in DC. They opened up the casino, and whoever was in the casino didn't understand that if you bet with the $500 chip in a stack of green, you could not tell until you broke it down. And so, of course, some people tried to take advantage of that week one, and there was a quite loud uproar from the players, and they immediately removed them from all poker games.
Yeah, you can't have ambiguous chips. That's just never going to be a good situation.
It is what it is. We see Henry limping the Jack 4 off, and Garrett 3-bet raising the Ace 5 of clubs. Such a pretty hand. The Ace 5 suiteds are always just the hands you get in the most trouble with because they just look so pretty. You know, Solver says, go crazy. Sometimes you have to.
I've won some of my best pots with that hand. I agree with the solver to just really take it to the streets with that hand, and it can work out.
Lateralus 3-betting the King 6 offsuit. Lateralus and Garrett, close friends. They do not hold back when it comes to poker, though. They really try to push each other around.
Now, I think Garrett finds a 4-bet.
At least a call here.
He's not going to fold. But I think
he's in position, so this is, I feel like, a better call. But
I'm
wrong
like
again. That. And you absolutely. BP's also in the pot. I didn't see that. But
I'm surprised to see that. Obviously, we can see what his opponent's cards are, so it's easy for me to say I don't like it. But I don't like that one, Garrett.
Lateralus also did not have a knit button, so they expect him to be quite strong there. Not really getting out of line that wide.
Yeah, I'm
And
telling myself he knows that, and that
Daniel
actually-
knows that, yes.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not folding. I'm not folding that one.
As you should.
All trash hands getting folded here. Round to the
Are we going to see a second walk?
small blind. A hand that
We
wants
really
to
do
try
need to make a bingo card.
a hand that wants to get rid of its nip button. 10-5 suited limps in there. Artur is not going to fold king. Well, okay. Again, shows how what I know.
He doesn't have a knit button. I think it's fine.
Oh, it's not. It's nothing bad. I just didn't think that was going to get folded.
I think king 8 suited, he's raising 100%. The offsuit variety is kind of hard to play when there's a limp and some dead money in there and you're not in position.
Henry flops best in this limped pot with middle pair.
We see
Leors
Leors.
is going to donk bet it.
Yep. Yeah, this can be one of those game of chicken boards where whoever shows aggression just takes it down no matter what they really have. I believe Leors is not going to just bet the flop. He's going to bet the turn. He's going to try to represent the jack, especially on that specific turn card.
I don't know if I agree with you. I'm not sure what he's going to do here.
He's going to see that he has a 6 of spades.
I think that might motivate him to check. He's got no pair. He's got a weak flush draw. And again, shows that I have no right to be on the mic. Comes out with a strong bet. Henry is way in the lead. Can't know it, but way, way in the lead. 95% equity.
I wonder if we see Henry shove here.
He's not folding.
I think he raised to 400.
Oh, did he raise? All right.
Yes.
That should end the hand.
I don't think if Leortz decided to shove there, I'm not even sure Henry's
No, I
folding.
agree. I don't think once he puts that raise in, he just got it.
I think he's
around.
doing the same thing he just did with Garrett, where he's going to raise to induce and then just price himself in. And I always root for Henry because he does definitely take care of all the staff and dealers. One of the best out of this group.
Good to know.
He never has a blue chip in front of him. They're always going to the dealers. It's you don't see it a lot, but he definitely he's trying to get that karma, that tip karma. The bribes are definitely out there.
Jim's going to open the 7-5 of hearts to 35.
I believe so. Kind of like what Artur did with the 6 high earlier. In a spot where you should have a much tighter range, opening the opposite end of the range. Especially with the knit button, you're just trying to apply pressure in a spot where people think that you're a lot stronger than your actual holding. And 7-5 has pretty good playability post-flop anyways.
Yes, it does.
But not on that board. I don't think... I think he's getting called in one, maybe both spots here.
He's going to c-bet. He's got back doors, but this hits his opponent's actual hands really well, so he's not going to take the pot down yet, that's for sure.
We see a call out of both.
Henry makes a pair. He's not folding a pair.
Oh, of course not.
He is tenacious.
That card may give him an opportunity to bluff at it again.
Yeah, this is one of the few cards where Jim can, if he recognizes it, continue with a real strong second bet.
But I don't think he's going to get the chance.
No, instead, Leors decides he wants to lead the turn, and it turns out to be a wizard play that wins the pot and gets rid of his nip button.
If he turned his hand over, it's... Okay, yes, he did. There's always a chance that he does that and doesn't turn his hand over.
Sure. Especially because you in that exact sequence where you're like, oh, I'm going to rep this card, your mind shifts to the hand itself and you stop thinking about the side game. Yeah.
Yeah. Or he's just that confident with only 3 other people having their nit buttons that he could win another hand. I've played with a certain gentleman who, if he's the first one to lose a nit button, he won't show ever because he's confident he'll win another hand. And to his point, I think I've seen him pay out 1 nit game, and it was he got it in with aces 3 times in that nit game and lost all 3.
JM has the ace-5 suited in
Beautiful
clubs.
hand.
We were saying
Beautiful
before, comes in for the under the gun open and is going to get immediately raised by BP holding the ace-king.
And BP has a stack size here that Jim may just decide to stick in all of it and just run it. But this also, BP's raise here looks very, very strong. Good fold from Garrett. I've seen him get out of line with that hand in that spot. But yep, it's Jim's just going to fold, and BP's going to like, what?
Is he going to show? There he goes.
Of course. BP just is no stranger to the nit game. Seasoned pro at this point.
Anyone can forget that.
Of course. And you must needle them when they do it. But we're all friends here. It's all in good jest. If somebody says something out of line, usually people will be like, hey, don't cross that line, and it gets backed up immediately. But everybody's here for a good time. All about the laughs and just creating a nice environment to gamble for a few hours.
It is a good environment.
We see Philly Murph opening to a larger size again.
65 this time.
With King Queen off, trying to get rid of that nits button.
Artur calls with ace-10.
And
Jim, 7-deuce.
Ooh. The 7-deuce game is on, and I believe Jim knows about it.
Yeah, there is the possibility that they might not have told him. Not meaning to not tell him, but like he came into the game late, so it's possible the information didn't get to him. But given the fact he calls, he probably knows.
We saw that little sly smile from him
I saw
when he
that
looked
too.
at his cards.
Yeah.
So he definitely has some devious intentions, but unfortunately for him, this board nobody's folding. He would need to go. He would need to actually make his hand to get in there. And Philly Murph, foot on the gas, betting $185. I like this bet size from him.
Me too.
It gets a lot done, but if people have a piece, it's very hard to fold because of the dynamics of the net game going on.
Gets called by Artur, who's way behind.
A king
Proving
would
your
be
point.
a absolutely crazy card. I think somebody's getting stacked there. The deuce of diamonds is going to slow down the action a bit, maybe. I say maybe because I've seen Murph. I wouldn't be surprised if he bet $300 or $400.
It's an awkward stack size because if he bets 300 or 400 and his opponent jams, what does he do? Fold? I mean, it's a very tricky stack size he's got to work with here.
And I think this is going to get the job done. Let's double check to make sure we have the wrong red ace, and then probably just muck. I really like the pace of play from Artur.
Yep.
Really thinking about his spots, no matter the size. Like we saw him take not super long for an $800 all-in, but enough time to like fully think about it and get his thoughts together and make the correct call.
And he's 100% folding here, and this is him balancing that timing. I'm sure of it.
That's good. I mean, it would be a very sick spot for him to shove. And I don't know what Murph would do if he was shoved on here. That's
I think he'd call off. I don't think Art is going to make that play. I think if his hand had slightly different properties, he does that as a bluff, but I don't think he's going to do that here.
he is picking up on something from him though. You see his eyes glancing towards the hands of Murph.
I mean-
Murph is shuffling chips and also trying to like stare at him to get a read.
I mean, Murph's trying to look weak, I think, is what he's doing.
You know, with Murph, you really never know. The man's somewhat of a mystery to me a lot of the times when I have played with him. And we see Murph get rid of his knit button. And I believe there's 2 left. I know Jim has one. Nope, that is it for the knit game, and Jim has paid the knit tax. And it is 140 this go around, 120 in the middle, 20 of the dealer. And I'm sure Henry's overjoyed right now looking down that he has the button and can really try to apply pressure if he wants to. If the hand plays out a certain way to him. Yeah, just a great group of guys here. It's a very fun game to watch.
Double straddle is on in the splash pot. Action will be on Murph. $20 to go.
And we see the limp in from the 9-6 suited.
Big raise coming from Lee Orts.
Appropriate size raise.
Yeah, given it's a splash pot, I agree.
Splash pot with the $20 and the limp ahead of you. And he has a very fine hand to do this with. I think he just gets it through.
It's looking that way.
I wouldn't be surprised if Murph called for 130 more, given that he closes the action and there's 150 dead in the middle. But 9-6 suited really doesn't play all that well.
Meanwhile, we have Modelo Poppy arriving for the game.
A local celebrity. Actually, maybe international at this point. He's getting around.
And Murph finds a fold.
And they are playing that if you win the splash pot, you need to show your hand to get the bounty in the middle.
Oh,
not the rest of the pot.
You're certain of that? Because that's a thing we do some places and not
So
others.
here, they're, at least the first time, if you win it, they're kind of lenient and just say, hey, just show it. Or they'll tell you to turn your hand over. But if you're a seasoned knit game player and you don't turn your hand over, I believe today they are trying to enforce it. If they aren't, they're just trying to make sure that everybody gets in the habit of it so that when they do turn it on later down the line in these streams, that it's not such a shock. Boy, Modelo Poppy coming in, he's popping off. No Modelo, but a Dutch Bros. That's just as good. I think we're in for a very, very live game today. And we're at hand 26, about an hour in, hour and a half in.
So tell us what you know about Modelo.
I know that he has switched from playing no limit to PLO mostly now. He does run a private game at a few of the card rooms. Very nice guy, always willing to like splash around, have action. Likes to play somewhat later at night. The overnight crowd is definitely his scene. And when he sits down at the table, people just come out of the woodwork to play with him because he's an enjoyable character to be around.
I've only played with him a little bit. I know him. He knows me. I like him quite a lot. I haven't played with him that much because I'm not really an overnight player. So that's why I've only...
Okay. We see a open from Artur, a 3-bet from BP, and I believe Artur...
4-betting.
Just put them all in with maybe... It's very close.
I mean, it makes sense given BP's stack size to go with the 10s here.
Of course, but it's never a great spot with tens. Like you have that feeling in the pit of your stomach that maybe he just has jacks, kings, queens, aces.
Yeah, I disagree. At this stack size, it is a great feeling. If they've got it, they've got it.
Of course, but it doesn't hurt to take a few seconds to think about it. What's the worst that happens? You pick up on something and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna make the lay down that my heart's telling me to make and deal with the consequences later. We've all been there with kings where somebody shoved on us with aces and you take 20 seconds. You're never folding, but something just doesn't feel right. And it doesn't feel right. And then when you call, he turns it over and you just hate life. But we actually do see a fold from BP. And Artur with the best hand takes it down. If he had seen what he was up against, I'm sure he'd be elated that he folded a 3-outer.
So with the arrival of Modelo Poppy, we've got a full 9-handed game now. Double straddle is out there. Action first on Liortz. With the kind of hand that probably wants to open under the gun, but in a tight game, it's a little uncomfortable. I'm not saying this is a tight game, but I'm saying in a tight game, that's an uncomfortable open. Next to Henry. Liortz elects to limp. Henry decides to raise with pocket tens.
And I can see a reason to limp this under the gun to then re-raise. If you think people are getting out of line behind you, your hand looks very strong, and you block kings and queens.
Right.
But he's just going to call here. If you're going to limp aces, limping king queen off
Right.
in the
If
same
you're
spot.
going to limp, you've got to think
Right.
about what range you're limping.
Oh,
Henry
boy.
flops a set, and sadly for him, no one has an ace.
But Leo
But
does
Leo might want to do something in this hand.
he will definitely at least be calling the flop if Henry bets. But it goes check
For a
all the
moment,
way
I thought
through.
he was going to lead.
I did too. I kind of wish that was the 9 of spades. But
Yeah. I think this card might inspire Leo to. Indeed, it is. He's going big, it looks like. Loading up 175.
I believe so.
175 in the 200, nearly pot size. Henry is going to love this. The decision for Henry now is call or raise. I think he's going to go with call. And as long as he can dodge the jack, he's going to be rewarded.
I would not be surprised if we saw a very big bet here, like full pot almost. Believe that's 350 or 450.
350
Yep.
into nearly
And
600.
I think
and
Henry's just going to stuff it here.
Yeah, Leo betting an amount that leaves him with just dribs and drabs here. And when Henry raises, Leo's going to actually be able to fold, getting an incredible price because he doesn't have anything. Henry's trying to think about, is there any way that he can not look so tremendously strong? But obviously when you raise here, you just look tremendously strong.
Especially for the only, I believe, $300 that
Right.
Leo has behind. Yeah, it's just, it would be an insane call from Liortz. But I could see that you would think that Henry could have a hand like Queen Jack or 8-7 that would play this way. But I think we're just going to see a fold. And he's
Oh, we're definitely going to see a fold. I mean, Leo's just...
he
What?
called. He called. Wow. Yeah, he just put him on a hand like Queen Jack or 8-7 that just whiffed everything. I mean, you have the no pair.
So is that 3 or 4 times I've said X is going to happen and the exact opposite immediately happened?
I wish I could. Maybe we should keep an oopsie counter. for both of us. But I mean, I'm still very shocked by the call. But put the chips in the middle and hope for the best.
I mean, I think what this shows us is Henry's an action player, and that just puts the idea in Leo's mind. Maybe he's bluffing with the 7-8, like you said, and like I'm getting a great price to look like an incredible hero. So
The 7-8, the
I'll
king
try it.
jack, the queen jack, the 6-7 even. There are some hands that would shove there, but I wouldn't think that sizing would be a bluff that much. But you're in the moment and you got to go with your gut. Otherwise, you're just going to be in no man's land the rest of your
man,
poker session.
how good do you feel when you make that call and you're right?
Oh
my God,
he's
so
gonna
good.
fist pump, take his shirt off, probably dance on the table a little bit. I mean, not to be in Henry's face or anything, or anybody's face about that. That's just what you feel like doing in your head.
Now we've got Leort's raised under the gun, King 9 of Hearts. Henry calls with 7-4 suited. 7-4 suited is one of my favorite hands to go off with. It is. It is my favorite hand to go off with. Modelo call, Jim call, BP call. We've got a bunch of middling strength hands out here.
There are some very, very action flop. None of them are going to see the flop,
time
though.
to get kings. Nice
Wow.
time to get kings.
This is going to look like such a squeeze as well.
It is a squeeze. It's just he has it.
Yes.
Doesn't go that big. Now
This might go 6 ways.
Art is my buddy, and I talk to him more days than not. I am going to be really interested to talk to him about his sizing in this hand later, because I go bigger. What were there, 7 limps?
I believe there was 7.
Let's see if anyone comes along. Oh, we do it, yeah. Leort's did come along.
Leortz came along, and BP is just
Oh,
going to
my
stick it in
goodness.
here.
Maybe everyone's coming along. Not everyone, but everyone
I
is
don't
remaining
think it
here.
reopens action, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'll be there in 1 minute.
This is going to be a big pot.
Go, do one more.
And we see Philly Murph getting out of there with a 6-5 of clubs. I don't think. I'm not sure if this reopens action or
BP
not.
went all, okay. We're getting caught up. I didn't realize there was a jam. At the same time, we were getting confused about the hand. We had a little commotion in here.
I kind of
So-
fell out of my chair. Sorry. The size does not reopen action, so I think both Artur and Leortz are going to have to call the 356, and we see a flop of
Graphics are a little bit behind
Queen
too
10,
in terms of
9.
what the players are doing here. But we've got a big one.
and we see a bet here of $200. And Leortz calls with his bottom pair and a gutter. This gutter would just be a chop, but if we see a 9, I'm not rooting against your friend, but I always love seeing the pain when I'm not on the felt.
It's all right.
Makes for great TV.
It's all right. You can hope for blood.
Just like I always want to see like a straight flush or quads lose. Like I love it. Like even if it happens to me, I just love to see it. It just happens.
I'll remind you of that. When
Oh,
it
of
happens
course,
to
of
you.
course. But it just happens so rarely. Like it's like a shiny Pokemon. It doesn't happen. And BP does have outs to his straight. Given the hands he's up against, he should be very happy about that. Oh yeah, take it off, Modelo. I'm assuming Modelo's going to be getting a massage at some point this stream.
So, are we having a pause for graphics, technical reasons?
Yes.
Okay, because we've got an all in, and
They had to
we've
fix.
got all in. So,
Murph's hand was still on the graphics. I believe.
okay.
We see a 4 diamonds on the turn.
Turn blank as can be.
I expect Artur to just put it in here.
I mean, I think the players are already all in.
No, Leortz has about 500 left in his stack,
Oh,
or exactly
Oh,
as
okay.
much as Art bet.
I see.
And we see a fold from Leortz, and Art's gonna win the side pot immediately and just have to fade an 8 for the rest of the pot.
Can BP find an 8? One time for an 8.
Whew. If that had been the turn card, I believe there would have been a lot more fireworks. For
Artur
Leortz.
from North Carolina
Just
wins
mopping it
a
up.
Nice pot. $1,100 pot.
What part of North Carolina is he from? Do you know?
In the Cherokee area.
Okay.
He plays a fair bit at Cherokee. They're in the Smoky Mountains. That's I first met him when I was on a trip playing in Jacksonville. He and I became acquainted there, and then from there I rolled up to North Carolina and was in his neck of the woods for a while. And that was about 2.5 years ago. And
Assuming the WSOP stop.
not for me. I don't care about that. No,
Well,
I was just
the
there.
cash games. I used to live in Virginia, and the 8-hour drive was the hardest part of the entire trip. The games at Cherokee, the cash games, and the tournaments are some of the best in the country, bar none. And they've recently changed in the last few years to where it's 2-5 is completely match stack, and you're just going to be playing for $5,000 stacks every hand.
Yeah, I played in 1 or 2 of those games while I was there. I mean, the word I've gotten since is that the action is hit or miss there, and it really depends on whether the tournament scene is going on or not. But that's where he's headquartered. He and another friend of ours, Will, who I would have liked to see play on the stream. Maybe he will in the future. They're here to.
Maybe he will.
Yeah, maybe he will sometime. I hope he will. Are here
Oh.
to experience Texas poker. Meanwhile, Lee Orts with an ace and another ace.
And it's been-
He's got a stack size that probably just wants to jam over top this $125 raise.
The Nick game has started again as well.
I mean, does he? What do you think he can do other than jam here? I mean, click it looks ridiculously strong. Call looks
looks
could be
fine.
nice. Call could be nice.
It depends on what you think BP is doing behind you with his $500 stack. But clicking is not bad. I just don't think you're deep enough to click and get full action.
I think
Although
he's thinking about it though. Looking the way he's playing with the chips, he might be thinking about trying to.
and he does just shove it. He does come to the realization that his stack is just barely not deep enough to click.
I think it's a good decision.
And I don't think Lateralus is folding nines here either.
I think you're right. I think he's going to go with it.
And I think it's going to be a fairly quick call.
It's hard to make a pair. It's a reasonably good pair, and it's going to be in bad shape on this particular instance.
I've seen Lateralus fold a pair 3 times, I think, in the entire 5 months I've played with him. He does get there a lot, though.
One time.
Max Payne. So should we see a 3-diamond flop with a 9 of diamonds? Okay, that's
Clean flop for aces.
flop.
Possible heart backdoor opportunities. Uh-oh.
oh boy, it's never easy.
Ace of hearts?
Oh, the deuce of hearts! Wow.
9-9 guns down the aces.
This is why Lateralis never folds a pair.
Would you?
Oh, of course not. And he is done with the Nick game. And Leortz takes a sip of water and says, "Why me? Why me?"
So, not to stir the pot here too much, but we've gotten 30 people watching now. And a little while ago when you said, "Hey, folks, tell us where you're watching from," not a single person told us where they're from. What do you think of that?
I may or may not have paid for some bots to view the stream today. They may also just be my family, and they don't want to tell me that they're watching. I get that. I wouldn't want to talk to me either.
Folks, tell us where you're watching from, and just make something up for the lulz. Whatever.
Yeah, you're totally from Mars, right? What about Neptune? Or Narnia? Now, we do have a rule in the knit game for the stream. If you do bust and you do not want to continue, you owe the knit text if you have a knit button.
All right, we've got someone who identified where they're watching from. We've got the legend, Iowa Matt, in chat.
Oh, the 4%er.
Hitting 4%ers is his bread and butter, man.
I don't know how Mixon hasn't taken that one hand where he played 10-9 against Ace Queen and got there and just made every single sort of short reel video about that. That is a legendary hand for the stream.
He came here, and for a week he just didn't lose a hand.
I believe it. I saw him playing at the card house down the street, PLO, and I was talking to one of the players in the game. He's like, dude, this guy just doesn't lose. He has like $10,000 in front of him from 500, and every hand he gets it in with 4 outs every time it comes. And he's not cheating because it's a standard deck. We're in a card room, like that doesn't really happen here. Everybody's just scratching their head. This one guy is just mushing everybody. It was great. And I'm sitting over there, and I see who it is, and I'm like, "Yep, I'm not going to that table today. I'm going to stay over here." And we see an all-in from BP with top pair and a backdoor spade draw, and this is probably going to get through. He's going to probably pick up a free $200, and get rid of the knit button, as long as he shows, and he does show the hand. We have somebody watching from North Korea. Are you also the single Steam user from that country? Just questioning. Didn't know if there was one and the same.
Poker's big in North Korea.
I would expect so. It is always interesting listening to things that happen in other countries, especially ones that are ideologically different than our current country. Skywalker's from Germany. Wow, that's my family's from there 3 generations ago. Hence the last name Stein. But
I've been to Germany.
I have yet to go to Europe. I've only been to Central America and Mexico.
My brother lived and worked in Germany for a few years. He's a professional basketball player over there.
You kind of have the build of a basketball player. I could see that.
I have the build, but I was never a basketball player.
You have the long, lanky arms.
Yeah.
I could definitely see that. We see Philly Murph opening to 45 or 55. Using a little bit bigger sizing here. He's just trying to power through the blinds.
Is Leortz calling it quits?
I don't believe so. I think he's getting mobile money from somebody. And Mandel Poppy is never folding a suited connector for $1,000, much less 55 or 45. He is very dangerous with these hands as well. And as he outflops Philly Murph here, I don't think Poppy is folding his hand for all the chips he has in front of him. We see a down bet here. I don't hate it. King 4 deuce is pretty dry. And you want to make it look like you have a king, and a down bet keeps the action up.
Nice card for Medella's hand.
And this should probably go check. As I say that, we see the second barrel come in. About half pot size.
I mean, you have such a nothing hand with 10-9. It makes sense, I think, to try one more time. If you get any hand to fold, it's such a win. And now you know that you're just, toast. And if you make a pair on the river, you can just, check when it gets checked to you. Like that.
Yep, just like that. And you called it perfectly. And I can guarantee Mandela Poppy just called him a river rat. That is one of Mandela Poppy's sayings. You effing river rat. And he says it with such
Conviction.
It's one of the best things to hear. You almost want to call to see the river to get there on him on the river, just because it's such a great thing. Yes, I'm assuming you often had a lot more than 4 outs if you're playing PLO. It's kind of hard to have just 4 outs. I honestly, if I was in Daniel's shoes, I might have left the stream after that hand. That was such a shake up of a hand. I mean, you did get the professor to leave, which is not easy to do that
It's
night
easy
as
for
well.
him. That he has beaten me in every big pot we have ever played for like 7 years. That
What was the hand? Was it queens versus ace king? You flopped a queen and
Yeah.
lost.
yeah, standard man. It's
Wow,
totally standard
just-
versus I.
wow.
No, I can't beat him. It's just ridiculous. He runs so good against me.
We
And honestly, like he played that hand fine, but the worse he plays, the better he runs.
Fortune favors the bold, right?
Yes.
We see Henry limp the button with a 6-7. And Mandela Poppy rightfully puts in a raise to $150 off of a $600 stack. I believe it's actually less than that. I think it's about $400 to $500 stack. And he gets it through and gets rid of his knit button. I'm sure he's happy about that.
So yeah, I was saying how I first met Art. I first met Iowa Matt about 6 years ago when I was playing in Iowa, and because I lived and worked near there.
People live in Iowa.
People do live in Iowa. Some really nice people live in Iowa. By the way, Iowa's a beautiful place in the summer.
I've heard it's bitterly cold there.
Oh my God, it's so nasty.
There's
in the
there's
winter.
nothing to block the wind, right?
It's so nasty. It's so nasty in the winter, but it's beautiful in the summer. So I'd play with him about once a week, and got to know him really well. We had a lot to talk about because we're both professors. I'm like a former professor. He's a current professor of economics. So, we have a lot of the same interests, poker and academia. And I talk to him nearly every day about this and that. And, I'm joking about him, running that way and all that, but he's a fine poker player.
He seems like a very stand-up guy.
He's a great guy.
The times I have hung out with him,
He's a terrific guy.
the 2
Witty,
times.
funny.
He definitely knew how to put the dagger in and twist a little bit. It was kind of nice to see.
Of course. Oh, I expect nothing
You're
less.
usually so composed at the table. Just seeing you tilt like that.
Oh, he tilts the hell out of me. Of
was
course.
great.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
We have somebody from Perth, Australia.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome. That's probably the farthest viewer of this stream. It's kind of hard to beat that, I think. I don't know. I have a
Oh,
U.S.
farthest? It's hard to get farther from here than Perth.
Right.
Yeah, that's
But I also have a U.S. education, so my geography is not the best when it comes to outside the U.S. No, that person is not on the stream. I'm not sure he can leave the place he's cordoned to. I think I have never seen him at any other places than the place of his employment.
Yeah, I don't know if he can't or just doesn't because he's, got that connection there. But
He does also have a piece of the place he works at. So we're going to see some action in this hand. We see a limp from 8s, a raise from Artur to 50. Leort's flats with ace queen. Henry calls. And then I think we're just going to see Murph call as well. So 4 ways to a flop. A little bit over $200 in the middle. On a king 7 deuce board with 2 hearts. Artur out flopping pocket 8s and ace queen. And he's going to c-bet about a third of the pot. Leortz is going to look him up at least once with his ace and backdoor flush draw. gets a call from eights as well, looking for either of the two eights. Seven of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't change a whole lot for anybody's hand. Archer's hand does work decently as a check on the turn for some pot control. The seven's not the best card when you get called in two spots with your specific hand, and your kicker's not the best. You're still as the king jack and king queen. Nine of spades on the river doesn't change much of anything. You're losing the king nine now, but there really shouldn't be too much of that. And I think Philly Murph recognizes a little bit of weakness and bets, but I don't think
Real
this
small.
bet is big enough anywhere near. He needed to bet at least $300 on this river, I think, to get folds from a king. But maybe he also doesn't think that anybody has a king, and he's just trying to get value from a hand like sixes or fives or a weary ace high. And we see a call from king 10, and he takes down and gets rid of the nip button. And we have 4 nip buttons left. Jim, Henry, Garrett, and Leo. Honestly, I'm surprised that Henry and Leo still have their nip buttons. Even Garrett. Garrett really tries hard to get rid of it. I know we've had some bigger hands happen where
Of these 4, who do you think's going to be last man?
Jim.
Okay.
If Jim picks up a big hand, he's going to get it in.
I'll go with Garrett.
You go with Garrett? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with Garrett. Nothing against Garrett, understand, but I'll pick Garrett for a little game here.
Sounds good. I think I still owe Mixon a couple beers from the last stream. He got it right. Yeah, somehow he picked Keller to lose twice, and or something like that. And I honestly have never seen Keller play fewer hands. That man was very, very card dead last stream.
Yeah, he was getting.
He was also in a really tough spot because by the time it got to him, it was usually 3 or 4 bet.
Jim probably getting out of the Nick game, as it turns out, with Ace King coming in for a 3 bet.
I think, yep. Shows what I know. Oh.
He even gets Henry to fold an ace.
Yeah. So I think Jim is going to pick up on the fact that people think that he's a little tight and really use it. We saw him do that in the 7-5 of hearts hand early on. But he just got bet out of the pot by Leo. I think he would have 100%, if it had been checked to him on the turn, that ace turn, he would have definitely gotten rid of his nip button there. And then there were 3. I think Garrett's going to open this hand. Just a hunch. And he does. He opens the 5-4 offsuit from the hijack. I think that's fine, given the other 2 people with nip buttons have already folded. And you're going to get a little bit more isolation from the rest of the table, given that 2 people have already folded. And we see a defend with king 3 off, and king flops a pair. But Garrett doesn't like to give up in these spots, and I don't think he should. This board definitely favors him versus the straddles calling range.
And by favors him, you mean his opening range.
Right. All right. And I think that I think it's still going to barrel on the turn if he picks up a deuce 3 or any club. Which, as we can see, the club is not the best card.
Honestly, he might barrel any card.
Right, and that's a card he's going to barrel because now he has a gut shot. And he knows that Murph isn't always going to have the most premium hands here.
Right.
It's him calling out of the straddle. It's going to be a lot of weaker ace-x, some king-x, some Broadway cards that are a gut shot to a straight, and he's just going to put his foot on the gas and really apply pressure. And he gets the fold, and he gets to get rid of his nip button with the 5 high. Very, very well played from Garrett. He has rebounded nicely from kind of getting whacked last stream. So far this stream. I believe he's only in for $500 right now. So he is on the up and up. Let's get a little bit over 2,200 in the stack. He does have a dirty stack, so that's a plus 20 right there.
We got a new dealer coming in. Do you know this woman's name? I don't know it.
Not off the top of my head.
Oops.
I had a lengthy conversation with her, and I knew her name, and now it's just right out the window.
Garrett at the top of the leaderboard, up 1,900. Lateralus not far behind at 1,500. Artur up a healthy 1,300. And Murph, the only other winner, just a little bit above even. Henry leading the VPIP race at 74%.
He really does not.
Animal.
He does not want to be on the bottom of the leaderboard for the VPIP.
Lateralis at the bottom. That's unusual.
That's very unusual.
20%.
To be fair, Jim just sat down, so his 25% is over a much fewer hands. Much fewer. English, it's hard. His VPIP is through a much smaller sample of hands. But yeah, Lateralis at 20%. That's pushing my numbers, dude. We are heads up in the net game. I was talking to Mixon about this last time, but there's a new variation of the net game where the heads up players, they have an orbit to get it, and then they split the bounty.
They don't split it. It's double.
Right.
Each
I like the variation of it where they both have to pay it if they don't get rid of it in orbit. And it just creates so much chaos.
So I get why it's I get why it's smart to do that on a stream because the last Nick game can go on indefinitely. So I get it. Having said that, I actually like it when it's down to 2 and it's just a battle. So I like the original version better than it's going to be a double in one orbit. But whatever, you adapt to whatever the game is.
It's a game where you lose thousands to not lose hundreds.
Artur had the option to squeeze or call here with the attractive 9-8 suited, and elects to call and is going to take a flop 4 ways with a hand that, if it flops right, can be devastating. And if it doesn't, he can easily get away from it.
And I think the reason he didn't squeeze here is there are a lot of stacks that if he does squeeze, they're going to shove on him, and he's going to be behind.
Well spotted. Flops a flush draw, so that's flopping pretty good. What else do we have out here? We've got top pair from Modelo. We've got a gut shot for Murph.
And Modelo. Oh, Modelo actually has two pair.
Top and bottom pair from Modelo.
Yeah, I don't think he's. This may just get all in. Naturally.
I'm curious to see which way this goes when it gets back to the club draw.
But given that it's 7 ways or 6 ways to the flop, the 9-high flush draw doesn't feel that good. Because somebody can definitely have a better flush draw. And he does raise.
He just goes for it. I mean, as long as your opponent doesn't have a better club draw, you're going to have plenty of equity.
And he does have the advantage of 3 other people folding after Mandela Poppy bets the flop. So he only has to get through Garrett, really. And we're going to see an all-in and a call.
Once or twice, boys.
Mandela Poppy depends on his mood.
Deuce is a blank.
He got there, Phil. And I believe that is it.
So it was one time, and the
I believe so.
2 pair holds.
Yes, and now this dealer is going to break down the stacks and make sure everything's tip-top shape.
We have to find out this young woman's name. We can't just be like this dealer.
Right.
I'm getting word that our dealer's name is Vicky.
Medell Papa getting rewarded for opening the king six, just flopping 2 pair, and more than a double up with all the dead money in there. I believe Henry still has a knit button,
It looks that way. He's got a very nice hand in King Queen of Hearts.
and he does open to larger sizing
Very
with the
large.
knit button. The 20 may be on. I'm not entirely sure.
That's called by Ace Trey suited, and Lateralus with Ace King suited has got a marvelous spot.
I wouldn't even say Lateralus has been patient this stream. We've seen him 3-bet king six offsuit. I just think that there's been not a lot of spots for him to play hands. And he does just flat the button with ace king of diamonds as a trap. If he could see the hands, he would probably flat as well. He has both hands very dominated. And it goes check to him.
See, I think the opposite. I think if he could see the hands, he'd want to raise because those hands would want to continue.
Well, he also knows that if people flop a pair against his hands, he can just get all of it.
It's important to mix things up, and I could be wrong, but I don't like trapping with that hand. You got to raise.
Not
with
in
it.
that position.
Got to raise with
Yeah.
it.
Especially when you're on the button, people are always thinking, "Oh, well, he's making a move because he has position on me."
He's still got the best hand, remarkably.
Not anymore. BP somehow miraculously pulls a straight out of it, and Henry is going to bet $200 on a 4 flush board. This is completely a bluff, but I do expect it to work. Although it would not
You're
surprise
right,
me.
It might work.
I think Lateralis might actually call with ace king high here.
Oh, that would be.
The size is right, and Lateralis is very good about sniffing out bluffs with mediocre hands. As we saw the other night, he called off a stack with.
I mean, you just can't call that a spade here.
He called with 2 pair
I
on a
know,
4 spade board the other night,
saw
and
that.
that was insane.
I thought it was a bad call. I mean, it was right in that instance, but I think
Yeah.
long run, that's not good.
And good on Henry, he got rid of the knit button.
Well played, Henry.
So I believe Leo loses the knit button, or the knit game. Excuse me. And I believe that I saw.
Garrett's already got his double straddle out there before the straddle's even on.
Well, he also knows Henry is always going to straddle.
Yeah, and the splash pot's on, so he wants to.
Yeah, I actually like doing the double and triple and quadruple straddles in the splash spot because you
yeah.
get to see all the information for just
Right.
a post.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, now
And then if you wake up with something, people are already all in.
Yeah. Yep. It makes the double straddle extra attractive to put out there.
I generally try to keep it so that if I am straddling, I have 100 big blinds behind. For the most part, if it's the double straddle, if it's the opening straddle, I just view it as a third blind. It's just part of the game here in Texas. You put the straddle on, makes the game a little bit bigger. There's more juice in the middle, so people are playing more hands.
Mm-hmm.
And it's never a bad thing to try to give action, to get action. We see Philly Murph calling on the button with the 6-7.
Artur in a delicate position with the ace-10 offsuit in the small
I
blind.
think he's going to make it 150 here. Yep. That might be 175.
I think you got it 150.
That's a really good size.
Now, what's Garrett going to have? Nothing, as it turns out, and it's just going to work. Splash pot to Artur.
He folded 2 kings. You see that?
Yeah.
This is almost reminiscent of what happened last time where...
Oh, wait. The hand's not over. I thought it was... Now it's
Well,
over.
Murph limped the button in one of the last splash spots with 6-7 or 6-9 of clubs. Archer squeezed a hand similar to this, and he had to fold because Archer made the right size raise. Really puts a hand that just wants to see a flop in a spot where they're having to call off more than 10% of their stack to see the flop, and they just don't want to do it. they'll just relinquish for the $20 they put out there and live to fight another day. We've actually had a pretty action-packed game so far to this point. I'm still a little shell-shocked over the Wednesday stream. Just the amount of money that was flying around was quite insane. For a 1-3-10 game, 1K cap. This game is definitely there's some nice bluffs, some nice calls, some nice deep thinking. It's nice to see. It's nice to be on this side of the felt.
Under the gun limp and a button limp. Artur looked like he was reaching for a raise and then changed his mind and mucked whatever he had. I didn't catch it. Leortz calls with a hand that is
Mystery hand.
a mystery hand.
You know, Jack's Link's wild
Yeah.
poker hand moment from the WSOP way back when. We see Poppy flopping top pair.
Henry
has-
open-ended.
and Philly Murph with bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. Henry goes ahead and bets 30. Poppy calls with this top pair. Murph is not folding a pair and a backdoor, at least not in position. And off to a turn we go. There can be some really fun turn cards. Ace kind of kills a little bit of everybody's hand there. Mandela Poppy's not really going to be looking to get too much value out of his hand. He is going to bet here for protection, but it's going to kill off a lot of the draws. I think Henry can still peel here, but
He agrees.
Philly Murph is definitely folding his hand.
He agrees unhesitatingly.
And we see a king of diamonds on the river. We could see a Henry donk here as a bluff, but I think it's just going to go check. Mandela's going to bet like maybe $100, and then Henry's probably going to fold. Now Henry could also raise. He doesn't have any showdown value, and he knows it. But
Mandela's going much bigger than 100.
okay, so he's betting about 200,
Interesting.
and that just gets the job done. Mandela really needs a target in 8 or 9 there, and on a king river, I think in 8 or 9 would probably call about $100, 150 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're also somewhat not super scared of getting raised. You do have a fairly strong hand, but if the raise does come and you bet that size, you can narrow it down to bluffs or value fairly easily depending on how big they raise it. Usually.
That's another good thing about the progressive one. Good ends. But yeah, sure.
I swear, I just want to mic up Mandela Poppy and just listen to him. His banter at the table is second to none. We see Lateralus opening the Queen Jack offsuit to 30 from the +2. Murph calling with a dominated Queen 10. Henry's never seen 2 suited cards he didn't like. Garrett
story.
folds. He gets there. He gets there and gets paid quite often.
Hearts will be good if they come.
Yeah. Let's just see like a 9-5-10 board.
There's the heart
Oh.
draw. And Murph and Lateralus both have hands that will want to see at least one more card. This could be a big pot.
Lateralus with a gutter and
the
Murph with
right-
top pair.
If the right card comes, this will be a big pot.
And I like the size, a half pot bet here in position. You should be stabbing with quite a bit here. When it checks to you, like I would assume that Lateralus would bet his hand if he was in Murph's spot on the flop.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, I guess we can't get the 9 of hearts.
Jack of hearts is the juiciest card we can get, I think.
Really is, yeah.
10 of hearts also.
Or just a heart.
Right.
Okay, so Mandela now has 9-5 of heart speed. But Henry picks up additional outs with the 7 now, giving him a straight if it were to come to that.
I want to see a heart river. I just want to see a big pot here.
This might check through. Queen 10 is a little bit rough to bet into 3 other people. It sucks because you have to give up the equity to flush draws and other hands. Did you call it?
Jack of hearts. Juicy. Henry checks. No, Henry. No.
They both check.
No.
Wow.
Come
I
on,
wonder
Ralph.
if
Maybe someone
Lateralus-
bluffs now.
Okay, and it's just going to check through.
Oh, no.
Poppy's going to feel
Boys.
so great that he only lost $150
Oh,
with the
man.
flush.
That's the most disappointing hand I've seen on stream at Red Star Social here in Austin, Texas.
Oh.
That should have been a big pot.
That could have been something.
Henry. Oh, man.
That could have been a lot of something.
Yeah, Modelo pats himself on the back. Indeed. Take a bow, sir. Wow.
I have seen Modelo Poppy actually stand up and take a bow at the
I
table
believe it.
before. So
I
when you were
can
saying
believe
that, I was like, oh, did he do it? He is a great showman. And he has a lot of hijinks to him as well. The soul roll definitely is on when he's playing.
Folds the Lee Orts, who limps the 9-5.
He may be old enough to really appreciate Dolly Parton. So I can see
You
it.
don't have to be old to appreciate Dolly Parton.
Oh, of course not. Of course
she's a
not. But
legend.
like her rise to fame is definitely before my generation.
Well, that's true.
Although I've been wanting to go to Dolly World every year.
Dollywood.
Oh, yeah, Dollywood every year since I've reached about 20. So have yet to actually get over there all the times I drive by it. When I drive from Texas to Virginia or Maryland for a family.
In chat, Skywalker Poker says, "What the F?" I assume he's responding to that hand we watched a moment ago that got checked 4 times on the river. If that's what you're responding to, we share that sentiment.
Got checked all the way on the turn, checked all the way on the river. Oof, boy vey. We see Philly Murph limping the Queen 10 off.
Where are these
under
guys
the
finding
gun.
these limps?
I don't know. This seems like a more limp heavy stream than some
So
of the other ones
far.
we've had. I think it's just going to take somebody getting coolered and tilted for the floodgates to open, and I think it's going to be very fast, very rapid. Just everybody going all in every hand again. That's usually how these games go. Kind of quiet until it reaches a certain point. You do need to tell your buddy to scan his cards correctly a little bit more, I think.
Has he missed it more than once?
This is, I think, the second time. 3 strikes, you're out, all that. We see BP ripping it in there with the ace-king off. As we see a little bit of video glitch, it's going to happen. Sorry about that. And for the price that Garrett's given, I don't think he's folding. Not for 350, 400 more.
Yeah, what are we waiting for here, Garrett?
He just wants to count, take a second.
Come on, Garrett. We got stuff to do. Let's go.
He's going to listen back to this. And he plays with you enough that he's going to give it back to you.
That's all right. I can take it.
You definitely can. I think in his mind, he's going through, all right, how many tacos is this bet? Is it more than 100 or less than 100? It's less than 100? Okay, I call. And he calls.
Now I want tacos.
Oh, there's a really good spot across the street from what I've been told.
If you mean Nissy Vegan, I'm there all the time.
Ah, yes, that was
quite-
the name of it. I had forgotten the name.
I quite love that place. Not open on Sundays, or I'd have been there before this.
Yeah, I'm kind of lucky in my neighborhood. We have a few very talented taco trucks that are just very cheap but very good. And we're going to a $1,100 pot.
They going once?
Eights King versus eights. I believe they're going once, but Ben does, or BP.
Spades?
BP does like going twice. so
Spades?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Spades.
Spades. Just so stoic. I mean, Garrett's just like a stone. Oh, it's black, but no relief, and they're running it once. And BP is going to scoop an $1,186 pot, and Garrett's gonna be like, well, I got it in a head. I can't ask for more than that. Nice hand.
So what are we, about 2.5 hours in?
Believe so. I think we started around 2:45.
All right. So,
Maybe 3 o'clock.
so stacks are building. We could still see a $5,000 pot. Don't know if we're going to see a $5,500 pot or even a $5,000 pot, but it's possible. Three-way all in would get us close.
Yeah, well, I think
Four-way all in would maybe get us there.
Henry has around 2,600 in front of him, and your boy Art is also getting around 23.
Here's
to
a question for you.
2,400.
That fracture in the wall behind Murph and Art, what the hell is that?
It kind of looks like lightning. I'll be honest. Maybe that's there's been some power outages in the neighborhood the last few weeks. Maybe that's what happened.
You
know?
think the marking and the paneling is lightning?
Well, it could be a bunch of other things that I don't really want to say on stream. But I'm going to go with lightning and say that, this place is very lucky and somebody hit the lightning link machine that we have out here.
That is such a strange blemish in the paneling.
I honestly, I think it's just a stain that went awry.
I don't think it's a stain. I don't think the paneling gets stained like that.
If water's sitting on it for a bit, maybe. It also,
How would water be sitting on it in that configuration?
like there's a slow drip somewhere. Like through the wall, but or the board when they bought it was sitting in a spot that was just having some water dripped on it. But I don't know. I'm gonna go with lightning. Although now it kind of looks more like a dragon to me. You can see the head with like the long body.
Come for the poker, stay for the Rorschach test.
We see Lateralus being aggressive here with 9 high, and this is just one of those hands where the first person who bets at it's just gonna take it. And he picks up a $100 pot for it. Now, what's your view on wearing sunglasses at the table?
I was going to ask you that. That's interesting. My default view is I don't love it, and I don't think it's good for the game. Having said that, I occasionally do it, mainly because I like my sunglasses. That's the main reason. Sometimes they're on and I like them and I'm just going to leave them on. I tend not to do it in a cash game. I think it's really important to foster a social environment in a cash game. I think it's less important in a tournament. Yeah, generally not a big fan of sunglasses at the poker table, but I'm okay with it.
I honestly, if I see somebody sitting in cash with sunglasses, I don't think that they're a very good player. But also, as we've played around Texas, there are certain card rooms where the lights are very, very bright. And if you're not wearing some sort of eye protection, I've definitely played a session, walked outside, and been blind, not realizing that I was staring at a TV screen that reflected a light directly into my eyes for 6 hours. And then also in tournaments, I feel like it's not necessary to have glasses, but you do definitely get an edge where nobody can see where you're looking as much.
Right.
And then again, with the lights, the further you make it in some of these bigger tournaments, there's more lights on the tables. They got cameras, they got TVs. Keeping yourself from getting a headache or going blind is great.
Yeah, I mean that's why I wear the visor. I mean, people tease me about it. And,
You might be the only player I know that wears a visor and still has a full head of hair, and it's not one of those fake visors with the spiky multicolored hair coming out of it.
Yeah, I mean I wear it to reduce glare from above, and yeah, I mean some people tease me for it, and that's fine. I don't mind getting teased. I welcome it, but it honestly does serve that purpose for me. I don't care for a ball cap; it's not my style. So.
I am a ball cap wearer. I played baseball growing up, and I've always worn it. Unfortunately, I still have hair on my head. I'm not balding or anything, but it is definitely.
As he's saying this, he's pulling his hat off to prove to
Yes.
me that he
Yeah,
does in
it's
fact.
still there.
And this
It's
is my first time seeing you without a hat on.
I know nobody ever
You've
does.
got good hair, dude.
But I am balding a little bit up at the top. It's thinning out a little bit, but I'm also 33, so
You got good hair. Hey, did you know there's a poker game going on?
I did not. And we're back with a King 5-5 flop. Nobody really flops anything. Model Poppy is going to be like, I'm going to take this queen high and make you guys.
Fold your aces.
Yep.
Your individual aces, that is.
I could see a call from both aces on this board. BP's got a backdoor
Yeah,
hard draw.
particularly the ace of spades.
Yeah. And Murph's played with Modelo Poppy enough to know that Modelo Poppy does have bluffs every now and then. Enough that he can play his hand. Let's see, 8 of spades on the turn. Modelo Poppy does have the queen of spades, so a spade on the river is not a good thing for him. But I think he's just going to check back and try to realize his equity. 7 of hearts on the river. If Murph does check, I think Modelo Poppy should bet here. I don't think he's going to think he's good enough. He may just give up because he thinks Murph has a king. But I wouldn't hate a bet here. But it would need to be about $150 to be the right size. And Philly Murph wins with the ace high.
If you bet in Modelo Poppies on the river there, how much are you betting?
About 150, like 2/3. You want it to look like a value bet. You want it to look like you have a king. And if Murph checks the river, I don't expect him to be checking with a flush that much. Expect him to be leading. And if he does raise, okay, that's fine. Take it. But I think that you need to be betting what you would be betting for value with a king. Like if you had king queen or something along those lines to get value from a worse king or pocket pair. You don't necessarily need to go super polar like 2.5x. You just need to not set off any alarm bells that hijinks are up and just make it look like a standard play.
Have to say that all makes a lot of sense.
I'm glad it does because my brain is all over the place a lot.
We've got to double straddle this hand. Either, I don't know if it's 20 or 25, but about the same difference either way. Garrett's got a suited ace and just folds it.
I actually really like that fold
Do
under
you?
the gun. Yes. Specifically ace deuce and ace 6 suited under the gun. It's very disciplined to fold those because you really want to open them.
Yeah.
And you just get in a lot of trouble. You flop top pair and you're almost always dominated.
Yeah, that's true.
You really just need to flop a flush. And we see it limped around to Henry, and Henry's going to bump things up with his suited ace. See, if Garrett had opened ace deuce here and then faces a 3-bet from Henry,
You 4-bet it.
you can,
You 4-bet it.
but ace deuce just does really poorly in 4-bet pots against ranges, like perceived ranges. And
Artur is got his curiosity piqued here. Is going to take a flop with the 8-7 offsuit.
I wouldn't be surprised if Leort sticks it in, given the dead money in there, but just gonna wait for another day. He's kind of been getting the brunt end of the stick today.
Art is staying in here because of how he perceives Henry's range. That's, in my opinion, I think why he's taking a flop out of position with this kind of junky hand. And he flops top pair. Not going to like that turn card at all. Still going to bet it, though. And I believe he's thinking that Henry is
That's a really good size too.
going to have all kinds of things here.
That really puts Henry in a rough spot with the exact kind of hand he has, where ace high can be really good here, but he's going to have to call this and then call river, and he knows that the river bet's going to be 400 or so.
I mean, I don't see any way that this hand can continue here, and neither does he.
That's a smart fold. Not so much because of the bet right now, but because of the coming bet. He even tried to steal the button there. Man's just a thief. I say thief, and he had the best hand. But we see the $20 straddle on. I believe if Modelo doubles up again, we're going to see the 40, the 80 straddle from him whenever it's available. We have 29 people in chat as we have a small lull in the action here. Honestly, I kind of want to hear some bad beat stories. I haven't heard many today. I'll be honest, I haven't heard many bad beat stories in the last week and a half. So go ahead and write them out. I will definitely read them and give my synopsis and my condolences, or laugh at you for making a bad play. I don't know. I'm a student of the game. Always like reading what the pain other people go through. As we see Artur open to 130 over a $40 straddle. Like I said, Modelo's going to get, the deeper he gets, the more he's going to be inclined to straddle and restraddle. And he's going to at least call with his ace here. Unbeknownst to him, he doesn't really want to see an ace. That would be not good for him. With a7 offsuit, you can definitely call this open. And we see a queen 5-5 board. Artur with the ace of hearts, feeling pretty good about his hand. Modelo Poppy checks. And Artur's going to bet he's going to down bet his previous bet. He's going to bet about 25% of the pot and get snap called by an ace. And he's greater than, he's got this locked up pretty much on the flop. Modelo's going to, actually Artur opened from the small blind. So Modelo's definitely going to defend from a small blind open with an ace. Calling the flop's fine too. The turn, he's going to check to kind of induce from a queen. A queen should be betting here. But Modelo's just going to check it back. And the 9 of spades on the river doesn't put aces in a super scary spot, but you do still have to think, okay, what if he does have 2 spades or a 7-6 kind of a hand? And I wouldn't be surprised if when Artur bets this river, if Modelo turns his hand into a bluff, because he does have a key card of the 7 of spades, depending on how big Artur goes. And Artur bets 250 into 450. Pretty decent size. Modelo, if the stack is, I don't think he has 1,400 in his stack. I think he's just going to fold here a lot. But if he were to bluff given his stack depth, I think his main bluff size is just all in. And Archer's going to be a nice gentleman and show the aces. Your boy just doesn't lose. He's just stacking chip after chip after chip.
Well, tell me about it. I just stepped out to get a fizzy water.
He got 2 streets of value. 2 streets with aces versus ace-7 off on queen 5-5.
Who's his opponent?
Modelo Poppy. He opened from the small blind into Modelo Poppy's 3rd straddle.
Okay.
And Modelo defended correctly, flop was very dry. I have to call one street, and then he folded river. Medela Poppy limping the ace-6 suited under the gun. This is actually, for the people that limp under the gun, this is not the worst hand to limp and then raise with, because you have some playability post-flop.
This
But-
boy's just hot.
Artur is heating up at the right times. And you can just see the look of Medela, like, this guy again? There's no way he has aces again. Artur was a actual competitor and showed him the aces last hand when he folded the ace-7 high.
This is the thing Art and I have talked about. Art and I, all things being equal, we would rather show our value hands than our bluffs.
And Artur flops top 2 here in
I wonder what his sizing's going to be.
you still need to defend some hands. So full pots, or 110 into 140 is perfectly fine. In these spots, you want to bet almost full pot, because the hands that are calling you are fairly indifferent in the size. So if you think you're ahead right now, pile the money in. Like a king jack or queen jack, queen 10, ace 10, ace jack. They're all going to call no matter the size, as long as it's not too large. So you can just bet with impunity, full pot.
Ace King gets one of the worst turn cards and checks, but
It's going to get him paid, though. And that little tickler bet is definitely going to get raised.
I don't know if it is.
I would be very surprised if it doesn't. Especially with the certain combination of ace king that Artur has.
I just feel like there isn't much value in raising here.
Because of the board, any ace is thinking that they're going to chop. So if you can put him down to an ace, you can raise here with better than a 2-pair ace-queen hand, and still get paid by an ace, because they're thinking that you're just making a move.
All right. That makes sense.
Or they think that you're just trying to push them off a chop. And this raise size is really nice, too. Because it does look like he's just trying to push him off a chop. He checked back turn, so he can have all the full houses, although I think a full house would go a lot larger on this river. More along the lines of like 500 to 600. And we do see the call from the ace-6, and he's gonna see the bad news.
Yeah, it's exactly as you described it, and he was thinking about it clearly the same way you were thinking about it. So, excellent commentary, Stein. Excellent analysis.
And sometimes you just throw stuff at a wall and see what sticks. Yeah, that's just one of those spots where even if you have a hand kind of like ace-jack or ace-10, I wouldn't hate a raise on the river, because it does put a hand that looks exactly like Medela Poppy's in a tougher spot, so that later on when you have ace-king in this spot, you can just raise, and he's going to think that you're just trying to push him off a chop.
Artur at the top of the leaderboard with about 1,600
Yes,
in
kicking butt.
profit. Henry currently at the bottom, stuck about 2,300.
I think Henry has a little bit more than 1,600 in his stack. I think he has a full rack of blacks, almost. Henry does like to color up. He's not a big fan of having small chips in front of him, 5s and greens. He'd rather have blacks and purples.
So Stein, what's your background? What did you do for work before poker became your main thing?
I was in college for a bit. When I got out of college, I was going to be a park ranger, and then there was a shift change politically, and a lot of the park ranger jobs disappeared overnight. I had some friends that were trying to work for the EPA, and we're in the interview process, and the EPA lost 50% of their job
Oh my goodness.
market overnight. I'd already been playing poker for a little bit in college. I'd had a bar job at Virginia Tech, and I was working 3 days double shifts, and then 4 days I was driving from Virginia Tech to Maryland Live that had just opened up. And I've been doing that since 2015, 2016 now. I've just been playing poker pretty much full time. Side gigs here and there every now and then when I want to do some fun stuff. But it seems like we have another Nick game going.
Indeed, we do, and we're seeing some Nick game ranges here with Garrett squeezing with the King 5 suited.
I actually really like King 5 suited for some reason. It always feels like a hand that I know I'm going to bluff with, but somehow gets there. I guess it's because it's one off the Ace 5 suited. And like I said, the King 5 suited does get there. Garrett doesn't have the best kicker with his hand, but he has top pair. And yeah, I don't hate a check. You get to see what everybody else has.
Yeah, check makes sense. I mean, what turn cards are you worried about? Hardly anything.
Ace.
Yeah. You
That's
don't want
about
to see
it.
an ace unless it's the ace of hearts isn't terrible, but yeah, you don't want to see an ace.
And we see BP taking a stab where he feels weakness. Henry folds. Garrett's not folding here. And I actually think that Garrett's probably going to call here and then lead the turn on a favorable turn card, like a jack or a queen. Could also see a raise here. I wouldn't be too crazy, but he's just going to call. And he's basically gotten what he wants out of his hand, where he's flopped top pair and gets the information. We see 4 clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything, anywhere, anytime. And I expect BP to try to give up now. I think he has sussed out that he is not getting a fold from Garrett. That's not the best river card for Garrett. He still loses to a lot of the King X that would check back the turn, like King 8, King 9. So he may just check here and hope that if he gives BP rope, he'll bluff, but he's just going to take a showdown value. And BP rightfully assessed that Garrett had a king or a hand that was not going to fold to a bet. The Nick game's also on, so like Garrett can definitely have some sixes there. And he's just giving up with ace high, hoping that maybe his ace 10 high has showdown value because his kicker does play. Yeah, I started at Virginia Tech. I played home games 3 or 4 days a week, 8 hours a day. My grades reflected that pretty readily. I wouldn't say I had a knack for it, but I really enjoyed sitting down for 8 hours playing against 9 guys who were also giving it their all. So then when I finally moved over to Maryland Live, I found the games very soft comparative to the game I was playing. Even all the way up to 5-10, the game was... The home game I had been at Virginia Tech was a lot harder than the 5-10. And that's just me coming from a game where nobody really had a lot of money and everybody's worrying about every single dollar that's in the pot versus going to a casino. People are gambling. They have disposable income. Did not. And we see Lateralus opening the Queen Jack suited, feeling with calling. Leortz has said, I've had enough. Here's $133 in your face.
He's got the best hand.
So far he does. Modelo Poppy said, I have a king and a 9. Wolf, all in. And I believe Modelo Poppy has about 250, 260 in a stack.
Now, where a lot of people would fold Lateralis' hand, Lateralis tends to want to continue and doesn't want to let go of his equity. So wouldn't be surprised if he calls or raises to shut out Philly Murph. Neither one of those would surprise me.
Lateralis
Nope, but he
does
let it go.
fold.
All right.
So
I'm a little surprised to see that.
I am too. He really likes the Queen Jack. I saw him play a $3,000 pot where he got it in with Queen Jack and got called by Queen 10 and won with Queen Jack high. We still talk about that hand every time he has Queen Jack.
There you go.
Or he also bluff called correctly for like a $500 river bet with Queen Jack high once.
Instead, we have Fives versus King Nine for a $357 pot.
Basically a 50-50. I'm kind of hoping Lee Orts holds here. He's been getting kind of kicked around today. He needs to get the momentum back in his favor. That's a pretty good flop for fives. Poppy does have the king of diamonds and some backdoor straight draws. The deuce is not going to do it. You'd rather have the deuce than the six here. The six would give him some counterfeit outs. Just needs to king and a nine and does hold.
Fives hold.
And Leortz will a little bit more than double up because there was a dead, I think, $80 in the middle. And he will get rid of his nip button.
So it doesn't have a big stack, but has enough that he has a little playability now. He's going to be able to have a little more fold equity if he finds a hand he likes. So this is how comebacks start.
It's also part of the strategy in the nit game. If you're going to top up, you top up after you get the double up. Because it's a lot easier to get in $150 3 or 4 ways and triple or quadruple up than it is to get in $1,000.
He looks like he's having fun.
Yeah, I'd love to see the smile. And he's got the finger guns. He's probably
Finger guns.
John back at Modelo. They definitely play together here and there. What about you? How did you start your poker career off?
Well, I mean, not career. I mean, my first exposure to poker was a long time ago. I have a younger brother, and when I graduated high school, I didn't go to college right away. I stayed home and worked a variety of jobs and became friends with my brother's younger friends because they were still around and all my friends had gone away to school. And they played poker. We got a hand developing before I tell my life story. We'll come back to that.
Garrett is going to be happy to see that.
Yeah, that Modelo Poppy doesn't have any
has
money.
125 or 130.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? I would have lost a lot more. Philly Murph's getting some TV time here. He also knows Garrett can be a little bit light here, and Modelo is definitely not one to shy away from action. But especially because the action's closed when it gets when he calls and Henry folds, it may be that he's just trying to see a flop. Little does he know he really doesn't want to see a king board. If he does, he needs to build a side pot, and I'm not sure Garrett's going to be putting that much money in on a king high board, unless it's king jack 10 specifically. So off to a flop we go. Modelo Poppy all in with the ace king. It's got 54%. That's pretty good 3 ways. That's a pretty safe flop for ace queen and ace king. This puts Garrett in kind of a weird spot. I think he's going to bet here with his entire range because he thinks he has the best hand against Modelo Poppy a lot of the time. But Philly Murph's flatting range from here should have quite a few pocket pairs that are not going to fold in the 9-7-7 board.
Right.
And if you bet the flop, the turn, the pot's going to be a size on the turn that I think you just have to shove turn.
Oof.
Right now, it's looking like it's going to be a chop between Garrett and Modelo Poppy. And Garrett can rightly suss out that Philly Murph could also have pocket pairs below this board, that a bet here is just going to work a lot. I feel like he still thinks he probably has the best hand against Poppy. But he could also just take a showdown value and try to get down to showdown cheaply. And that river is not going to change much. I don't think Philly Murph can do anything. He's really handcuffed because of Poppy being all in. King high is not really going to be good. There is a small side pot, I think, of $250. So maybe he's going to bet. I don't think Garrett's folding ace high on this double paired board ever. I think he's going to take about 45 seconds and then call.
It's uncomfortable though. It's uncomfortable. I mean,
Very.
it's always worrisome when you see that top card, come on the turn there. It's in your mind that your opponent is going to call with that top pair every time they have it, and then it's like, did they really just make trips, or in this case, a full house? So I don't disagree with your analysis, but you don't like it when you have ace queen here. You don't like it, and you're thinking, am I better off folding? But he is reaching for chips. I think he's going to do what you think he's going to do, consistent with that line of thought. He's going to think about it some more after cutting out the call. It's not comfortable. He's giving it a lot of thought. He's literally stroking his beard.
He does have a fairly nice beard.
Oh, yeah.
I think Mandela has recently shaved his goatee. That looks quite fresh. Or I don't know. It's not a soul patch. I can't.
He's got a goatee. Garrett gives it another
Garrett's
stroke.
going to be very tilted
The beard
if he
that
folds
is.
here and finds
Looks
out.
again. He might fold. And he finds the call.
He's like, yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense, so I'm just going to call. And this is a spot where I would love to see Mandela Poppy slow roll. I would love to see Mandela Poppy jump out of his chair, smack the table. God damn it, how did you get there on me? And then just show. But he doesn't. They're going to chop this one up. Philly Murph adding some juice to the side for Garrett. And Garrett's playing pretty well today. I think he went home after last stream, really put on his thinking cap, studied a little bit, and yeah, he's focused and ready to crush souls today. You need the bad sessions, because if it was just all good, you would never adjust. The highs feel so much better than they do when, like, if you've had a losing streak and you have one really nice win, that feels so much better than if it's just consistent wins. But the lows really suck.
Consistent wins feel amazing. Yeah. Consistent wins feel amazing. I mean, I know what you're saying, but like here's a question. So forget my background in poker. We'll come back to that another time. What's the longest consecutive win streak you've ever had in sessions?
Probably in the 15 to 20 day.
That's long.
I knew a guy who had a winning session every day for a month and a half.
Those guys tend to be guys who don't win much, though. I'm not saying your guy wasn't. Maybe your guy was crushing, but when more often than not, if someone's like, "Oh, I won 20 sessions in a row," they are not a winning player. They're someone who plays to lock up wins.
Right. I do know of a guy who had a 60 session win streak that I remember at I believe it was TCH. His name's Doug. But Doug would also play the game where it's match stack, and if you would get buried a ton, just match.
Oh, okay.
And it's a lot easier to get out of the hole when you're playing match stack.
So he was martingaling it, basically.
Yeah, basically. And he had the bankroll to do that. And then he went on a month downswing. Where
When he loses, he's going to be destroyed.
But he doesn't lose very much. He's not very tilted. He's a pretty solid player. He's recently switched to PLO and is doing well enough to be playing the bigger PLO games that they run over there. But yeah, I mean, I've seen it personally. I've had more losing streaks than winning streaks. It feels like, or I'm a big stats and graphs guy. For whatever reason, if I have a big win, it feels like the next day I'm having a loss for almost the exact same amount. Or I have a big loss, and then the next day I have a big win for that amount. That's what it feels like to me all the time. So it's poker's you just try to keep that 45-degree angle and look at it long term. But those dips, they really hurt. What about you? What's your longest win streak?
My longest win streak is 13 sessions. 13. That was quite a while ago, but man, it felt good. It feels real good.
It does. It does feel very good. And we have 7 people left with a knit button. I feel like the Nick game's been going on for a little while too.
Lee Orts got out of the Nick game while we were talking. He won
Right.
won a pot there
He
while
won
we
with
were
fives against King.
while
Nine.
we were talking about our greatest win streaks. There's an actual poker game going on, and we missed it.
Yes. Well, we're strapped in for the long haul here. Bringing you all this action from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. Right next to the Pluckers. Pluckers actually sounds pretty good tonight. I had sushi last night, and it was some of the best sushi I've had in a long time. But an hour and a half later, I gotta go make some more food because I'm hungry. It seems like the better the sushi, the less of it you get because the price is so big. We see Modelo rifle it in there with the A7 offsuit over Garrett's limp in the cutoff or hijack.
What will the players behind him have? Not much until we get to, not much, period. Looked for a second to me like Artur was going to call.
I don't
but
think
no.
Garrett's folding a pair for $200 ever.
Deuces never loses.
Not with a net game on.
Deuces treated me right in the last big tournament I won.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Won with him, I think, 3 times.
Congratulations.
Thanks. I wasn't searching for congratulations, just thinking about the fact that
Well, you also get to pay taxes. So good luck with that.
Yeah, every time I needed the deuces to hold, they held.
And we're off to C5. All club board, and the 7 of clubs is live for Modelo Poppy.
53% equity on this flop, so still a flip.
No more outs on the turn. That's a brick. And Queen of Spades is not going to do it. And Garrett is running good. Somebody call his mom and tell her.
So how much did Garrett lose on the last stream? Has he won more than he lost?
I don't know. I think it was somewhere around
like
3
3.
to 4 buy-ins, but I can never really tell how much the buy-ins are for because sometimes they're 500, sometimes they're 1,000. Depends on the structure of the game at the current time when he's rebuying.
So we don't know the exact number, but we think maybe Garrett is winning as much today as he was losing on Wednesday, somewhere in that vicinity.
But good for him.
So longest losing streak you've ever had?
3 months.
What?
Yeah.
I mean consecutive.
Last year.
Consecutive.
Last year.
sessions. You didn't lose 90 times in a row. How many losing sessions?
For I had from September to November, I had 1 winning session.
Jesus.
Yes. Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm sure there was more than one, but there was only one that I really remember, and it was quite rough. Really makes you rethink life in general.
I mean, yeah.
But
Well, we'll talk more about losing and life being miserable maybe after this hand. We have Jim raising ace jack to $60. BP calls with king 7 of spades.
this is a great squeeze spot
Philly
for
Murph
Artur.
calls with 9-8 offsuit, and now Artur with the king queen. I agree. It's definitely a squeeze spot, and he finds a squeeze.
That's a nice size. He is really on point with the sizes.
He's a great player, in my opinion. Really has a feel for the game. If you ever get a chance to talk about a hand with him, or you want some insight into a spot, he's as good as anyone I know at that. I mean, I really think highly of him, and you're seeing what I'm talking about here. He knows these spots really well. He also is very good at emotional control in game. He's very good at staying level-headed.
I almost felt like he was not going to show that one just to say I can get this knit button going again. Almost.
Yeah, if you're someone who plays poker for a living or very, very seriously as part of your living, a losing streak will kind of ruin your life because it's such a big part of your life. You're just miserable.
I am thankful that finances were in place. That it was a little rough, but I could still keep playing.
And you said that was the end of last year. That you
From
were,
September to November, yeah. I don't think I was up at any point in any of those 3 months, like on the month of each individual month.
I was ice cold the beginning of the year last year. Came on real strong at the end of the year.
Well, yeah, when you bink tournaments,
Highly recommend it.
when you get ace queen to fold, when you have ace 10,
Oh, baby.
good things happen.
Oh, baby.
He still talks about that hand. I heard him talking about it like last week.
Oh, he does not with me. He doesn't.
No, he was talking to, he plays in some of the games I play at Texas Card House.
He's a fine player. I respect him a lot.
He's made a couple blunders here and there that he folded aces on a final table. He makes a lot of final tables though.
He's a good player.
He plays really well for the style of Texas poker as well. You can be a good tournament player, but Texas poker is a lot different. It's almost a completely different game than normal poker.
BP with the betting lead and the best hand. Misses the flop, though, on ace-5-4 rainbow. Jim and Modelo are going to like this flop, at least a little bit. BP is not going to like this flop.
But he just goes
What?
with it.
Wait, what happened? Check, check, jam?
Yes, check all in for that much. And honestly,
Wow. Do it, I guess.
I think they're just both gonna.
I mean, it's going to work given their hands, but I mean, I think so often that's just going to blow up in your face.
Well, they can't really have the strongest of aces there, right? So if you block ace king, you block ace jack. They're gonna be raising ace 10 plus sometimes, right? So if you just think you have the range advantage, why not just stick it in? And unfortunately, if you get called, you're pretty dead.
Yeah.
If you get called, it's going to be like 2 pair sets and then wheel aces with a gutter.
I mean, this goes back to what we were saying hours ago. I mean, the Nick game just changes the game. I mean, if the Nick game's not on there,
We have the
is not
40
a
on
jam.
from Mandela Poppy.
Nice.
Yeah, the Nick game creates so much action, but it's also it's still a new spot to a lot of people, so the thought processes are still
Yep.
fresh, and people are experimenting as they should be. It really just takes a lot of time to figure out what you feel like you should do in each spot. I don't believe there's any solves for it yet. And we see Lateralus over the $40 open make it 225 with 6-5 of hearts. I like the move. You're in the cutoff. There's dead money in the middle. That size is really, really nice.
Leortz is going to ship it, though.
I think so. I think it's going to take about 15 to 20 more seconds and then just put it in. He's trying. I think he's trying to feel also like, what does anybody really feel happy behind him?
Right.
A lot of people don't look to their left when they're thinking about actions.
Hold on. Hold the phone.
Oh, that's a funeral hand.
Folded.
Wow. Henry with ace 8 suited.
Henry's like, watch this, Leortz.
Can we see hearts, please? And we're going to a flop with $500 in the middle. There's a
Heart,
heart
ace,
and an
jack.
ace. Oh, Leortz would have flopped top 2.
Leortz. Oh, that was your hand to triple up, brother.
I guess the 7 of hearts is the Jing card on the turn. I don't think Henry is folding to this bet.
No.
Yeah,
He's got top pair.
he in fact raises. Lateralus bets, I believe 160, and Henry makes it 400. And I think this is just going to get through.
Is there any world in which Lateralus turns his hand into a bluff starting now?
Yes,
Yeah, I know the answer to that.
I think
Is he going to
Lateralus
float or
he might
raise?
just float. Wow, we are seeing some poker here.
Out on the plank.
This is the street poker.
Out
You'd
on the
love to see it.
plank. Yeah, this is, you're right. You do love to see this, literally.
Okay, that's
Now, that's the kind of card that the person who floats
and
gets
Henry
them thinking.
snap checks the turn. I'm
Now,
not sure if
if
it was
you're
a dark check.
bluffing, if you're bluffing, do you bet 600 or do you jam?
Oh, that's interesting.
I
I
think
think
you
it, I
jam.
think you just jam, but
Now, Henry is not a folder with top pair jamming.
Absolutely not.
So I don't think this is going to work, but it might. It might work.
no, I don't know if Henry
Henry,
saw
it's
it.
a big call.
If you look at Lateralus when he jammed,
No, what did you see?
he was not happy. He acted faster than normal right now, and he didn't want to look at Henry when he jammed. Normally, when he's going to jam in a spot like this, he takes 30 seconds. But he just very quickly settled in. And I think Henry is starting to pick up on the fact that Lateralis is very, very uncomfortable right now.
Interesting.
And I mean, Henry's going to take his time here because it's not a small spot. He went all in
very
for
difficult spot.
$1,000.
Very difficult.
It just really, I don't think he's ever jamming a 9 here. I think he would try to eke some value. And he does call, and he just wins. Nice call from Henry.
Opponent is dead.
Nice read. Lateralis is not going to show his hand.
Ouch.
I think
been there.
I think Daniel's just going to say, "Yep, that's yours."
We've been there.
Lateralis always tries. He gives 100% in every hand he plays, and sometimes it backfires. He does end up showing his hand. But
Well, since there's nothing to see here, I'll point out that Amanda Chang showed up in chat to say she's enjoying the stream and to ask about a setup hand you played. So let me draw your attention to that.
yeah, I was playing a game where I straddled onto the gun, raised to 4x. It folds to a gentleman in the middle who shoves for 200 big blinds, and it gets back to me, and I look down at aces, and I have about 2,000 big blinds, roughly.
Nice.
I have about 1,000 big blinds. No.
You've got
I have 500 big blinds,
gigapiles.
and I cover the other guy, and I stuck it in because I would be sticking it in with every single hand I'm calling with there,
Right.
to isolate. And I had aces. The guy under the gun who. He tanked for longer than I would have with kings and called. And then the guy who initially shoved had ace king, and I just held in 2 boards. It's dream setup for me. I can't
Nice
really ask for
hand.
more than that. Really a cooler for the kings because I should not have
think?
aces there.
You think
But
that's
he honestly wanted to fold, and I was kind of shocked that
you think it's a cooler for the kings that you had aces
Of course,
in the
of
straddle
course,
there?
of course. But
You know I'm messing with you, right?
yes.
Okay.
But it's just one of those spots where, like, wow, it happens to me for once.
Philly Murph with a 2-fisted jam here.
With the ace-9 of hearts.
Looks like he's getting in about 500.
Yep, looks about right.
I couldn't end up, but I was pretty sure you did.
505 or so. 515.
490.
Oh, yeah, 490. Well, math is hard. Uh-oh. Does Garrett have a hand?
No.
Oh, no. Yeah, the sunglasses weren't on. Now, Garrett and Daniel have a taco bet. Whoever wins the most has to go buy tacos after the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I think Lateralis ate tacos before he got here because he had a box of tacos when he walked in.
Did he?
So he may have to forego the tacos tonight because he's full.
I mean, they can carry it over. They'll eat tacos another time.
Oh, they'll eat tacos every night. they eat a lot of tacos, those two. He actually went to a spot near my house called Quesabiria Tacos.
For the 3rd time, we've seen Ace-5 of clubs.
We
I
have,
think under
and
the
it's
gun.
opened. Yeah.
Opened?
You see Lateralis.
Lateralis's fold button is broken after the failed bluff. He's in there with the 9-8 offsuit. And I mean, I say that with compassion. My fold button gets broken frequently, so I understand. Now Liort's with the 7 deuce and a nice stack to do something with the 7 deuce game. It's too much to jam, but
I like putting in half your stack here. Looks
Yeah.
so much stronger.
yeah, it's what he did.
And he's gonna pick up an extra 180 or
160.
160.
Yeah.
And Lateralus folds and also has to give him $20.
It's a good feeling. Nice hand.
Look at
Liort.
that smile on Leo. He is. I wonder if it's a little cold in there. We see some hoods up.
Nah, these guys are just dorks.
Sometimes I like having my hood up because it's like blinders on a horse. It just makes you focus. Other times it's too much.
These guys are dorks except for BP. BP is not a dork. BP is a rock star.
He is in fact a rock star.
I know. I mean, clearly.
He's definitely got the hair for headbanging as well. His style is always of the rock star type as well. The flashy shirts, the skinny jeans. He rocks the part.
Yeah. So who's left in this Nick game? Lateralus
And I believe Jim. And
and Modelo.
And I believe Lateralus bought back in kind of short because the net game's getting longer. As I see Philly Murph limp in with the 6-5 suited. Henry's definitely going to be raising his button with ace queen off. I like the $50 size. It seems fine. You're on the button.
7 deuce.
Oh no, Garrett.
Just throws
Garrett
it
is
away.
locking it up.
Doesn't want any of that.
Wow. I am shocked.
He was suited too.
Yeah.
Has a little playability. Garrett, we got to talk.
And nobody with a knit button was in the hand. I guess the guy next to him, Poppy, is. But
What does that matter, man? You got to when you get the 7 deuce, you
would
got
have
to work with it.
flopped a pair too. That's a really good flop for Philly Murph. It goes check, check. Would have gotten there with
Get
the
wrecked,
7
Garrett.
deuce.
Get wrecked.
And Philly Murph is going to bet his 6 here. And he's probably going to get called 1 street, maybe 2. Ace Queen kind of shrivels up on this board. But you don't block it hearts.
Garrett's behind the sunglasses, regretting all his decisions.
I wonder if he's going to tell the table what he had. I always have a problem with that. I'm like, man, I would have gotten there.
Get wrecked.
He's interested in what's shown. He leaned forward in
He's
the
not going to
seat.
tell anyone. He's not
No.
going to be like, I folded the 7 deuce.
He's
ashamed.
shaking with rage in his seat.
Yeah,
right
he'd be too ashamed to tell. Maybe he just told Poppy. Might have just told him.
Poppy said, "Did you get there?" Yes. Nice to see you in chat, Amanda. It was fun playing with you yesterday. It was a fun table. I quite liked it. That's why I didn't go up to a bigger game. I just kind of stayed there. It's a little bit more relaxed.
If I'm not mistaken, she won the ladies' event at the WPT stop a couple months ago when it came to the lodge. Am I right about that? That's my recollection. She won a tournament recently. I think that was the one. So congratulations to that achievement, Amanda. Pretty cool.
The only reason I want to get my wife into poker is to play the ladies' events, because every time I look over there and they talk about the ladies' events, they all seem to be having such a great time. And I'm like, this would be a great spot for you to socialize and like really play poker and not get yelled at by, you know, some angry old man or, you know, somebody you get beat by or you beat. They seem to be drinking, just having a ball in those tournaments all the time. All right, now we see a 3-bet from Garrett with 10s versus Henry's open. That's going to kill all the action pretty much. I think we may see a small bet from Garrett here. You're welcome, Mixon. We both actually quite enjoy this. It's just nice to be on the other side of it. He goes check, check, turn. Oh, and he drills the river. And given who his opponent is, Garrett might call a bet here. If Henry does bet, I think about a $200 size is right. Because if you were going to bluff, 300 is good too. If you were going to bluff, you want to be betting full pot to polarize. Puts a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack in a kind of a bad spot. Jacks and 10s also feel a lot of pressure with a full pot bet. And it may work out for him. Garrett is contemplating what he should do here. I don't think he can raise because he did check all the way to the river. Right, check flop and turn. And it would just be an overplay if he did raise, turn his hand into a bluff.
And all of that, but also Henry's like one of the scariest opponents to do that kind of thing versus because he's tenacious. So that is even more reason not to turn this into a bluff.
And there is a bit of table talk going on between both of them. Garrett's shaking his head right now. I'm not sure he really doesn't know what he wants to do. He may be wearing sunglasses, but you can see the pain on his face in this spot because he knows that Henry is bluffing here at this size. And Garrett does rightfully fold. And if I was Henry, I would show a single 9. But he does show Garrett, and Garrett's like, wow, I'm the best. I folded, but I really should have bet at any point during the hand to take it down. I think if Garrett had c-bet like a quarter pot on the flop with his exact hand, it would have worked. And we see that Henry is now up to, I believe, over 3,500, 36-ish, if that front stack is of 10. But good for him. He got really really deep in there last week, last stream.
I'd already released my cards at that point. I was thinking, I wasn't like nothing.
See Leord's limp in there with the 10-9 off. Henry is also going to call with 3-2 suited. We still have 3 knit buttons left. I think Poppy's just going to stick it in here. It's a good spot to do it. Oh, he doesn't stick it all. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
I thought he was doing the thing that he will sometimes do where he will put all but one chip in so that, I guess it's different because we're on stream. But if he doesn't put the one chip in and somebody puts them all in, he doesn't have to show first. It's kind of a little ego
Lateralus
thing.
has ace queen.
Yes, and Lateralus is also all in. Wait, we've already seen this. Modelo Poppy's already gotten it all in. Ace king
Lateralus
versus ace
is
queen.
on a small stack. I didn't realize
Yes.
that's unusual. Okay, so
He rebought for, I believe, 400.
okay, so he's just going to get rinsed here unless he hits a queen.
I would love to see Henry call here and get there, but he's folding his 3 high. Lateralus is going to be like, I run so bad. How do I have ace queen and you have ace king? But I've seen Lateralus win in this spot way more than I feels like anybody should. And we're off to 5. I believe they're running it once. All right, some opportunities arise. 8 of spades.
8 of spades, yeah. let's
Spicy
see,
card on the turn.
8 of spades is what we're rooting for.
That's
over.
gonna do it.
It's over.
No heart draw for Lateralus, and ace king is going to hold. Excuse me.
Our erstwhile regular announcer is in chat thanking us for filling in and saying he'll be back Wednesday. We're happy to do it.
I hope you're on tournament break and not on a break from
That's what I told him. I
tournaments.
said, get back to work, dude.
Or maybe he just has so many chips he's got walking around chips. That's happened a few times. As we see the numbers here, pretty much Garrett and Artur are beating up the table, and everybody else is either treading water or stuck piles. Henry's
Henry's
made
had a
very big
turnaround.
comeback.
Henry was buried.
Henry was down like $3,000 and is. I think we're gonna see a $5,500 pot.
I mean, the conditions are setting up to make it possible.
Your friend Art is definitely got a stack that can be moved in versus Henry. Do you also have a vehement hate for Ace-4 offsuit like I do?
Ace-4 offsuit. I mean, I don't have any special feelings about Ace-4 offsuit, but it looks pretty trashy.
So when I look at Ace-4 off the first time, I always think it's aces.
I don't.
Because my brain's slow.
No, I don't have that particular problem. Fours don't look like aces to me. They just don't. I can't explain it, but I don't have that phenomenon.
Okay, and we see the open from Ace-4, call from King-8, call from 7-5, call from Jack-6. Ace-high diamond flop, 2 diamond flop would be great. And we see Jack-9-10. Lateralus flopping top pair. Gem with a draw. 2 straights. 7, the queen. Give him a straight. And Lateralus just says, all right, I have top pair. I have $300. Net game's getting kind of short.
Yeah, there's a bazillion possible draws.
They're heads up in the net game, and Jim's going to call because they are heads up in the net game. And he's going to be fine with what he sees. He's got decent equity in the spot. Could be a lot worse for him. And this is for also the net game, so there's an extra, I believe they're up to 180 now in penalties for the net game. Eight on the turn gives Jim a few more outs. And 7 on the river.
Straight for
Chop
both.
it up.
Yeah, chop.
Max Payne. Both you take your money back. Nobody loses the net game. Nobody wins the net game. They each make like $30. Yes, Amanda, I wonder if Avi is still at the table. I know he's played like some 30-hour sessions this week. It would not surprise me if he's still there.
What's the longest session you've ever played?
I believe it was 21 or 22 hours. And I played overnight with the intention of playing a bankroll builder tournament. That was a $65 buy-in with a $20,000 guarantee. And 2 hands in, the chips were a little bit weird to me, and I accidentally put in half my stack as a 3-bet with Ace-4 offsuit, thinking I had aces. And then Old Man Coffee rips it on me, and I had put half my stack in, and I looked back at my hand, and I realized that I had Ace-4 offsuit.
Oops.
And I said, you know what? It's $65. I've been playing all night. I've been playing 2-5. I said, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna leave if I lose this hand. I lose.
Jim's trying to escape the Nick game here, so we'll
Yes.
get back to your story. I'm interested.
I don't think it's gonna work.
But Leortz comes in for the raise under the gun with the suited ace.
Artur-
Artur's going to have to fold. He's going to think about it, but I'm almost certain he's going to find a fold, and then I think
Yeah.
Leo's going to go with his hand.
Yeah.
He
Usually,
wishes he could play it. If he knew what was out there, he wouldn't. He wouldn't want to be out of position versus the ace-jack of hearts, but
well, he's either all in or folding here. With Leor's stack size, there's like $100 difference between Jim's and Leortz's stack. And Leortz is
he's going to fold.
almost certainly not folding
I
this
can
hand.
tell just by how much he's talking, he's going to fold.
Just looking for the TV time.
All right, Art, move it along, move it along.
Luscious locks.
Move it along. We got stuff to do. You're folding.
Oh, he just shot a little ushka look over at Leo. He does call.
He does not fold. Leo's not going to fold.
I don't think Leo's going to fold, but this is also kind of scary.
If he folds, it's going to be amazing for Art.
This is actually kind
You know
of
what?
scary.
Maybe
for
Art did
Leo.
exactly what he needed to do. Maybe Leo folds. Because there's no point in waiting here if you're continuing, right? There's nothing to be gained. The action will be over. So he is thinking. This is a genuine tank. So while he's tanking, you play this tournament and you have to throw it all in there with ace-4.
Of course, it was a $65 tournament. I shouldn't have played all night, anyways. But that was my longest session. Usually, I shoot for about 6 to 8 hours. It just depends on how I feel. I feel like anything more than 8 hours, usually I get kind of delirious because you have to be focused.
Art's going to look like a wizard if Leo folds here.
If he holds.
It's close. It's
If
close.
if he isolates and a jack comes,
I think the longer he takes, the more likely he's going to fold.
yeah. I mean, this does look so strong from Art. The just call even with $100 behind. It's not even 100. I don't think it's.
Which way is he going to call or fold? Make your prediction.
I think he's going to fold,
I think he's going to fold.
but I'm only saying that because I don't know if Leo has another bullet.
The
here.
more this is going,
and he does call.
calls.
He only calls though, so it's 507 in the middle, and there will be a little bit behind. I believe another
Well, it's
$60.
Trivial.
It
amount.
is.
It doesn't matter.
But the board comes king high, like king 4 deuce, and
even-
Artur puts him in. He might fold. I always love to see those, like, somebody bets $150.
You said
it has
king 4 deuce, but Art would have the best hand if that happened. You mean like king
Right.
tray deuce?
Right, something along those lines. And it would. I always love to see it where somebody will bet like $150 out of a $175 stack. Somebody puts them all in and they just fold. It's the funniest thing to me. He does have about $130 behind.
Trivial.
Really is. And honestly, I think Art just asked him what everybody else would do in the spot, and asked him, "Do you want to just put it in now so we can run it twice?"
I mean, I would just jam
Or
dark
just-
if I was
yeah.
Art. I mean,
Yeah, I would just put it in. But we're off to a flop. There's a jack in the window and 3 spades. And it's just going to check all in, and Artur
Now you can
saves
fold.
$100.
Yeah, now you can fold.
And Jim is drawing pretty slim on this board. He needs running spades or a deuce. I guess he could also hit a boat with 8-8 or 7-7. And now Art's in a spot where it's just like, I know I'm probably beat here, but is ace high good enough to call for $100 into 1,700? Maybe. Maybe he just has king queen with a spade,
Oh my goodness,
and he does call.
I mean, he is getting 17 to 1.
I don't think you can fold,
I guess you're right, but
but it's not a very fun spot for him, and all the cards are going to be on their back. Leo's going to be really happy with
yeah.
the situation he's in. And as we see, Jim has 2 outs, and Artur has a hope and a prayer of something.
Yeah. Drawn pretty thin.
Maybe he should channel his inner Matt and get there with the 4%.
That's a special guy in these spots.
King is not going to change anything for anybody.
Jim needs a deuce.
And a deuce only, and there's one left in the deck, and it doesn't come, and Leo will more than double up,
Nice turnaround for him.
and Jim is still in the net game.
Art sustained some damage, not tremendously too much, but he's. When I see him later, he'll definitely want to talk about this hand, I'm sure.
He is getting the right price. If if Leo ever has king queen with a spade.
Yeah.
Even a hand like 2 red kings, he's still like getting better than 17 to 1.
Yeah, yeah. No, he's getting such a good price. You just have to throw the rest in there.
Oh, there is a card read error.
What?
Jim actually had ace jack. So it is a chop, but Jim does not
Oh, look at that. Oh,
give
and he
up
had-
his nit button
he had
either.
the ace of spades too.
Yeah, wow. That is crazy. Yes, I didn't think that Jim had jack deuce, but I got to go with what I'm being shown on the graphics. Sometimes those card read errors, for whatever reason on this table in the 4 seed, it seems to happen the most. So maybe it just got passed over or something when it was being dealt. But yep, that's a chop, but Jim still keeps the nit button. And on to the next one. Wow, what a hand. What a great hand. I believe we have the $25 straddle on.
It does look that way.
Henry loves to apply pressure to these shorter stacks by making their big blinds divided in half. It's almost like tournament poker when you straddle. The clocks go up and you lose a percentage of your big blind equity because the level goes up. I think Artur had to take a small walk after that hand.
Yeah. Probably not happy about that one.
Would have been insane if he got there somehow.
Yeah, it would have.
We could have clipped that, Mixon. We see BP raising over a limp and getting it through with ace-7. Just applying pressure in the right spots. Maybe reading a little bit of weakness from Poppy. And there's some dead money out there. Wow, how does Jim not get there with a flush? Flops top pair and nut flush draw and just whiffs. He does get half his stack though, as a consolation prize in profit. Lateralus is, you can see the pain in his face. He wants to open every hand there. Just get it in, get this nit game over with. But 8 deuce off is just not good enough to do anything. The $20 straddle is on, and we see Leo limping the 10-4. Good buddy. Henry is going to bump it up a little bit with queen jack off. Garrett's going to be disciplined and fold.
Pretty small raise, honestly.
I feel like Henry, when he raises, usually does the smaller sizes to get information. And it works out for him here, and he takes down an easy $45 profit. So this is the part where the orbit's up, and both of them would have to pay the nit tax if we did the max pain nit game. That's got a good ring to it. Max pain nit game. Might have to trademark that.
Seven deuce for Lateralus. There's no chance he doesn't try to run it.
I honestly think if he has $300, I wouldn't hate a shove.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you're just going to have this
You're right.
this happen where,
Yep.
although to be fair, he's one of the last 2 in the nit game. He doesn't have fold equity with the $300, but Garrett's going to isolate him, and I think Lateralus is actually going to just stick it in here because
I mean,
of the
Nick
extra.
game and seven deuce game.
Right.
Yeah, might as well.
And you're just hoping Garrett has a hand like he has a ace king or suited Broadway hand, but he does make the discipline fold.
Hey,
Garrett hasn't really gotten out of line.
Can you
much
go in
today.
there and check his temperature? I'm concerned he's not feeling well. I mean, I can't believe he just
I
folded
think that's just
that.
his normal deposition and how he looks.
No, but I mean the fact that he folded the 7 deuce. I mean, what the hell?
He really reminds me of a dark-haired. Do you ever watch the movie Arthur?
No.
King Arthur with Merlin.
No,
it's
I don't
one
know
of
any-
one of the old classic Disney movies.
I don't know anything
But he
about
really
it.
reminds me of the animated character they had play Arthur. Just in his mannerisms and spunkiness.
Now, if Henry decides to continue here and he is thinking about it, this could be a big pot.
I
'cause
think-
these guys are deep.
Yeah. I think Garrett might need to change his pants if he does call here.
Henry's not folding.
Yes. We are going to see a
$700
flop,
to the flop.
and they are deep. They have over 6K between them.
All right, 2 pair and a flush draw.
Oh. All right, so top pair for Garrett, and Henry has a pair.
Henry will not be folding on this flop.
I would not be surprised if Henry led. He already checked. Garrett's going to C-bet, same size he did.
Henry instantly calls very quickly.
Alarm bells are probably going off for Garrett. Okay, 4 doesn't really change anything. I believe Henry checked dark. And if you're Garrett, do you slow down or do you try to charge his flush draws or his middling pocket pairs that are going to have to call flop, like 6s, 7s, 9s?
I think betting
Fives.
is. I feel like betting is better than checking. and
It
Garrett.
is, but
He jammed.
wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the sizing
Now
on,
he
on
makes
the turn
his
is
hand look
so
like
weird.
a flush draw.
Right.
This might arouse Henry's curiosity.
Henry does get very curious in these spots, and I think it's a $2,000 jam almost.
It's huge. Yeah, it's a gigantic jam.
2,000 into 13. Yeah, this is. If you're Garrett here, you just really, really, really do not want to get turbo snapped.
I like
because
it.
You might be dead.
I like this play.
But Henry's played his hand in a way that it kind of looks like what he has, where he has a pair, and we all know Henry does not like folding pairs. And this feels like a bluff. You can see Henry's just like, why?
Hates it. He hates it.
He wants to fold
Now,
hard right now.
if we're being nerds, you don't like having a spade in your hand if you're Henry.
But you do like having an 8.
You do like having an 8. Right. Exactly.
And the
You
7,
have
the 7's a
pair.
good card to have. Because it does block. Like,
All right, which way are we predicting this one? Is he going to fold or call?
I think if Henry calls, he gets there.
Well, that's a different thing that you're predicting.
Wow.
I think he's going to call.
I think he's the size. I think he's going to
think
fold.
he's going to call.
I was wrong before though. Yeah, I think he's going to fold.
He's on the verge.
But this is just.
He's rethinking it.
I actually really like this shove from Garrett.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
This is a baller move.
And he folds.
Wow. Just pick up the $1,300 in the middle, and say thank you, and go on to the next one. So we're looking at the VPIPs here. Jim's down at 21%. Henry all the way at the top of the 66%. Medela Poppy said, "Poker, I'm in every hand, every other hand at least." Philly Murph 46, Leo's 40, Garrett 37, Lateralus at 28%. Nobody's a dead seat in this game at all. Everybody's getting in the mix. It's really quite interesting to watch. This stream is just, man, they are playing some big pots. They're going to play some bigger ones. We're only 67 hands in, 3.5 hours into the stream. So, and the net game is on, and Jim decides to limp the king queen under the gun. I'm assuming with intentions of raising if it gets, or at least seeing a flop and just trying to mitigate how much he's going to pay to see a flop. Leortz limps about with 7-5 suited. Henry calls small blind. Garrett calls big blind, and Medela Poppy checks his option. We're off to the streets. 10-8 5 board with 2 hearts. Bits and pieces here for a couple people, but not a whole lot. Nobody's really happy. Nobody has a 10. Nobody has a heart draw. Jim's gonna take his king of hearts and try to muster some people off the pot, but it's probably not gonna work. You're gonna get at least 1, maybe 2 calls. Leo calls with his pair of 5s. Garrett's probably also gonna call with his 8. Garrett raises with his 8. Don't hate this.
Yeah, I like it.
A $20 bet on this in this spot just doesn't scream strength to me.
Exactly.
And you block a set, honestly. You block a set, you block 6-7. So the hands that they have, and it puts a lot of drawing hands in a really rough spot. A very good move from Garrett. Garrett's definitely been studying this since the stream on Wednesday. He is making some Class A moves today.
We've got a marathon of a Nick game here.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen one go this long in quite a bit. Not in this game usually. Usually this game it's anywhere from like 10 to 20 hands. Everybody's getting after it.
Lateralus is going to want to play this queen 9 because of the Nick game and opens it. He's playing off of a vulnerable little stack and he's in pretty early position, so he's going to maybe have a difficult time. Leort's calling with queen jack of spades. Henry folding
Garrett
6-4
takes the glasses
spades.
off to see how much Lateralus has, then puts Lateralus all in.
Garrett with a premium. A dominating premium
I
at
think
that.
Lateralus just stuck it in.
I mean, I can't imagine he didn't. I mean, and in fact, he did.
He's going to hate seeing what he sees.
Of course.
But if we know anything about Lateralus, 3 outs is 3 too many.
I think Leo folds here.
Yeah, it sucks, but you got to be disciplined in the spot. And Garrett has been playing some big pots and has shown it more often than not. It's definitely Garrett definitely picked the right size at 3-bet here. Really like the play. And he's going to see that he's got his buddy down to 3 outs, plus some flush combos and straight combos and things like that. They're going to run it once. Lateralus is a huge proponent of one time. That's a pretty bad flop for...
It's very bad for queen 9 red.
He's got 2 outs, 1 out, 0 outs.
0 outs.
Although he has a straight draw. Does not get there with a straight draw because a flush is good. And the Nick game continues.
It does.
I feel like we need to have like some punishments once you get heads up in the Nick game. Like not monetary, but like arm wrestle or something along those lines of like, oh, you got to go outside on the street corner in a chicken suit and do a dance kind of a thing. Kind of like a fantasy football punishment for the worst team. I mean, paying the money is bad enough. But if it goes this long, I feel like there should be an added punishment.
I think we could come up with something more specific to this audience than those. I'm trying to think of
I
what.
know. How about you have to go put $100 in a slot machine and you can't cash it out until you hit 500 or you go broke?
That sounds dreadful.
It does. That's the punishment.
That sounds dreadful. Orts with suited queen jack in consecutive hands. He's definitely going to be playing this. Comes in for a raise over the limp to 75. Makes sense. Henry's got 8s and is going to kick it up. Probably thinking, well,
Henry's also got the biggest stack at the table.
Yeah, he's
and
potentially
throwing
going to
it
end
around.
up all in with Lee Orts. I think Lee Orts might just say, "Yeah, let's go for it."
I think
He just folded Queen Jack suited the previous hand. It didn't love doing it. I think he's just going to send it.
and he does make the call.
He just calls. I like sending it better, but he's all right. Now, if
It's
he
a
sees
fair
a flop,
fight.
if he sees a flop he likes, he's just going to put it in.
I think he's gonna like that flop enough.
He'll
to
like it.
probably
He's
get
not
in.
going to love it, but he's not going to fold. So
I'm
you
not
might
su-
as well lead. You might as well jam it in the lead, because if Henry's got a hand like he has, it works out real nice.
That's true. I'm interested to see if Leo checks what Henry does, because and you're right. He does lead jam, and I don't see how Henry can really.
The
call
only thing I
this.
don't like about the jam is how much time he took to do it. Because if you flop top pair here, you don't have anything really to think about with the stack size. You just, I mean, I guess you could check jam, but yeah, just put it in.
They're also in the 9 and the 1 seat.
Is
so
Henry going to find the call?
Henry doesn't like to fold pairs. We've said this time and time again.
No, that's a true story. True
And
story. It's
honestly,
a horrible
I would-
flop for his hand.
I hope he calls.
He's got to count it out. I mean, he's not counting out multiple denominations of chips to put him back in his stack, is he?
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah.
My hand was a mandatory call, but I was like, I'm gonna fold just 'cause it feels like he knows I'm gonna call. Oh.
One time, we're ripping it one time.
My dead? No, he's got 7 and 8. He got 8. You have many outs. 10 of them. 10 of them. Yeah, he's got
Henry calls.
And we're gonna see a turn and river.
2 times they're going, it looks like. Not a fan of the 2 times, but all right. If it means there's a call and some blood, I guess that's all right. Let's see what happens.
Okay, that doesn't
Henry
change anything.
Gets a good turn. And a good river.
Holds.
8s. Leo is not happy with that. Oh, did they go once? I thought I saw her put 2 out. I guess I'm wrong. They went once. Nice. I like the once. One time, Henry dispatches the Queen 8. Queen 8 was plenty
Henry's
live there.
almost even. He's only $300 off. Let's go, Henry.
That's a huge comeback. 4,000 he's got on
If
the
if he stacks Garrett or Artur, he'll be up almost the full amount of their
he
stack.
and Garrett can play a $7,200 pot right
They
now.
can. They could also play a 10K pot if it keeps going. This could get crazy. Pretty much only Garrett and Artur are up. BP's treading water, up slightly. And everybody else is down and throwing the party. We're still in the net game. Still. Hand 70.
Did we lose Modelo? We were talking
I
about
think
other
he-
things there, and
I think he just stepped out for a second.
oh, that's him coming back in. I think you're right.
We tried to play a game on 420 with Modelo. We got about 4 hands in before he had to go outside and take a smoke break, and he fell asleep out there. He went a little too hard.
Henry opened an ace-10 suited. Lateralus is thinking about making something happen with 5-3-0.
He's got to try to make something happen. He's at least going to see a flop. I'm assuming if he flops any pair, he's going with it. That's probably not going to do it.
Ghost check, check.
Now, even if Lateralus shoves here with the gutter, I don't think Henry's going to fold for the price. But check, check again, and then the river comes the 9 of spades. Yeah, I just think you have to give up with this hand against Henry. Or did Lateralus shove the river? Excuse me.
I think he checked.
There seems to be a catch in the software. We'll be back momentarily. I think it's check. And Henry's going to take down on a pot with ace high. Versus the nut low. Or second nut low. Yeah.
That's there, man. Gotta make sure. Just has a four, so man, what they talk about. Probably not folding before, yeah. Probably not folding before. No, sorry.
You're fine.
I was
Thank you.
just letting you know.
Button good. Button good. Yeah. Just camera. I got
I think there's some other guy, or a bigger hand, but sometimes we get, I don't know how much it's left. Sometimes they get people.
The Nick game that won't end. Jim versus Lateralus. Who's going to lose, in your opinion? Your guess.
If it's based off history, I think Jim's going to lose. But the way that Lateralus has been running today, I think Lateralus. I'm going to pick a Lateralus. Today.
Yeah, I think that's my pick too. It just feels that way.
Yeah. So sometimes you get some momentum in these games, and we have the $80 straddle on, by the way.
Yes.
As this game gets deeper, the 80 is going to be on. I'm honestly somewhat surprised that Garrett didn't want to put the 160 on, but I think Garrett's trying to practice some. And we see Jim rip it with 5-4 suited. I don't hate this shove. And gets snap called by Lateralis's. Well, he's probably got 2 overs.
You say you don't hate this shove. I don't think this shove can be good.
With the Nick game going on.
Your hand's so bad. You got so many people behind you. It's actually a pretty big shove.
It is. That's kind of why I like it.
I do not like it.
But Lee Orts is going to get in there with a pair.
Yeah, 5-4 suited, just it turns out it's toast.
The $80 straddle is also on. You have under 10 big blinds.
I'm aware. Your hand is also garbage.
He's going to get there.
Maybe. I mean, more power to him if he does.
It's going to be really sick when Lee Orts holds and the game's still going on.
That could very well happen.
Good on Jim. Good on Jim for finding a shove without a premium there.
I win with 2 4s. Oh my god. Ace queen, I called it. I literally said it out loud.
And Leo's like, hey, I guess what? I got the best hand. Let me put it up there for the cameras.
All right, one time, boys. One time. I'm calling it. We're going once.
$1,800 in the middle, plus the Nick game tax if Ace Queen or 5-4 wins the hand. They are playing for a side pot. Leo and Jim are of roughly $600 or $700. We are off to the races.
One time? One time?
If Lateralus is in the pot, I'm going to assume the main pot at least is one time.
One time.
Daniel looks ahead the whole time. Turns the bow. Ace, king, king is the flop. Ace, king, king. Ace, 2, 3, clubs. Ace, 2, 3 clubs would be pretty good for you, but we'll just take that. And then it runs out ace, ace. Like, it's just.
We're seeing a lot of action in this game. Very good amount of all-ins for.
We always see a lot of action on this stream. It's just we got the right mix of players.
You are very right.
We got the right mix of players and the right structure. I think not that we have to do it every time. Maybe someday we'll do it differently. But I think the $1,000 cap structure generates action.
Yes, it does. It also doesn't punish anybody. Most of the players who play these stakes can afford the full buy-in for multiple bullets, so
Right.
there's a little bit more to getting it in each time. They're not so
How many
scared
times are we
money.
going? One time?
Believe so.
I hope it's one.
Ace in the window.
Clubs.
Oh, and a straight
Wheel
flush
draw.
draw
Wheel draw.
for Jim.
Steel wheel?
Let's just say these 3 hands are getting it all in on the flop.
Doesn't even matter if a 7 comes. He has outs.
Out. If a 7 comes.
Yes, out. 6 of clubs.
Clubs.
Lateralus needs an ace or a deuce.
You can still see a 7.
He could. Or we could see a 3 clubs. I want to see the straight flush. And it's a brick on the river. There you go, Jim.
5-4 clubs for all the loot. Wins the Nick game. Lateralis, we called it. Lateralis lost the Nick game.
Fortune favors the bold. Get in with 5 high. Triple up. There you go, Jim. Good job.
Lateralis looks enthused.
He looks like a man beaten.
Yeah, he does not look like he's having a good time right now.
I'm not even sure he's down that much. I've seen streams where he's been down $4,000 or $5,000.
It's not just he's been down; it's that he's been stuck playing a short stack for like an orbit or two, and that's not. I don't think he thinks that's fun, and then it gets punished for it. So I think it's just that whole everything about the last half hour is not fun.
Getting beaten down time and time and time again. Yep. It's not fun.
Pay up, sucker. There it is. Approximately 160 in there for these boys to fight for.
I believe it's 200 now.
Is that much now?
I think this is the 5th Nick game.
Really?
They have been blasted. This is by far the longest one.
It took a long time. All right.
Took about 20 hands.
There's a bunch of money out there either way.
Yeah. I believe this is usually we cap it at 200 just to make it a flat amount. So it'll be 180 in the middle and then 22
I don't
at the
understand this interest some people have like, oh, no, we got to cap it at that. The stacks are, we're talking $20 more each time. What are
Right.
people
I
worried
just
about?
like to cap it personally because
cares?
$200 is just the easy amount to remember.
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
I'm stupid. Have you not noticed?
Well, me too.
If I can make it easy on myself, I will. And we see Lee Orts open to 35 with Ace Queen under the gun. I don't mind the size that much.
It's a good size. Especially
You're going to get a lot of information.
aces.
But unfortunately,
aces.
I think BP should rip it here.
Good game, Leo.
He's gonna click it a little bit more.
Leo's gonna jam.
Yeah, I don't think if the graphics are right and Leo has $250, yeah, Leo's just always going in. Poor Lateralis. Philly Murph.
Hold on.
I think Philly Murph is just gonna rip it here, and I don't blame him for it at all.
Right. Or was he just gonna call?
I'm not a huge fan of the call.
I'm not a fan, but it's gonna turn out to be right in this instance. But
If
I
the
think
board comes out 6 high,
Leo jams here. He just has to jam.
I don't think it
gonna
reopens action.
He's gonna call.
I guess so.
Okay, that makes no sense to my way of thinking, but it's gonna turn out to be
That's the beauty of poker.
good decision.
Everybody has their own way of thinking, and everybody thinks they're right.
600 in the middle. All right, ace queen is going to be all in.
A 10 is a very action card.
Tens are going to be very unhappy with this flop. Yeah, I mean,
Because
BP and
check,
Leo Orts
all
are going to
in
be
from...
Yeah.
And I think aces is going to isolate. Yep,
Yeah.
as they should.
Leo drawing very thin here with the 2 tens burned.
And apparently a third one as well. If the graphics are right, he has 1 out or running queens. Not the best spot. What do you mean 22 in chat on a Sunday? We got 30 up in here. There are
Ace on the
30
turn.
people in this chat watching this crazy game.
And aces full is a pretty good hand. when you
I
think about it.
believe it's like the 3rd nuts on that board. Yeah,
It usually wins aces full.
usually. And I believe that's going to be it for...
Looks like Leo is retiring for the day.
We see some numbers here. Garrett, from a $400 buy-in, is up $3,200.
That's awesome.
where else in the world can you do this? We see Leort's down at the bottom, down 2,300. Lateralus is down 1,500. Philly Murph down 780. Henry's only down 360 off a $4,500 buy or $4,400 buy-in. Excuse me. That is an insane comeback. Modelo Poppy's down 175, kind of just treading water. Jim's up 280, BP's up 687, and Arthur's up 1,000.
In case you missed it the first time, we have our cumulative winnings again. Garrett's still at the top. 3-2-4-1.
And boss.
Artur also in four-figure profit, 1055.
You see Henry with a 66% VPIP. He amazes me. I just love watching him play. It is.
Double straddle is
Great.
on.
We see
EP opening the Jack 9. Opening or calling? Calling. Lateralus squeezing the King 4 spades?
just
No, calling.
He's on the button.
What's going on here? What's all these limps?
I don't hate limping the button with suited kings. Specifically like trash ones
Yeah,
like
it's fine.
King 4, King 5, King 6.
I'm just philosophically opposed to limping, I think.
Yeah, for the most part, but there are definitely games where you make a lot more money limping than you do squeezing.
Leort's in chat says, I ran like a car with no oil.
Ah, sounds like a Cybertruck.
A Tesla, yeah. That was what I thought too. Like, oh, it's like a Tesla?
And we see a Queen Jack 5 board. BP bets 100 into $84. Slight over bet, but it's one chip. So I think he's just going to get it. There's no net game on, so nobody's going to see his hand or anything. He's just going to take down the free $80. Well, Leort's, you have to have the bad sessions because you can't just always run good. Nobody wants to hear a run good story. To be fair, most people don't want to hear a run bad story either. But, so is life. It's just a roller coaster. We're just on for the ride.
Modelo, 9's under the gun. Modelo is trying to add as much static electricity to his cards as he can every time. Have you noticed that? I mean, he really is.
I think Modelo just got unleashed. He has a Modelo. Be scared.
I'm saying raised to 20. I wondered if he was putting a straddle out. I don't know if he looked, but he's in there for 20 either way. I think he's saying it's a straddle. The graphics are telling us raised, but I think it's a straddle.
Cat plays. We could definitely put that on a shirt. I don't think, I'm losing a few pounds. I'm not sure that there's enough coverage anymore for the amount of words I said on a shirt. Might have to wrap around my back or something.
Garrett is in there with the Jack Dewey. All right, maybe that was a raise and not a straddle.
I believe it was. He does like to do the min raises.
Okay.
And Henry outflops the pocket nines here. If Garrett called with Jack Deuce pre-flop, I don't think he can fold when the Jack comes on the flop. And if he happens to hit a Jack or Deuce, specifically a Deuce, I think he can get a lot of value from Henry's top pair hands. Seven on the turn doesn't change too much. It's going to go check, check. I think Henry is trying to get some information from Garrett. 9 on the river does change a few things. Some of the 10s get there now, and I think both are just going to take the showdown value, and Garrett's going to see that he's losing to a king.
Little baby Jack. That's some showdown. Blasting off. If I had
Oh, we have a new dealer. I just noticed. I don't know this gentleman.
I do not either. But man, I like that shirt.
Looks good.
That is a classy shirt. I feel like we're in a Casino Royale movie or something. Okay.
Okay. Okay. We had to attend to a little business there, but we're coming back to the hand now, and it looks like Poppy has flopped best with middle pair and backdoor flush draw.
Jim is going to bet and get called in 2 spots by 2 better hands. But
Nice turn card for his hand.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Modelo Poppy nut turns 2 pair. And depending on what size Jim goes here, Modelo might just rip. And that would obviously get Jim to fold immediately. BP's going to get out of his way with his gutter. And I would not be surprised if Poppy just stuck it in here. If he's going to raise, he doesn't really have a lot of wiggle room with the $600 stack. Could just call. Calling's fine too. But I think he does raise. He does raise to, I believe, 3 something. 420. That's a Poppy raise if I've ever seen one. And Jim's gonna have to lay it down. Modelo's gonna act like he's mad, but in reality, he's like, cool. I don't have to worry about getting counterfeit on the river. Yeah, that aces cracked hand was quite insane. Poker's weird like that, where you'll play solid for hours and hours and hours, and then just one hand completely destroys all mental preparedness you have. Your like entire composure is just gone. And it's really hard to try to maintain after that. That's why I like to, if that kind of thing happens, go for a walk or put some music on in an earbud or just try to disassociate myself from the situation. Tilt's a very real thing.
Is going to be worth 20 bucks. There's going to be 10 buttons out, right? Once those 10 buttons are out, the game's over. And there's one in every pot. So as long as it's not a chop, somebody's going to get a nip. And you can get multiple nips.
We see Philly Murph opening ace 5 to, I believe, 35. 30, excuse me, from the hijack. Folds to Modelo in the small line. He has yet to look at his hand, as is Modelo's way. Once he starts talking with that Modelo in front of him, you gotta call clock. Such a great guy. Can't even blame him. He just has a lot to say. Conversations are always going to be had at the poker table. And the ace 5, which was the best hand, just gets through. Picks up a free $14.
But yes, but that's what makes it better. And it ends at 9 halves. Also, the least you can lose, right? No, because if everybody gets one button and nobody gets multiple, then you save 20 bucks.
Yeah, you save 20 bucks. Because you only pay 20 for each one.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can lose one.
So everybody wins, really. To be honest, nobody really loses in that game.
Straddles on.
That's one way to look at it. So pretty much you can never lose. So.
Yeah, I would have
It's
loved
always
I
fun.
love games like that. Never lose.
But it'll be fast. It'll be done in
Artur,
9
since starting off red hot, has gotten kind of quiet. That's just how card distribution works, I guess. Henry limps the cutoff with 5 deuce off. Garrett raising the pocket 7s to 50. Garrett's really jonesing to play some big pots. And he has the right kind of hands to do it with. I'm not sure what Henry's going to do. here. We get a out of turn call from BP. So Jim, I think Jim's just gonna call because he sees the call behind him, and I'm not sure if Henry's gonna fold once he's put the $10 in and he closes action. He does like these kind of trashy hands that make two pair. He really plays them well and gets maximum value as well. So 4 to a flop with $200 in the middle. Ace, queen, deuce with 2 hearts. Jim flops the best hand with middle pair. There's check, check. And this is not really a spot I think Garrett can bet too much. But he's going to represent that he has an ace. And bets about a third pot into the field. This puts Jim in kind of a rough spot because you have to call with your middle pairs here, but you also have 2 people like to act behind you, and your hand's not super strong against Garrett's range of representing that he has an ace. Turns 8 of spades. Jim checks. I can see Garrett betting here. I can see him giving up. Yeah, I think Garrett's just done with the hand, trying to get the showdown value. Hope that Jim has missed hearts. And the river 8, there's a couple hands that Jim beats, or Jim got there against. He got there against King Queen. So he does have a little bit more showdown value now. But if Garrett's going to bet here, he's going to need to bet 300 plus. And Garrett's going to get the bad news and fold. He's going to muck his hand. He put 1 bet in and then gave up. I don't doubt the play. It's what you got to do sometimes.
Anybody opposed?
So you don't pass out the midpoints.
No, you win multiple.
Everyone you win, you're gonna get $20.
Yeah, and then the buttons get multiplied by however many. So it's
It's like when you have a double straddle hand.
So if you get 3 buttons and there's 2 people that don't win the game, then they both have to pay you 6.
Maybe.
now you have to put
They have to pay 60.
I think it's just a single straddle.
Like, because one pays you 60.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's just spread out a little bit. Ben's got the long, lanky arms, so it looks like he's 2 people.
it's size, but it's
You'll see if it goes, but they're you don't want to be
Art is opening ace 8 offsuit.
He's been, I just mentioned it, but he's been quite kind of card dead lately, and I think he's looking for some spots to make some moves. And we see Henry make it $350 with the 7 deuce.
It's gonna work, I think.
Unless somebody wakes up with something really good, yes. I think Artur's hand is going to go in the muck quite fast. Even if he thought that he was bluffing, he just really doesn't have a good enough hand to continue.
It doesn't matter. He just has to give it up.
Yep. And Henry just rolls it over. Pay up, boys. Gets an extra $140 out of the table. Wow.
I was just dealer, right? Or,
you would just be
right?
Be small blind twice, Jim.
Yeah. I almost got away with it too.
You can't just be small blind anytime you want.
Folds to Henry, opens a 6-5 of diamonds to 20.
It's not 7 high, so he's going to make it smaller.
Modelo calls a 6-5 offsuit.
2 flush draws.
BP raises. Yes.
Bumps it up.
Squeezes it with ace jack. I hesitated because I couldn't see if there was a black chip out there or not, but there is.
This is
Henry is not No, Henry didn't fold. He just folded?
Yes, Henry just folded. Henry said, you know what? I'm just going to use the $20 you gave me last hand to try to see a flop, and I'll give it back to you
Yeah.
this hand and call it even.
I don't think I'd have been able to resist taking the flop with that hand in position versus the razor.
Yeah, at the stack depth, it's a little,
It's a little tricky, but
yeah.
I still don't think I can resist it. Poppy, you're not calling.
Oh, no, he's got to tell a story before he folds. That's just what Poppy does. That's why he's such a great add to the table.
Wait, is there a net game going on? What's going on?
I'm not sure.
Every single one.
What? Why is he holding a net button?
Show, you don't get a button. That's it. That's a good question, by the way.
I'm confused. Has there been a knit game going on that we weren't even thinking about?
I don't know.
And why is there a button in the middle of the table?
I see 2 nit buttons.
We're supposed to know what's going on. That's like kind of our job.
We have a job?
Well, I mean, you know, that's our duty, our responsibility here. If we're not doing that, what are we doing?
Maybe they're doing the Squid Game, where instead of it being the knit game button,
You know what?
It's
That
the
makes
inverse.
sense. That makes sense.
so you so this one there's going to be paid out a bounty per token by the people who don't have tokens. I believe it's 9 hands. Everybody gets a button. Yep, that's what. Everybody gets a button. Each button's worth a set amount, and then at the end of 9 hands, when all 9 buttons are given out, whoever doesn't have a button has to pay out 1 bounty per button.
Yeah, that's definitely what's going on. You're exactly right. That answers all of the questions that this situation posed.
You see Poppy limp and then fold, and Artur's just going to take it down with his pocket 8s. I'm not sure about the showing rules on this. I would assume that it's the same as the other one where you need to show before
Probably.
you get a knit button. But I'm all down to see the new version of the knit game, the Squid Game. And I'm assuming each one will probably be for $20 a button, maybe 25 to make it easy. Just green chips. But we're definitely building some stacks to have, even on the smaller side of the pots, some 2 to 3 and 4K pots with this game going on. Modelo really loves to try to wipe the paint off the cards.
Yeah. Kings is just going to limp with this dynamic. Make some sense if someone peels a big hand and wants to try
It's
to
gonna
win
work.
this game.
That is a great move. It's going to work out perfectly for him here because nobody's going to expect him to have kings. Lateralus is going to rip his $116 stack in the middle. Phillymer folds. Artur folds. Henry with an ace. Folds.
Garrett with a decent ace is not going to want to fold here.
I think Garrett's going to get in a lot of trouble here. I think Garrett's going to isolate
Yep,
to a
it's gonna
size.
cost him.
And
Now, I think when BP puts in another raise,
I think-
Garrett's going to just...
did BP just shove? Okay, that may be the one side
Yeah, Garrett's-
size that says Garrett's
Yeah,
money.
Garrett gets away. I mean, what
Yeah.
can this hand be, you know?
At worst, it's ace queen.
It's got to be something good.
Yeah. And this is not a small shove. Poor Lateralus.
He's just getting mashed.
Garrett's like, cool. I probably shouldn't have made it quite so large, but you know what? I saved money. Of course, if an ace comes, he's going to kick himself for not calling. But in the moment, he's going to be pretty happy. I hope Lateralus wins this hand. Man, he has just been getting kicked. And BP's already made the money back from Lateralus's $100 all-in off the side pot. Good luck, Lateralus. Oh, my God!
Hey, there you go.
There you go, Daniel. Now he just has to fade a king and a king only. A diamond's a fun card, not really for him. Okay, 6 of hearts. It's the turn. And ace of hearts on the river. So for the side pot, if Garrett had somehow stuck it in. He would have gotten there. But Lateralus wins that, plus a button for the Squid Game.
Oh, cool. Good idea. Sounds good. So you might have overheard a little chat there. We're making some adjustments in the booth here. Stein is going to join the game, and my buddy Art is going to leave the game and come in here and talk with us a little bit. I'm kind of excited for that. Enjoyed working with Stein. I knew I would. I really like that guy. When I heard him doing commentary of Mixon on the last stream, I thought he did a great job, and I knew I would enjoy partnering with him. So I want to thank Stein for taking the time to join me here, and good work. And I know Mixon appreciates it as well. And now he's going to get in there and see what he can do in the game. Lateralus is all in here with Queen Jack. Art is finding a call with Ace 10 of clubs. Oh my goodness, Henry with jacks. Uh-oh. That spells trouble for Art and for Lateralus. How's he going to play it? There's already almost $800 in the middle. And do you just shove here? I mean, the scary thing is you've got big stacks behind you, but you've got one of the best hands. Oh my God. Hold on. 3-bet from Henry to 1,200. Garrett with ace king next to act behind the player who is the highest VPIP. The guy who's playing almost 70%. So Garrett is going to be all in here, almost sure. We're going to have a huge pot. We're going to have a $6,000 pot here. We predicted it. There'd be a $5,500 pot, and this is it. This is just going to be it. There's no way that it doesn't happen. What? Oh, my God. I cannot believe that fold. I don't believe it. I mean, I understand it, but I don't believe it. I'm throwing it in there if I'm Garrett. I'm throwing it in there. Meaning the money, not the cards, the money. Oh my goodness. I am in a bit of disbelief. Art now facing, honestly, kind of a tough decision. I mean, I think it's a fold, but Henry is just so lively, just so active that you're thinking about, can I double up here? Not sure how you pass up on ace king there. I mean, yes, you might only be flipping, but you might also be up against ace queen. Maybe I'm just a fish. I'm putting it all in with ace king there. But that hand is in the muck, so it doesn't matter. The question is what is this young man from North Carolina who's up a nice amount in this game going to do? He's got the ace 10 suited. He's thinking about the fact that Henry is a dynamic player, a player who's playing a lot of hands, a player who's not afraid to play big pots. And all of those things are combining to make this player wonder if he should get it in. And as I say that, he walks into the booth. Art, welcome to the booth.
What's up, Professor? How's it
Well,
going?
what's up is we are watching you tank versus the guy who is playing almost 70% VPIP in a huge spot. So what are your thoughts here?
Man, this was a tough spot here. I
Folding.
ended up making a fold because he hadn't
It's understandable.
made a big raise like that in a long time after I made a pretty big call. He ended up having a better hand than me.
Indeed, he did. Garrett folded ace king next to
And-
act behind him.
I know.
I can't believe that.
I heard that was.
I
that was
kind of
wild.
can't believe that. Isn't it? Well, don't tell us. We're about to see what comes. We've got Queen Jack versus jacks in an $1,100 pot. Let's see who's going to win, but also who would have won. Oh! Oh! Oh, no! Ouch!
Yeah.
Queen
it
to
stunk.
take the lead. What a hand. Oh, my goodness. What a hand. Garrett makes the wizard fold. Queen Jack sucks out. My man Art folds what would have just flopped trips.
Yeah, I was close to calling.
Wow. That hand had everything.
It sure did.
Oh man, I was in here saying that's going to be a $5,500 pot because Garrett is just going to put it all in, and Henry is never going to fold, and we're going to see what happens. But that, in fact, is not what happened. So, how did you like playing on stream?
It was a lot of fun. They had these side games that I'm not used to playing, like the 7 deuce, the knit game, which adds a little extra dynamic, makes it a little tricky to navigate spots. But it was a lot of fun. Good crowd. Guys were they were gambling. You know,
I mean,
it was good. I liked it. I'd definitely play again.
cool. That's been my experience playing this stream many times. It's a good mix, good dynamic. Game is good. We have a fun time. The stakes are at a level where it's very motivating. It's for the kind of games I like to play, I like these stakes. So all those things working together. Here we see you again with a hand that you might play. You pass on the ace-9 off, understandable. Tell us about, so we just saw the big decision you had with ace-10 there. What other hands stood out for you in this session?
You know, I honestly don't feel like I played that many hands, but most of the hands that I played went my way, which was good. I got some big hands early. Kings held in a big one early, which was nice. I feel like I made a bit of a mistake with ace-4 of clubs. There was an interesting dynamic going on where there were 2 people left in the knit game, and neither one wanted to lose. And I believe it was Jim who had just shoved over an open from Leo. And so I felt like he was going to be really wide, and I decided to call with the ace-4 of clubs, which ended up being a mistake because I ran into both of them having ace-jack, so I lost that one. But then I later saw him jam for nearly double that with 5-4 of clubs. So I was kind of happy with my decision after seeing that.
So in this variation of the knit game we're seeing here, how much are the buttons worth if you get one here?
Each button's worth $20.
Okay.
And whoever doesn't get a button has to pay $20 to everyone with a button.
Okay.
And if you have multiple buttons, they have to pay you $20 for each button.
Okay.
So the most you can lose is $180 if you have no buttons. But if you have all the buttons, you get $180 from everybody.
Which of the players spoke up and asked to play it this way?
I believe this was Modelo Poppy.
Okay.
I believe. Yeah. Yeah, here I decided to make a small 3-bet in position. Or actually, I guess it was a $20 straddle, so it was just a raise, if I recall correctly.
For anyone who's maybe new to how poker streams work, if you're wondering how this guy can be in there playing and also in here speaking, there is an approximately 20-minute delay between the stream going out on YouTube and the game actually taking place. This is for security reasons. So here in the commentary booth, we're seeing the delayed stream, and that's how Art was able to quit the game a few minutes ago, come in here, and now he's still seeing some overlap of him playing on stream. He and I have somewhere to go in a bit, so we're going to commentate for a few more minutes. After that, I think Sean is going to take over in the booth here. But you flop top pair here in position.
Yeah, really easy continuation bet. Decided to do about a 2/3 pot. Yeah, I had to show my cards a lot in this game, which I'm not used to doing. But you have to show every time to win one of these nid buttons or to collect a splash pot. So you definitely get a little more insight into how people are playing at the table with everyone exposing their cards.
Yeah.
No, it's not true. Is it? I don't know. I'm not sure.
What did you say that Henry's VPIP was? Do you have it?
Last I saw it was 66%.
Yeah.
Animal.
You know, he's pretty tricky to play against.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
seems to have like a fairly good sense of what's going on. He definitely has way too much gamble in him, but I mean, it makes for a great game.
I mean, we don't think he has way too much gamble in him. We think he's got the right amount of gamble in him, and makes for a really good game, and it makes for great viewing.
As his stack got deeper, he started getting tougher and tougher to play.
Right.
I think early on is what I mean by he had a little much gamble, but you're right. He seems to have the right amount because he puts the pressure on, and he's tricky to play against.
Yep.
Especially when he's on your left.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, we got a big one unfolding here. We've got Jim putting on a 3-bet to 600 with ace queen offsuit, and now BP next act with tens is in a really interesting spot. Tens is a great hand, but it doesn't look so great when you're facing a raise and a 3-bet. Probably going to fold here. I mean, you can't call. You can jam, but you can't be thrilled about the prospect of jamming there. Over to Philly Murph. He's got a pair of eights. It's the best hand if he knew, but he can't know that. Can't call. You could jam, just like the tens, except it's even a little worse. Gonna have a little bit of a funeral for his hand before he throws those cards in the muck. And there they go. And now these other hands just fold. I mean, how can they continue? Nice hand, Jim. Oh, hold the horse, hold the phone. Hold the horse, hold the phone. Hold on. Modelo Poppy is all in with ace-10 of diamonds. I thought he was going to fold that. He's way behind, but anything can happen.
Run it twice is out.
2 times for one of the few times we've seen that. Not a fan. Maybe I'm not supposed to say that. I don't care. Not a fan. Poppy needs a 10, or he needs something to give him a straight. 5 cannot help him. Needs a 10 only to win this hand. Does not.
He's only got 110 left because Ben folded pocket tens this hand.
That's right. I forgot that. Can he find it?
Oh,
There it is. Ace queen still pretty live. A queen or a king. Chop it up.
sounds good.
Art, I want to thank you for playing today. You're visiting us from pretty far away, experiencing Texas poker, and came out here to play with us on the Red Star social live stream here in Austin, Texas. Did you have a good time?
I did. Yeah, I would definitely be happy to play again.
Outstanding. And if you're out there hearing that and you're thinking you'd like to get some live stream experience, you can have this same experience. Get in touch with Mixing, get in touch with Sean O'Brien, get in touch with me. I'll put you in touch with them, and we'll see about potentially getting you here on the live stream. My friend and I here have an engagement, and we're about to head out. So, but the stream is not over. So this is not signing off. This is just me signing off. This is the professor. I have a real name. You can call me Chris, but I think more people around here know me as Professor these days. So this is me signing off. I'm going to be handing the microphone over to Sean. So the game will continue on, maybe for some time. Last Sunday we went nice and late. But I want to thank Mixon for handing the seat over, handing the microphone over. Wish him luck in Biloxi, and wish you to continue to enjoy this live stream. Again, Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. Stay with us. Join us on the live stream. We'll be back on Wednesday night. Pretty good chance I'll be in the lineup, and see you then. And going to hand it over to Sean for the commentating duties. Thanks.
All right, all the buttons are done, right?
Yep.
All right, there's 180.
There's 40 Henry. That's 20 DP. I have it, yes. I have 40 to Daniel. 20 to Murph. 40 search. 40 going down there.
Yeah, we got a split. He gave us.
Yeah, just somebody who's got. Actually, I have red.
Did you grab those bit parts? Sure did. I think you would have parted it right here, but I just grabbed it.
Okay. Jim Spade.
What's going on? Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure thing. All good.
You want to give everybody with the button
Yeah,
20
so-
bucks?
You had 40. And then DP had 20. And then Murph had 20. And then Daniel, you had 40. Yeah.
Seat 6 has, should have 80 dollars.
Yeah.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Your money, sir. Thank you. That board not to be king out. Or just check it, check it. I check back. I see that 10. Go all in after Daniel goes all in.
can't get him off anything.
Thank you.
You can't lose the game.
And he would vote up.
That was on the river, Garrett. I'm not sure.
That's true.
He two raises. 30. 3 fold. 4 raise. 140. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 1 fold.
Yeah, I know 7 deuce. I know it's 7.
Two folds.
Ace, ace.
Thank you. Five 20, so I have 20 from 3.
For the class. I did a 7 deuce. I just didn't want to show it. For the others. Yeah, I would have been pretty fucking pissed. Oh, here we go. Steins in
On my
to get all the
immediate
money.
left. Make him a seat down there. 520. Welcome to the game. Keep 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 falls. 1 falls. 2 falls.
You look.
All you need.
Absolutely. Looks fine. It is 3 on the nose.
Fold. 1 folds. 2 folds.
Have you going there?
I'm just wanting to be live. Done? All right. We have 9 and 7 of the clubs. Give him a king and a queen. Clubs.
One diamond. First foot.
Shorties.
All look good. All happening right at the same
I would. Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. It's a weird way to put it all together.
All right, guys, we are back in the commentator booth. Welcome to you guys. If y'all are just now tuning in, my name is Sean O'Brien. Thank you guys for those of you that have stuck it out for the last 4 hours or so. I'm not sure how long these guys are going to play, but we definitely have another hour or so. Some great action. All these guys, I appreciate tuning in, and I hope y'all enjoy the lucky poker action. Special guys that we have here. Known all of them very long time, played with them all. Who all we got here? We have Henry, Garrett, Modelo Poppy, Jim, Daniel, Ben, Murph, Andrew Stein. Andrew Stein was great enough to help us commentate while Mixon's out of town. Mixon, I don't know if you can hear me, if you're still there. Hello? I've been involved from day one in this show and want to thank everybody so far, especially the players and the viewers, for being a part of this show we've built. And it is it's it's a blessing to have Mixon in the commentator booth and this job of knowledge and talking for hours on end is not the easiest. So again, I'll give y'all my best and for this last hour. I know that in the middle of the gaps in this world of commentary, it's hard. It's hard to kind of fill the gaps, and Cameron and them do such a good job. And I know today y'all are Professor and Andrew Stein both. Hold on, guys, 1 second. What did you want? Did you text? Did you want something? Oh, I missed, bro. I fucked up. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Studio crew without me is always needing me, but I promise to stay in tune with you guys here for this last hour. We'll get back to the poker action here. As this game is built around a 1-3 blind structure with a 1K cap. You will see constantly straddles going on. I do believe tonight we have an auto $10 straddle. Some fun variations of games built inside. They're playing 7 deuce tonight. I know y'all have seen some Nick game action, and oh, do I love the Nick game itself. It is definitely a traffic driver. So Ben decides to get in. We've got a raise coming in from Lateralus. Looks like an all-in. For his last remaining chips, you guys know more than I know about what happened to Lateralus today, but from the past streams, you guys know that Daniel can definitely play cards, and he's very good, and I enjoy watching him play. We've got a raise from the 1 seat to 75 call from the 1 seat, and we do got a raise from Modelo Papi. It looks like the 300. 1 second as the graphics do catch up to us. Modelo Papi, definitely a Austin area local legend. Getting a massage there from our local masseuse. Let's see here. We do have the all-in and a call. Henry in C1 decided to fold. Graphics are catching up. 1 second, guys, and we will get these this flop in the air. They are working that out, and Ace King versus King Jack. Looks like Lateralus had King Jack, and Modelo Papi with the Ace King. Clean run out so far. And that is going to do it for Lateralus. Might be the end of him today as well. Do think this last hour we'll play down 7-handed. We started 7-handed, filled up, and really had a really good show today for what it was. Sundays are new for us, and if you guys, any of you out there, Austin area, or really anywhere, and you are in town wanting to play on this Red Star live stream 1K cap game, feel free to reach out to us. There is a few things out there in our description that you can reach out to. The best practice is just using Cameron Mixon, Mixon and Up Poker, or Mixon Poker on the social medias out there. He will definitely get you scheduled, and we'll get you in the game. We got Henry with 9-10 in the cutoff. Going to raise it up to $20. Garrett with a fold, and Modelo waking up with the aces. Modelo, welcome to Red Star, Modelo. Going to bump it, 80 to go. It's always nice when you look down and get to peel those cards and see 2 beautiful ones down there. Philly Mirth with a beautiful Queen 10 suited of spades. Definitely worth getting in this pot. Henry ain't going anywhere. 3 people to the flop. Let's see what we got here. And going to be a little rough one for Philly Murph. That queen looks really good in your hand. Modelo showing no fear, of course, coming out firing. Now, you know, you're looking at 2 aces, 3 clubs on the board. Not the best spot sometimes, especially with, you know, Philly Murph and Henry behind you. Henry does make the fold. Philly Murph making that call with the queen and off to the turn. 2 of hearts is going to help nobody. Modelo's probably going to choose a, ooh, I did not think that was going to be a check there. Going to put it over to Murph and see what Murph wants to do with this pot. Ace on the river is going to seal the deal for Modelo Poppy. It's just a beautiful card in that situation. Your opponent should not have any 3s in their hand, and you can kind of go for value here. Pretty high frequency. Chooses a $300 size. I don't see Murph making this call, but hey, never know. Does decide to let it go. I've played many years with Murph around here in the Austin streets, and it's not his first rodeo, so not willing to give Modelo an extra couple black chips there, but Modelo with the signature Modelo beer and a smile on his face, dragging chips. Love to have you. And these are these downtime spots that Cameron Mixon is so good at. I wish I, by yourself, this job is very difficult. So I do commend Cameron for, you know, chatting it up with the chat and using the tools and doing a great job. Really wish him the best out there in Biloxi while he's out playing tournaments. Oh, we got Modelo Poppy making a call for 30 with a dirty diaper. Henry with no fear, of course, with a 5-3 of clubs coming in. We're going to 3-way to the flap. Philly Murph's hand looks pretty good in this situation. Really helping nobody. Might be a first to bet, takes this pot down situation, checks around. 4 of spades on the turn, brings in a flush draw for Murph. See who wants to stab at it. Modelo. Now, a gut shot for Modelo in this situation is a dangerous turn card, especially taking the lead here. Murph essentially has just a draw here. Henry also with a gut shot. Interesting river card. Let's see what can transpire here. It does come in for him. Philly Murph, you know, it just feels so good when you run good sometimes. Finding that spade. Unfortunately, neither of his opponents have anything, but it's a beautiful game about poker. You never know what somebody's capable of in these moments right here. Murph does decide to bet. Let's see how much here. Let the graphics catch y'all on. He does decide to rip, which an open rip in this situation, unfortunately, you know, his opponent's not having anything right there. Does decide to get both of them just to shut it down. But, you know, hypothetically, if your opponent did catch a king card with the, you know, little action that was up until that river, you never know what could happen. Nice job by Murph. And again, guys, if you have not hit like or subscribe to our channel, I do see there's been a few new ones, new of you guys that just joined. Hit like and subscribe for us. We are a new channel. We're building. It's a new community out here. Beautiful room. If you've not been to Red Star, definitely come check us out. We're open from 11 until really we close. We have games running up until, you know, 3, 4 in the morning sometimes. Beautiful 1-2 action. Unique room though. It's small, it's intimate, it's got its own little crowd, and we do welcome any new players, and any of you guys that do want to play the stream, come check Red Star out, get a hold of us. Get back to the poker action here. Andrew Stein, you guys heard him commentating. We get to now love watching this guy play. He is not afraid to put in some raises pre-flop, king jack of clubs you see here. Unfortunately, no one has nothing, and he is going to just take those chips down, and off to the next one we go.
Hey, if it was up to me, we'd run nonstop progressively till people throw up. Progressive though. I'm not playing. If it was up to me. No, it's one, players plus one. X plus one, yeah, X plus one. Always X plus one, just to give it a full whirl. A full around the, you know what I mean? Everybody gets to be the button, or whatever.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I am back. Kind of always needed around here. Modelo Poppy, definitely going to stick it out to the end of this game, raising it to $30 and a call by Murph. Going around the table, looks like we've got some folds all the way to Henry. Henry is not afraid to see flops, and I love to see it in a game like this. Now, I do believe there is Henry in the pot. Let the graphics catch back up. Appreciate the patience while this whole process is definitely not easy, and the studio guys are doing a great job. You can definitely tell they're working on some camera work and getting you guys really good footage here. Modelo Poppy raising it here, it looks like, to 75. Both of them with essentially the same draw, open-ender. Modelo, of course, that's got those beautiful diamond cards that might come in on them. High probability here of a chop. Let's see what happens here. Modelo picks a nice sizing here. 165. And a quick call by Henry off to the river. This could be disastrous here. Safe card for both parties. I don't see, unless Modelo wants to protect his equity in this hand here, which he looks like he's doing. Picking up some nice, a nice sizing. Looks value-y. Do not see Henry being able to come close to making this call. So an impressive size by Modelo, and again, just fun watching this guy. Nobody likes sitting in that chair thinking about a hero call such as a 9 high. But sometimes in poker, you can make those calls. But at best, you're doing it to just chop. Woo! Modelo with the relief sigh that we all know too well. Really, I had a moment to speak to Modelo and a couple people while they choose to step out and take breaks. And not a lot of these guys have played much with each other. Some have, and really just here on the stream. So it creates its own little community and here within the player pool of Red Star. Now, I do see Modelo enjoying his time here today. Hopefully we get him back. We've got Garrett, looks like he's in the $10 straddle, and Modelo will be first under the gun. 2 suited cards in Modelo's hand. It's going to be just a call. Also surprising, Modelo. Looks like we have a raise of $80 from Ben. BP, as he goes by, gets a fold around the table. Andrew's switching to the very bright highlighted Virginia Tech jacket, it looks like. No, I do think there's just looks like knit buttons are being passed out, maybe. These guys really do love that knit game here. And Jim picking up pocket tens in the 4-seat, raises to $35. Philly Murph, beautiful suited one gapper. 10-8 of hearts. Gotta love those hands. Henry in there with his one gapper. Garrett, of course, loves the action. Not sure why that knit button's in the middle, but we will figure that out. Off to a flop four-handed here. Really a safe flop for everyone. Jim, of course, does not like to see those two, that red and ace and queen, hit that flop like that. Philly Murph with a flush draw coming in, going to protect his equity, makes it 80. And unfortunately, not much there. And like I said, having an ace and a queen on the board for Jim is going to shut that down. Philly Murph dragging a nice little pot there. Looks like there is two knit buttons left. Ben and Philly Murph. They might be doing a reverse knit game where you get the button if you win the hand, but I, again, don't really know. Let me go find out real quick if I'm on the reverse knit game or not. I'll be right back, guys. Awesome. Yeah, just so as I expected, it is a reverse knit button. So as you win hands, you are going to get knit buttons. Now, it looks like 3 players have at least won one hand. There is the chance and the opportunity to win multiple hands. You pay the bounty for every button out there. If you are the last one without a button, you would pay a bounty for every button that is out there. So for those that collect multiple knit buttons, they will get their knit tax times however many buttons they have. So another variation of the game, spices things up a little bit. Andrew Stein waking up under the gun. Looks like we do have a couple straddles, $10 to a $20 straddle. Andrew's gonna open up under the gun to, looks like $60. And here we go. Henry getting in the action with his ace, Modelo Poppy. Surprising snap fold by Jim there with the 5-6 of spades, but his money. Philly Murph loves the action. Was last year's like fan favorite hand, and I don't blame him. This is Texas, and we love four-way pots to the flop. Spicy. Modelo Poppy, of course, flopping some of the best of it. Andrew's going to choose a C bet. We've got action, folks. Andrew C bets to $100. Henry, love this raise here. Snap raise looks spicy. Modelo, of course, going to weigh his options out here, but snap raise to 250 from Henry puts Modelo in a small blender. Do not mind the fold here, Modelo. Proud of you. Also, Andrew's gonna pick a fold here. Does not surprise me. Henry's gonna drag a pretty nice sized pot here. Some of my most memorable poker moments have been on live streams. For those of you that don't know me, I play tournaments more than I do cash, but I have been on a few cash live streams, and they are just fun. You get to see yourself play in an angle that, if it weren't for this day and age in poker, you really wouldn't get to see yourself play in this angle. And just that being said, I mean, this stream is built to invite, if you've never played on the stream, you want a fun, good action game, and obviously this game is multi-way flops and action from start to finish, and feel free, please reach out to us if you want to play on this game. Garrett's going to decide to get in this pot with Choctaw nuts, as like we like to call it around Texas. Jack deuce off. Jim getting in there. Looks like a raise to 100. Spicy with the ace-4 hearts. Now the man, the myth, the legend, Henry. 7-3 of spades. Most of y'all would snap fold this. He does choose to fold this, but I wanted something else to happen. Garrett not doing it. Jim taking it down. Going to show his winning hand and collect one of those nib buttons. Easy as that. And this variation of the nit game sometimes is, does suit your aggressive player that understands the nit game and the how-tos and how to navigate against tighter players. Your ability to pick up multiple buttons here is very high when you might have a player or two at the table that are more conservative and aren't fighting as much as the others at the table. So, players like Billy will obtain multiple buttons. Does not surprise me. Does look like we have an auto 10 in this game on today, and Henry choosing a $25 restraddle. Close out this fun Sunday stream with, never stop action here. $25 straddle from our boy Henry in the one seat. Garrett letting it go. Modelo's never folding any aces right now on this in front of the cameras, especially pre-flop. As the table goes around, you see multiple people picking up that ace. Jim with a ace 10. Murph, love it from Murph. Definitely put some pressure on your opponents here. With his ace, running right into it, right into Andrew with the 4th ace that's out. And I do believe that was a rip by our boy Andrew Stein. And we might have fireworks. Judging by the posture from our boy Modelo, I do see him letting those go. So does Jim. Now, Murph also don't see calling this, but might get a weird hair and want to gamble as it gets closer to the end of the stream. Does change if one other player was to make that call. Having, 3 to your money there, Murph might make a different decision, but And he. Ooh. Sorry guys, I do not have the table mics, and it is something we are going to get soon, so you can hear those little conversations between the players like that. Is in the works, and I will have that for you guys very soon, I promise. Andrew taking a nice pot down, getting some of that Murph money. Good camera work with the camera guys in the back, showing some of these must-show hands to get those knit buttons. And right into a $20 restraddle from the 2-seat, Garrett. Love having Garrett on. He's a lot of fun to watch. And it is hard. Oh, Ben with flipping that card over. Looks like we have an exposed 8 due to the 5-seat, but stuff happens. And as the graphics catch back up here, Andrew is picking out a nice sized raise. Looks like $80 from Andrew. Our boy Henry getting in that action. 5-3 of diamonds, as you see. You know, two polar opposite hands here, going depending on what happens in the flop. You know, you can't really call either hand, you know, good or bad. Now, technically, a flop like this would set up for, you know, Andrew Stein to take down, but, you know, Henry is not afraid to go after these things. Andrew, typical C-bet, $75. Now, with no diamonds and not much to work with, it is impossible for Henry to make that call, but you just never know with these guys. Does decide to let it go. Looks like Jim might be calling it a day here. And you guys might hear me come in and say hello to you guys while Mixon is out of town for a couple streams. We do wish him the best. Again, my name's Sean O'Brien. This is Red Star Social Live. If you have not hit like or subscribe for me, I would appreciate it. Share this with your family, your friends, and if any of you guys want to play, definitely let me know. Auto 10 is on by Garrett. Action tracker is out, and we do see this is hand 103 for the day, so plenty of poker action for you guys today. Modelo choosing to limp into this pot. Technically, we get a Jim limp, and he's going to take those chips back out of that rack. Starting the chips or playing into your rack is never a good thing, guys. Jim just waking up with queens, getting those chips out of the rack as fast as possible, and our boy Henry going to test him, see what kind of hand you got. A raise comes from Henry of 130 and a snap call by Garrett. We've got action. I like a big size by Jim here. A lot of players will choose to kind of hide their hands there, and you know, I like this $350 bet, it looks like, by Jim. It looks like $450 or $550. Wow, yeah. See, I like this sizing by Jim. Your chips in the rack. You've got, you know, two aggressive players behind you, and you do want to size these spots up like Jim does and make them put their money in if they want some of this action. And let's see what Henry does. You never know. You could choose a $500 number, what we call set mining, and Henry just stick that 500 in there to find that card he wants. But that big sizing does get through by Jim, and great job. It's hard to slow play in this game, and you may have different opinions than me or Mixon, and I like those big sizes like Jim decides right there. Just put it in, and it's not even really a put them in and hope and pray situation. You're making them call off. And the reverse in the game does look like Garrett did lose it and is paying the bounties out to all of the knit buttons that are out there. Yeah, they might have did a two-person bounty where the last two people had to pay. As long as everybody understands and the table's on the same page, I let them really do whatever pleases them. Now, Jim is going to put those chips back in that rack. I thank you, Jim. It was a pleasure. Always good to have you, buddy. But this action is not stopping. These guys will bang out six-handed the rest of the night. Probably have maybe max of 30 to 45 minutes left, and see what we can get for you guys. Thanks for tuning in and staying tuned for those that have been the whole time. Philly Murph letting that Jack 6 off go. Henry with these suited cards here towards the end of the stream, almost every single hand. King 7 of diamonds, King 10 quickly getting snapped, and Modelo with the good old ace 5 off to a flop. Spicy situation here. Garrett flopping the best of it, 2 pair. Modelo, when you flop these aces, does decide to let it go. Shocking. Our boy Henry is coming in for the gamble. It is going to be hard to win this if you're Henry. Oh, here we go. That is the worst card in the deck for our boy Henry. Oh, man. Garrett chooses a very limpy 150 and does induce this raise by Henry. We've got action. Min clicks to 300 and going to put Garrett in a blender of what to do now. And here's where, when your head's up, disguising your equity here is what Garrett decides to do. You guys can see that he has the best of it, and no matter what comes out here, Henry is going to have a hard time winning this pot. He's going for a lot of chips here. That is a $1,100 bet by our boy Henry here, max value. I do not see ever Garrett getting away from this. These chips are getting in the middle. Garrett is thinking about Vegas and the Mirage. He's going to take some inventory, double check those cards to make sure they are in fact what he saw before. Sometimes you can't believe your eyes at this game, and when the deck just slaps you, Garrett is pushing those forward, and we've got a big pot here. Unfortunately, our boy Henry is going to see the bad news here. Garrett immediately just getting exactly what he needed. That Case King, what we call Jenny, that Gen card that gets Henry's stack all the way in there. And we have got a $5,000, almost $6,000 pot here towards the end of the stream going Garrett's way. There's nothing you can do if you're Henry. Modelo with the face that is just ouch. What a card that was. And we do feel, we feel it. We feel that pain for the other person. And good tip by the dealer, or to the dealer there by Garrett, as he should. Raking in those chips, beautiful lavender purple chips from Red Star. And I do not see the last few hands of this thing slowing down. We've got action. I would not be surprised here if we do see, you know, it's kind of a thing in poker when you do get in these spots that, you know, you want to get that money back quickly. Henry does a great job there of just folding this next hand, even though he's on the button, taking some time to regroup after that one, and we'll see how he can turn this session around from our boy Henry in the 1 seat. Modelo Poppy here calling Garrett's raise pre-flop with King 8. Similar holdings by the 2 and going to be a first bet Texas pot down situation. An 8 would be very spicy in this situation if we can find one on the river. It is hard to stick $1 in, but like I said, first one bets probably wins this pot, especially after Garrett winning that massive last one. He's not going to let it go, though. An 8 on this river would be a nasty card. Does not come. See what Modelo wants to do here. It's one of those spots where Modelo is actually going for value here. Turning his hand into a value bluff, what we would like to say. In his mind, he might be 50% bluffing, but in reality, he's valuing that king. And there's a lot of worlds where your opponent does not have an ace, where will fold an ace, and that king is good, and Modelo knows. So I love this sizing by him. Back to the hero calling. Our boy Garrett, can he make a hero call with queen high that we do know is not the correct decision, but it is a world out there where your queen high and a hero call is correct, but not this time, Garrett. Love to see it. King high is Modelo's king high is going to scoop this pot. And that's what this game's about. You can see Modelo having just a blast and a great time. Garrett really testing his new opponent. I don't think they've played much together. This is Modelo's first time here at the Red Star stream, and judging by that smile, he will be back and he's enjoying himself. Now Henry is locked in. He's not one that usually leaves early, and he is going to come after this next 30 minutes here, get some of those chips back. Ben also loving the stream. Will sit from start to finish. Got a raise here from Andrew to $30. Graphics are catching back up to us. We do get a fold out of Henry's seat, a fold from Garrett, and Modelo coming into this pot. Andrew raises with the queen jack. The graphics are catching back up. Now, a pair in Modelo's hand. You can wait. He does not like to fold. He will come into this pot. Pocket threes. Does have a code name, but we're going to leave that to the side. And Philly Murph waking up with jacks. Love this sizing from Murph, raising to 160. Three-handed. Now, Andrew in this spot. Definitely see him at least. Ooh, a no call. Love it, Andrew. Very disciplined fold there. And Modelo Poppy. Does he want to set mine? That sizing by Murph, it's hard to get in there. But it is beautiful when you do flop that one card you need and two opponents with decent holdings. Murph does get them both to lay it down, and it does look like Henry is going to get in this next hand with a re-straddle to $20. Garrett thought about it for a second, not going to put that third straddle on, and you will see that happening at some point all the way around to the button if you choose. Garrett gonna open this up with ace 10 of hearts, $60. Quick fold by Modelo. Ben just seems to be a little card dead today. Unfortunately, also a part of the game. A suited king in Philly Murph's hand, not going anywhere. And Andrew Stein. Choosing to come along, $60. I do think we have maybe 15, 20 minutes max for this stream. So again, you might see some really good action in the last 15 minutes. A raise by Henry, $300, big sizing as we end this stream. Gonna go after some of those chips. Now Garrett in this spot might choose to 4-bet and get some more chips in the middle. He does know that Henry had a rough go last time and is chasing it. Now does decide to fold Garrett, and it is going to be hard to get either of these other two to fold with that sizing. Gotta love it by Henry. Murph laying it down, Andrew laying it down. I do believe we have around 20 to 30 minutes max left in the stream, guys. I'm going to run out for 1 second. I will be back quickly. Give me 1 second. Here, you just have like 15 minutes left.
Yes.
All right, guys, we are back in the booth. I do think as the stream is ending, we have some players racking up. Now, Andrew Stein is joining us back as he did jump to the table for an hour. Going to jump back in the booth with me for the last 15 minutes. I know we had some exciting stuff. You did just miss the big hand that was out there with holy crap, any $5,000 pot in a 1-3 game is magical. Take over for a second. I will be right back.
What's up, guys? I'm back for 15 minutes until the stream ends. Wow, what a stream! Like, we wanted a $5,500 pot. We got a $5,500 pot. What an insane hand, insane cooler. That guy in the orange sweatshirt, he looks ugly as all get out. He needs a haircut, a beard trim. I don't know who let him on this thing. He definitely looks homeless. But we're gonna see a few more hands. I'll give you some insights on a couple of the things I saw. Here, that, and the other. And I guess we also saw the completion of the Squid game. That is, I confirmed. That is what they were playing, the Progressive Squid. Each button was worth $20. And we had 2 losers each pay out both the buttons, all 8 buttons. So they each lost $200. Very, very fun, and I kind of liked it. I mean, it helps I had some hands to play, but here we go. We have Modelo limping, BP limping, Philly limping with the 5-4 offsuit. I decided to bump things up here with Ace-8 of hearts. Could call, could squeeze. I figure I have the best hand here enough with the limps that I should probably try to isolate and pick up some dead money. Henry beats me to the pot with pocket 2s. Garrett is thinking about the king jack off, makes a very, very disciplined laydown. Poppy's going nowhere with his 10-9 suited. I don't think BP's folding either. And Murph at this point is just like, screw it. Let's.
That was the last part of the stream. You're gonna get these guys just willing to battle it out. Multi-way flop, 5 to this flop, as you can see. You know, gotta love it in Texas. It's you know, as playing, it's one of the only spots around the country where you get some multi-way flops like this, and Modelo Poppy just smashing this flop.
Yeah. I give up at this point. I just know I know somebody has something here, and I'm not getting it through 5 people
Well, it's
or 4 people.
correct, and it's hard to beat 4 people in this game.
And Modelo's going to bet his hand, and I mean, I like the bet. You have 4 other people. There's a lot of draws. The 8-9s, or excuse me, the 8-7s. They can have a worse 9.
There's a lot of worlds where a 6 will get spicy. You
Right,
know,
the 6
Modelo could
is
have a
probably going to
6,
have to call at least one street.
You know,
And then Henry clicks
I love
here.
it. I love it. This is the stuff you're talking about out of Henry, just going after it.
Yeah, he really does go after it. And unfortunately for him, Poppy does have it, and I think if Modelo had ace-9 or king-9, he might just flat and keep some of the worst 9s in. But because he does have 10-9, I think he just needs a rip here, and he does rip for about 1,400, give or take.
Any other decision really just opens that door for him to get there, hit that deuce, and you not be in the situation that Modelo's in right now. So just ripping it in here, shutting this pot down is what you want to see.
And it's going to get back to Henry, and he's going to have to call. I believe it's $1,000.
Yeah, it does look like
to
you
win.
bet 400 here.
Yeah, I think it's the total amount's 13 something. 1392. The graphics off by 100, but it doesn't really matter.
With some of the nit taxes, it's tough.
And Henry's really, really rough. Like in this, he kind of got the information he wanted, but he doesn't want to believe it.
Correct.
And that's a little rough.
He almost pulled that trigger, it looked like.
Do you think he's going to fold or call?
Well, I want to take a moment, just look at Modelo's posture and grabbing that beer, and he does make this call.
And he's going to see the bad news really quickly.
He does make this call. And we've got another big one here.
$3,400 pot in the skillet, in the middle, whatever you want to call it.
We definitely need our own little words here at Red Star. Yeah. And it's going to be hard. Henry does need to catch one of the remaining deuces in the deck and does not come here. That was Modelo. Welcome to Red Star. Modelo's taking down a $3,400 pot towards the end of this stream. Exciting having him here. He's definitely going to be one that you guys will see and get to see play. If you do, know him, you know he's action, and
he's the right brand of poker.
Right. Yeah. He's the epitome.
Let's have fun. Throw some money around.
Yes.
Enjoy it.
And he's the epitome of let's have a fun time while playing poker. He's very social. Sometimes when you're at the wrong table and no one's talking to each other, poker can be very boring, but people like Modelo really do a good job of opening up everyone and getting everybody to talk, and I enjoyed having him today. What hand number is this?
110.
10 for the day.
That's a pretty good number,
Yeah.
considering the last stream we had was only 80 hands.
Well, sometimes it's not about.
But we had 47 all-ins.
Yes, last stream, the hand number last stream does not compare to the percentage of all-ins last stream. I do think we ran about a 40% all-in rate on the last stream. It was insane.
We're going to see BP open a 60 under the gun, and then a bunch of connected suited hands are going to call.
And again, does not surprise me. Multi-way action. We've got a lot here. Poppy hit that queen.
Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw.
Backdoors and a gut shot out there for BP.
BP is going to represent the kind of hand that he should have for the opening size that he used pre-flop. The ace X, the king queens of the world. And he's just going to push his image and take it down.
Not only that, is when you do hit that magical card and someone does call that bet that he made right there, it's hard to get away from at that point, from that other person.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the hands that are going to be there is the king queen specifically. If it turns 2 pair, it's going to think that it's just it got there when in fact it did not get there.
Those hidden gut shots
Yep.
are very, very hard to see, and I'm a fan.
Some people say get your mind out of the gutter, but I'm always thinking about them.
Yes.
Man, that shirt's very orange. Jeez.
I called you out on it when you
I
left
was
the booth.
my
It's
fingers were
highlighter
cold.
orange. It
Yeah.
actually it doesn't even look like your beard's red because
I
that
know.
shirt's so hard.
Yeah, we see Henry, a little bit of frustration from him. He just lost a pot. He knows the stream is coming to a
Ending.
close.
Yeah,
Trying to mix it up a little bit.
One of those things you can't control, though, and I mean, he just gets in that massive cooler, and I'm not surprised. One or two gappers coming from Henry. He's had a bunch of them today, where you do see Philly Murph deciding to raise.
He got min clicked on the button, and his hand plays really well as a 3-bet.
Absolutely. Again, polar opposites of each board, both suited. Love watching these two types of hands go heads up against each other. Anything can happen.
Let me see an ace queen 4 board.
And again, not much for our boy Henry today. Unfortunately, we'll see a bet from Murph and probably get through here.
Yeah, I don't think that there's much that Henry can do except fold. I mean, unless he wants to get really, really squirrely and float and then try to take it away on the Turner River. But they're also not super deep here.
Now, floating conversation is what I like to say is floating down river with no life jacket. It is a phrase of mine that feel free to float, guys. I'm a fan of it. It is when you just keep chasing and keep chasing, looking for that gut shot. Philly Murph in the $10 auto straddle today. Stein, let you talk about this. Not getting much cards here.
No, it's
Again.
fine. I played my fair share of hands here. I didn't. I think I had at least a 40% VPIP through the hands I saw. But,
Yeah.
I mean, we're playing 6-handed. You got to open ranges a little bit more. And I'm also when I bought in, I always buy in far the shortest of all the stacks.
For sure.
And so you just have to try to pick a spot where you have equity. Or you have enough in your stack to make people want to fold.
Yeah, coming in too late to a stream game like this, everybody's stacks are usually a lot bigger, and in a cap game, it's tough. It does make it tough, but it is the one thing about capping this game and keeping kind of that stack size leveler in place to not let somebody just come in and lose that edge and buy as much as they want. You do see here some action.
I think
possibly
Modelo's just going to
coming.
bet a quarter, and it's
Yeah.
going to work. Both other hands have absolutely nothing to do with this board whatsoever.
Squadouche.
So he's just going to take down $150, just like that. Easy life.
Easy game.
I did get to play the new version of the knit game,
Yeah,
the
the
Squid game.
reverse
That
knit.
was kind of fun.
Yeah.
It was more so fun because I didn't have to pay it,
Right.
and I made $40.
Right. You were close though.
I was very close. I had to rip my ace jack over Murph, and thank God he was opening a little wider than I thought he was. I thought I might have just gotten turbo snap there, but I can't really do too much with the straddles the way they were.
I will say my wheels were turning when I saw y'all playing that, and I might have a little variation of that to spice things up with. I have some ideas. I do like that reverse knit game because, as I was telling the chat while you were gone, it does open up for an aggressive player like Henry to win multiple.
Oh boy, Garrett folded 7 deuce. What a knit! Oh my God, it's an extra $20. All you got to do is make it 60. Everybody folds. The $25 straddle is on this hand. I decided to raise the King 5 suited.
Absolutely.
We're heads up. That's about as close to premium as I can get. And I was actually kind of shocked to see Henry fold, but
No.
the Octo Crab makes sense.
Octo crab there that you see, and yeah, when you hear us say, we're not surprised. This game is a flop game. It is about seeing flops and
Turns and rivers.
turns and rivers, and
But these players have also been playing for about 6.5, 7 hours at this
Yeah.
point. So everybody's a little fatigued, and it definitely messes with your mind the longer you're going in. I've been staring at the screen in the booth for so long that when I saw the flops the first 2 times, they were all the same color, and I thought that they were completely different suits, and they were all monotone.
Right.
Unbeknownst to me, I had to like double check. So gotta watch myself. Garrett opening up to 40 and getting 3-bet to 80.
40 and a min click by Modelo. See if we can get some action on this.
Henry is like, I got a suited 8.
Absolutely, with the Octo Crab,
Right.
but it's suited this time. We're in there.
And Garrett flops gin,
Just smashes this, does he?
and he goes check through, which is I think it's fine. Turn card 10 of hearts, so now it's 2-tone. I expect him to bet here, but
A Jack would be a pretty spicy card.
I think it
Jack
yeah.
would be the most spicy card in the deck. Does not come though.
so. Now I think you can probably get called, or you can just check and hope that an ace high makes a stab, or a hand that got counterfeited like sixes, queen jack, something
yes.
along those lines, decides to get a little squirrely.
8s, 9s.
And then you can I like the bet here because ace high is always going to call
Should.
for that price.
As Modelo puts the money in front of Garrett, knowing that his money is dead. But hey, like you said, there's a world where ace high is good. We just talked about this. Not surprised that Modelo sticks that money out there. And good game, Garrett, and nice hand. As not sure how many hands we have left, but I really do appreciate you sticking it out today, Andrew.
Oh, yeah,
you
no
were
problem. It's been a pleasure. I enjoy doing new things in poker, and poker can get kind of stale.
How
over
about
the years.
Professor? He's a fun one.
He's an interesting person.
very good at certain spots and understanding what
Well
people-
spoken.
Yes, like
can read people fairly well. Although today I seem to have the better reads than him in the booth.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna hold that over him for a little bit.
he heard you.
That's fine.
No, I enjoyed. I loved having y'all. Y'all sounded great together, and got a lot of good comments and commentating from both of you. As we finish up here, Philly Murph picking up pocket 8s.
I believe we have one more hand after this, maybe 2.
All right.
Yeah, Philly Murph opens the button at 40. I call small blind with Jack 10 suited. I think you can go either way, but it's towards the end of the night. I don't think
It
I'm
can go
getting
either way.
3-bet that much.
You kind of want that with a Jack 10. I mean, you kind of
yeah.
want another person in the pot.
I just want to see the flop.
Right.
And I have a hand that's going to flop really well if I do see one. And then Henry's on kind of tilt-ish, so he should be 3-betting a little bit more. Maybe that's more of a reason to fold the Jack 10 suited, but I think it's fine. And he does 3-bet the ace jack off to 260, and I think Philly Murph is just had enough.
In there.
He said, you know what? It's time for me to go home. I'm all in. And then he also let me know right here that he needed to pee.
Uh-oh.
So I took a little bit extra liberty of time.
That's nice of you.
Just to kind of rub it in a little bit. I know he's roughly what he's shipping it with, but I kind of just wanted to.
Got that leg shaking under
Yeah,
the table.
yeah. He's like, I need to pee, and I'm like, I know you need to pee. If you don't mess with your friends, who are you gonna mess
Absolutely.
with?
And Murph joining us new this week, and I love having him. He's a great player and great action. We do have an all-in and a call. Good luck, Henry and Murph. See what happens here.
And ace in the window.
Right in the window.
Murph is gonna need a lot of help here.
Easy game.
10's not gonna do it.
Hard to beat.
And a 6 on the river seals it for Murph, and he is gone.
That is going to do it, Murph. Gotta love it. Thank you for coming today. We will see more of Murph. Henry getting a little
I think they're just double checking the stacks
stack
here.
sizes, but
Nobody wants to take the money. You know, whether it's $20 or $4 or $100, you always want to make sure.
oh, absolutely. And the dealers here do a great job. And Henry getting a nice rebate at the end of the stream here. sometimes we say much deserved, but we all saw the
He
carnage
almost
a little bit ago.
he was almost back in the black completely from
Yeah.
being down $4,000. I think he's booking a small loss, but to be fair, like he just got coolered by Garrett.
Cool. And anytime you can play a game where you're nearly even and having some cooler situations like that, it's a win.
Anytime you can play pots that are the size of how much you're down, that's great.
Yeah.
And this game is definitely a very high action game, and nobody's really sitting back and waiting on their chip stack too much. I believe this is the last hand. There may be one more after this, but I'm not entirely sure. Garrett didn't want to be rude, and Garrett had said before the hand with the king 10 that he was leaving after that hand.
Absolutely.
And then stacks or doubles up, and we've all been in that situation. Just wait another hand or another 30 minutes or so, just to be like have proper etiquette.
Right, and starting Sundays earlier, we've been playing like you said, we're on almost hour 7 now.
Yeah.
And it's a long time to play one poker game.
Yes.
Right, and it does look like this is our last hand. Henry opening this one.
And I'm sorry, I think I stepped in front of the cameras here when I got up.
Great.
So if you see my ass crack,
Great.
I'm sorry. And Henry outflops BP here.
It's pretty gen for Henry.
Yeah, 2 pairs, not a bad hand, and he's gonna bet. And he's definitely gonna get called by ace high here at least once. I don't think ace high can fold on this particular board. At least not on the flop. And the turn 3,
Opens up a spicy card.
right. BP thinks that a 4 is good for him. We all know a 4 would be catastrophic. For his hand. And he just goes out and leads out for 250. I don't think Henry's folding with a pair and a gutter.
Of course not.
And then we're off to a river. Which is the Queen of Hearts.
Safest card in the deck.
I don't know.
Ooh, Henry snap
Yep.
checking. I love it.
And BP gives up. I don't think Henry's folding his hand. It's the last hand of the stream. Just wave the white flag, and Henry gets a little rebate towards the end of the stream.
And as he deserves. I mean, anytime you at the end of the stream can cut that deficit. Let's take a look at some numbers here. Henry is down there. You know, had a rough day, but he did just cut it in half.
Yep.
You know, as we talked about. Our boy Leort's coming up from San Antonio did also have a rough day. Garrett or Lateralus picking up a little loss, and Philly Murph. You know, quite not, or also in the red.
Just a buy-in and a half.
You got out.
Not that
We're
bad.
just gonna call yours even for the day. And
I was up. The graphics
All right.
a little bit off. I made
All right.
$33.
Perfect.
Let's
And,
go.
Jim Donnelly. I love you, guy. Thank you for coming. Looks like you had a little profit and got out of here. Ben sticking it out to the end with a nice $500 profit. Modelo Poppy, first timer on stream, up a whopping $1,780. Welcome to Red Star Modelo.
And Garrett kicked all of our asses for a $5K profit off a $400 buy-in.
Garrett, good job. I thank you guys for tuning in today for this long stream we have on Sundays. Andrew, again, I thank you and Professor for starting the show off and you
My
ending
pleasure.
it. Yep, thank you guys. And we will be back Wednesday at 7. This Sunday time is new for us from 3 p.m. until,
Whenever we break.
Whenever we break. Wednesdays at 7. I'll have some exciting new news for you guys. Again, my name's Sean O'Brien. This is Andrew Stein. And thank you guys. Thanks for coming today, Andrew.
Peace out.
All right, peace out, guys. All right, easy.